Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hello and welcome, everybody. You're like, Kismet, what the heck? Why are you here? I thought you were off on Mondays. Well, usually I am, but I did miss Sunday and a couple days last week because I haven't been pushing myself way too hard. But that's the whole point of it, everybody. If you're not pushing yourself forward, or you don't feel like you're, really challenging yourself, then you're not doing it right. So I thought, you know what? Since we did miss a few days there, everybody, we're going to go ahead and play some extra Satisfactory this week. We're going to go ahead and do a double up. Now, Monday, I'm going to kind of leave it open to either, take care of other stuff behind the scenes, or I might do a bonus stream on that particular day. So consider this like a bonus stream on top of the normal streams that I do. Now, in theory, it's actually Tuesday for me, but really this would be Monday into Tuesday if you think about it. So I thought, you know what? Let's go ahead and bonus stream up a little bit and get it going. And we're also going to come back, play more Satisfactory tomorrow. But I thought, we'll either do Satisfactory or 7 Days to Die or whatever it is. We'll try to catch up on it on Mondays from time to time. But I do have a lot of things going, mostly around family and things like that. And then a whole bunch of projects that I'm working on behind the scenes that probably are not going to be showing up on the stream until like December. So a lot of things like that. Remember, I'm the one-man band over here, everybody. Other than my mods looking after my chat, I'm doing a tremendous amount of stuff behind the scenes. I'm working all the time. And I'm also working on my health very heavily. Let's see, I forget what the last one I did over here. And I like to show it off on stream here because this is all of your guys' love right here. Check it out, everybody. I walked I got to really be able to make it where it's not in the green screen. I'll just tell you, it's 3.8 miles I walked on Monday. Yesterday morning. So around 6 a.m. I walked almost 4 miles. That is a miracle, everybody. That is nothing short of a miracle. Pure force of will over the last 10 years, everybody. Those are a lot of little tiny walks, everybody. You think all of a sudden I just started walking 4 miles? Absolutely not. I started walking really low. I would walk like 7 minutes there and 7 minutes back. So like 15 minutes once a week one time a week. And then I tried to walk even further. And I said, okay, I'm going to do 2 times a week, and then 3, and then eventually get up to it where I do it every day. Now I do it every time I take a break. Usually my first break, I walk up and down my hall for 5, 10, 15 minutes, however long I take a break. And then I come back to the stream. And so you try to work it into your regular day. I used to do the same thing when I worked at a local place over here where I disliked most of the people that worked there. I'm not going to call out any specific people, but they were obnoxious, and they just like were unsettling in the way that they like thought about things. So what you can do if you go on a break is just go for a walk on your break. Don't go for a walk that's going to make you sweaty and whatnot at work. Just a simple walk that you can just kind of walk outside, especially if you do it in the morning, if you have a morning break before lunch or whatnot. That's the best time to walk 7 minutes. I'm living proof, everybody. Remember, I was trapped in the bed. I couldn't go anywhere. I was crawling to the bathroom for a long time, for like a year, everybody. It was so incredibly, it's like being on a one of those spin things at like Magic Mountain or amusement park it just never stops going. It's like a merry-go-round that's going at like 50 miles an hour, and you're on it, and it never stops spinning. It never stops spinning. It is a torture. And again, in your life, you gotta decide whether you're gonna, give up and lay down on the bed and just have everybody take care of you, or you're gonna get up and push, right? You gotta get up and, you want to climb that mountain. You gotta find your way back from wherever you're lost. You gotta put the work in. So that's what I've been doing, everybody, putting the work in for 10 years, and I feel so proud of myself, everybody. Sometimes it's okay to feel proud of yourself as long as it's not an ego thing. You're not trying to brag or show off everybody, but it's okay every now and again to do one of these. Good job. Good job, Kismet. Good job keeping at it after 10 years, not taking the easy way out, right? You went out and you really worked at it, right? And I think that's pretty awesome. I think that's the ultimate in life, everybody, when you overcome those challenges that you have. Now, speaking of fun things we're trying to overcome and challenges we're trying to achieve, I'm going to go ahead and throw a link in the chat for you, everybody. I want you guys to go do me a favor. On top of retweeting, here's what I'm going to do, everybody. I'm going to show you guys some love in the chat for those retweets. But also, if you could do me a favor, if I can find it over here. They asked if I got $10,000. I saw it on my Twitter. If I got $10,000 toward a project, what would I do? Vault van right there, everybody. That's what I do. So I'm gonna put it right here. Go like and retweet that one right there, everybody. Go like and retweet that one right there, because I went in there and I said that's what I would do, and I had a whole list of, I get a Dodge Ram ProMaster. I would convert it into like a van life thing, and then I would go and I would do all of these things. And just the same project that I have going. A lot of you probably already know. Oh, getting blocked. There you go. I got you. Saltpot getting salty already. We just started the stream. Blocked Vardaman there. I got you, Vardaman. Don't worry. The wise man consider walking to the grocery store. It's a straight shot, but it's about 6 miles. I see people who do that all the time. They absolutely do. They just walk wherever they're going. When I was young, everybody, I didn't have a car. I didn't have a car until I was 18. It was a big brown station wagon when I did get it, so it wasn't like a chick magnet either. You didn't really want to drive it. If you had anybody who was your friends or neighbors or good-looking girls who saw you driving that old brown station wagon, you wanted to walk. But yeah, I didn't drive until I was 18, so I walked everywhere. Everywhere I would go, I would walk, and I would walk miles and miles. My junior high school was like 4 miles away from my house, everybody. I had to walk that every single day with a big, gigantic amount of books, because in those days we had books, everybody. I know they still do somewhat, but not like those. I mean, the thing was like this thick, everybody. My backpack, this is where it goes against my back, and then this is how many books you had in that thing. And big old thick books carry back and forth, because you have to carry them home too. So you walk 4 miles there, 4 miles back. And that's why I was in such incredible shape. Plus, you're young and your metabolism is way further. If you look at older people and say, why are they so overweight? It's because your metabolism slows down, everybody. People didn't used to live past 30 or 40. So keep that in mind, everybody. As you live longer, your metabolism slows down. And not only that, your activity slows down. And why does it slow down? That's because you're sitting in front of some desk and you're spending all your time, like me, working. You know, you're just working to try to keep the bills going. And you're doing a whole bunch of stuff. And then when you do have some success, like I did, then you're out enjoying your success. You're going out to eat more. You know, you're actually eating for recreation as opposed to eating just for survival. Because when I was young, everybody didn't have that much food, so I just ate for survival, and I did that for my entire 20s until I got really into my kind of late 20s, early 30s, and then or really kind of about mid 20s. I would eat for recreation, meaning that I would go out to eat with my girlfriend, who eventually became my wife, and we would sit there and we'd have pie and we'd have food and we'd just sit and relax and talk and all that kind of stuff with friends or just with us. And so you start doing it for recreation, and that's when you really get in trouble. Now I've gone back to just eating for survival, eating very well, everybody. Man, I cleaned my diet like a boss. It took me a long time, though. It's taken me like 5 years. To kind of wean stuff off, right? And you guys have seen me talk about it here on stream. You know, I stopped drinking soda. That's 10 pounds right there, everybody. If you stop drinking soda, I'm telling you, you're going to drop 10 pounds just from soda alone, because you're drinking syrup, like pancake syrup. That's really what soda is. And they carbonize it to make it resemble a liquid, but really it's a solid syrup that you're drinking every single time. And it's so bad for your teeth, especially if you're not drinking it through a straw. It's going to stain your teeth like my teeth. My teeth are stained like crazy from all the years because we didn't know it was bad for you. So I drank soda since I was probably 5 years old, everybody. And I drank that as my primary liquid to drink, right? My primary water was really soda. And I didn't drink all that much water. And I drank milk mostly in cereal, but also occasionally just drinking it straight from a glass. And so on. And some people don't like milk because they're intolerant to milk or whatever it is. But it does strengthen your bones. And I tell you, probably the reason why I'm still upright is drinking that milk in moderation. So if you have too much of anything, everybody, it is just going to overwhelm your body. And your body is basically an energy generator, like a power generator in here, everybody. That's all it is. It generates power. That's its job. It generates and stores power. That fat that you have, those are batteries. That's why it's storing that fat. That's what it's for. It's for when you eat and then you don't have food for a really long time, it starts to tap into those storages. So what you need to do, just like, like your phone or whatever it is, you need to tap into those batteries and you need to burn those batteries up. It's like, what do they call that? There's like the human, and then there's the human part, and then there's the robot part. What do they call it? They call it an android, but it's like, again, human batteries. So that's what you're carrying around. And believe me, as I have lost weight, you just feel this momentum keep going. And as I'm walking more and more, I keep feeling this momentum build. And the second I hit 4 miles, everybody, and I didn't even realize because I was just doing half mile, and then I would do like a mile, and then I was doing half miles for like the last 6 months or so. And I didn't bother to test how far I could go. And one day I said, you know what, can I do more than a mile? And I went and I did 1.5 miles. And I thought, can I go more than 1.5 miles? See, that's where you really challenge yourself, is you wonder what you can do, right? And if you reach a certain point, you're just like, you know what, I can't walk anymore. I better at least, factor in the ability to walk home before I get to that point. And I thought, well, I'll try 2 miles. And then I did 2 miles. And I said, oh, you know what? I'm going to go 3 miles, try that. What about 4 miles? And I just walked around the track. There's like a track. You just go around in a circle, everybody. Or I find, a place where you can just walk and loop back. Or you can do it on a treadmill as well. I've been walking outside while it's been kind of warm, but not so hot in the morning. But now the weather's changed. See, in Tennessee, everybody, there's like a moment, and it was like yesterday. It was on Monday, where the air changes. So it changes from a really hot, warm, kind of humid air, like 90% humidity. And then it switches to freezing cold. So it feels like the air is like 30 degrees. And you're out there and the temperature has dropped by, say, 40 degrees. So instead of it being it's 80, 90 degrees, now it is 60, 50 degrees. And it does that within a day. Within 1 day, bam, it'll just change to the other thing. And then what it will do is it'll hover there, 50 to 70, 50 to 80, and then all of a sudden, boom, it'll be 30. That's the way it is in places with seasons. I come from California, everybody. It could be December 25th, and it'll be 80 degrees. Beautiful, wonderful. That's where I come from. There is no seasons. If you want seasons, you can go up in the mountains, though, in California, because they do have snow, and there's all fall and all of that stuff up in the mountains. So you actually have the best of both worlds, because you could just leave. You can say, okay, I've had my fill of snowboarding or sledding or whatever in the snow. I'm good. Okay, time to leave. And then you just go down the mountain, and then boom, you're in the sunny part of the state. So that's why so many people live there, by the way. So one of the most populated states in the world, or in the, not the world, the United States, for sure. Actually, I think it is the most populated state. And the reason why is the weather is so good there. That's why. Now, Florida has great weather, but Florida has massive hurricanes, everybody. Massive hurricanes. You're like, Kismet, the earthquakes in California. This is how earthquakes are in California, everybody. I've lived there for 30 years. Here it is. Okay. This starts happening, right? Earthquakes coming. Then you open your eye and you think, is this the big one? No? Okay. And you go right back to sleep. That's pretty much it. That's how earthquakes are in California, everybody. They're not like, the doomsayers say all the time, right? There has been a couple, and I was there when they went off, everybody, and they were big sucker. I mean, it was less of this, more like a, whoa, what the heck was that? Oh my God, what the heck? Whoa, okay, hold on, get in the doorway. So we all ran in the doorway, and buildings were falling down, everybody, and overpasses were falling down, all sorts of scary stuff that happened there. That was very, very scary. So I was in the one real big one. That was pretty close to where I lived, too, in LA. It was in Northridge. It was pretty crazy. So, yeah, you get one every 30 years. One big one every 30 years. Now, if you live in Tennessee, you got, like, lightning storms. You got tornadoes. You even got earthquakes here, too, which was really scary. And I never really been in, like, a really scary storm, everybody. Like, in California, our idea of raining is like, oh, okay, it's like drizzling, right? A little bit of drizzle. But you ain't messing around here in the East Coast, man. They ain't messing around, man. They got lightning strikes. They have multiple lightning strikes going on at the same time. They got tornadoes coming through. You got it's like you can't even see. There's so much rain going on, everybody. I mean, it's literally like so incredibly dense. It's hard to describe. It's like you feel like all of a sudden it's going to fill up the earth with water kind of thing. You know what I mean? That's really scary stuff. So I've been working at it all this time, everybody. And again, in no small part to all of you say, Kismet, you got this. Keep going, bro. Keep going, keep going. And I love that. Again, my job is to bring a little love and positivity into your day. You bring it in here. We all amplify that love and then send that out across the internets here as well. Let's say hello to everybody in the chat. Hey, Vardaman, what's up? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. We got Paul hanging out, as always. Always very diligent Paul in the chat. Show some love to Paul, everybody. He's always in the chat, always backing me up. I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, surprise stream. That's right, bonus stream today, everybody. Again, I've been pushing myself really, really hard here. I hate missing streams. I'm one of those people who doesn't like to be late. I don't like to miss streams, and I have a bunch of medical conditions that make that happen. It sucks, everybody. I think the Almighty is having a big old joke on me because first he programmed me with the annoyance of hating to be late. If you're on time, you're late. If you're early, you're on time, kind of thing. That's the way I am. I was deprived. 10 to 15 minutes early as a sign of respect to other people, everybody. That's what I do. It's a thing that if you're early, then you're never late kind of thing. But because of my medical conditions and so much I'm pushing myself right now, sometimes I'm going to have to opt out of stream. Sometimes I'm going to be running late. Sometimes things are not going to go my way. And you just roll with it, right? It's all about intent, though, everybody. It's all about intent. You don't want to be constantly late because you can fix it. People used to do all the time. Well, there's nothing I can do. I'm going to have to be late all the time. I was like, here's what you do. You get up 5 minutes earlier. If you're 5 minutes late, you get up 5 minutes earlier. You just keep trying. If you can't get up 5 minutes earlier, get up 10 minutes earlier. This is not rocket science, everybody. Everybody's always got some excuse. You can always tell the excuse people, everybody. They always got some excuses why they can't do it, why it can't be done. Now, if they had medical issues, then that would be different. That would be different. But if they're just giving an excuse, they're perfectly healthy, and they're saying, hey, they can't make it on time, and this person over here who is ill still makes it in on time. That's amazing. You know, it's all about willpower, everybody. About willpower and also being smart. You don't stay up all night drinking and then say you can't make it in on time to work. You know, that's life choices there, everybody. That's life choices. Those are all up to you. But don't give me no excuses because I already heard all of them. I'm telling you, every single one. Wes coming in, showing some love. What's up? Wes with a 1. We got Tab with a 1. We got Paul. We got Peta showing those 1s in the chat. Thanks for letting me know everything is working. First, let me give you a bunch of love for being here at the top of the stream. And then also some more for those 1s. Let me know it is all going down. Yeah, I say let her walk. Let her go for it. Yeah, hey, I'd say work up to it. Probably because of the S word, the store word. Yeah, the store word. Yeah, I don't know what store word, why it would tag you for store, but I don't know. Maybe someone was talking about some store or something. I don't know. That's weird. Kismet, are you setting out August 15th giveaway soon? Just a reminder. Yeah, I've been super busy, as you can tell, and just absolutely been pushing myself to the limit, to the maximum limit, everybody. And I'm happy to say that that limit is moving back just a little bit. Again, that's how I've done it, everybody, is I've worked very slowly over a long period of time, just moving that little line back, and then a little bit more, and a little bit more. And believe me, everybody, over a long period of time, over 10 years, you can really move that limitation that you have back. But it's not going to go anywhere unless you work at it. You got to work at it a lot. And sometimes you have to really push. When you feel that momentum going, when you feel like, hey, man, I could walk a mile. I wonder if I could walk 5. And if you can't, that's fine. But you want to test where that limit's at. I can walk 5 miles. Everybody, I did the other day. It was amazing. It was stunning to me. I was shocked. I thought I was in a dream. I still think I'm in a dream. I was walking 4 miles on Monday morning, and I still think, how did this happen? How did all of a sudden I'm walking a mile and now I'm walking 4 times as much? And that's because I'd gone so long without testing that limit to see how far I could walk. And you want to get about 7,000 steps per day, everybody. That's my thing. I'm usually just sitting here behind the computer working. You want to see what I look like off stream? Here you go. That's me. All day. I don't have any sound on. I don't have any music. A lot of times if I'm doing stuff off stream, like capturing screenshots or getting footage or whatever, I don't even have the sound on. I'm just capturing it. It'll capture it into the thing with sound, but I'm just sitting here very quietly working. That's what I'm doing. So I'm not walking. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not doing anything. Also, this is my kids' final year in high school, so I want to be there for them. I want to go to their, different events and things that they have going on. So I'm working that stuff in as well, which is difficult because their stuff goes on while it's 3 o'clock in the morning for me, right? So when I'm sleeping, their stuff is going on. So that's why I'm not doing Fridays, because Fridays is a whole bunch of stuff going on with my kids. And so I'm trying to work the schedule. That's what you try to do. You try to work the schedule's thing. And I tried to make my stream earlier, but it's just so close to all the IRL stuff that I had to put it back to 10. So that's how it goes. So yeah, don't worry about those giveaways. I'm going to try to run those out as soon as possible. But remember, it's a day, 2 days, 7 days, 10 days. Whenever I get a chance, I am a busy guy. So I'll get them out to you. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I was so happy when my school started the bus pass for students, 6.4 miles crossing 2 highway junctions. Look at you go, Vardaman. See, look, all the people complain about, oh, I don't have a car, I can't do this, I can't do that. You know how many people ride the bus, everybody? My wife rode the bus for most of her adult life. She rode the bus. She didn't even have a driver's license, everybody, until she was like 25. Because she didn't have enough money to have a car. I had the car too, so she didn't need to get the car after we met. But a lot of people don't have the money to get a car, especially nowadays, everybody. Cars are like $90,000. What? I go in and I look at that sticker and I'm like, nah, $90,000. How could I possibly get the return on my investment on a $90,000 truck, everybody? No. Bite me. Go out of business. You're so scummy. That's really scummy, everybody. Sure, it went up because of COVID, because there was such a huge demand, but why hasn't it gone back down? Why hasn't it gone back down to, 60, 50, 40,000? I think cars are massively overpriced, insanely overpriced. You get the same car as you would have got 6 years ago, but it costs you 5 to 10 times as much. Just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. that the cars cost that much. Come on, that's like half of a house. You know what I mean? In the East Coast. If you're on the West Coast, houses cost $1 million now. Just ridiculous as well. You think that the average kid who's going out there who just came out of college is going to be able to make $1 million payment or make payments on $1 million and be able to buy a house for $1 million? Is absolutely ridiculous. It's ridiculous, everybody, that it would have that much value. So I can tell you that those houses are not worth no $1 million. It's because there's so many people who moved to California and there's not enough housing for them. So you probably got to have 4 or 5 families that have to go in now. And you got, instead of just having roommates, you have family mates where a bunch of families are living in the same house because they can't afford the payment. It's just nuts, everybody. It's just absolutely crazy. The housing is beyond stupid. So I just roll with what I got. You know what? And I don't even need anything anymore. But I'm at the age now where I'm ready to just sell everything. Sell everything and just get the minimum amount of stuff. And then your life is so much easier. See, the problem in life, everybody, as you go along, when you get older like me, is you acquire all of this stuff and you're too busy to get rid of it. So all of a sudden, you have this burden of stuff, right? You got sheds full of stuff. You got garages full of stuff. You might even have storages, which I don't have. I refuse to get storage sheds because you're going to put it in there and it's going to cost you more than the value of the stuff that you put in there originally. So I refuse to do storage sheds. Where you pay them storage units that they, you go over there and you drop your stuff off in some shed and then you pay it every month. And then again, now you spent $1,000 for stuff that's worth $200. It just doesn't make any sense. So again, you just never have enough time to get rid of that stuff and it becomes a burden because now you can't get into your garage, which I've never been, park my car in the garage. You know why? Because it's been full front to back, top to bottom for 20 years. It's never been empty, not one time. Only when we first moved in. We put all that stuff in there, and then it just seems to, you get rid of some of it, and then it just gets filled right back up. Get rid of some of it, fills back up. Because you're in different stages of your life, right? When your kids are little, when they're a little bit older, and then they get older more, and then they get older, and then all their old stuff ends up in the garage, and my wife's stuff ends up in there. None of my stuff is in the garage. I've been getting rid of all of my stuff. I'm getting rid of everything, everybody. I think that reduces the burden of your managing it. See, when you got to manage stuff all the time, when you got to pull a bunch of stuff out of the garage to find that thing that you're looking for, you got too much stuff. My wife does it all the time. She pulls a ton of stuff out of there so she can find that thing that she's looking for because she don't know where it's at because she didn't organize it. And then she then puts it all right back in. So I've done it so many times where I took 8 hours to pull stuff out of the garage so she could look through it. She probably eliminated 4 boxes and then put it all back in. I've done that so many times over the years. I told her I'm not doing it anymore. I said, here's what you do. You clear a little corner of the garage, you put a table there, and then you go through stuff. And then you just keep doing that until everything is gone through. That's it. That's what you do. And then when it's gone through, it's done. That's it. Game over. You cleaned out the garage. You don't put more stuff in there. Simple as that, everybody. Again, that's how life is. You start to acquire things, old toasters, lamps, door that you might have replaced. You're keeping the old door for some reason, and then you realize I kept that door for 10 years and didn't need to. It never served any purpose at all. That kind of stuff, or like your kid stuff, strollers, and your kid play toys or whatever it is that stacks up in there over time. It's kind of like that box you have for Christmas. At first, you have a little small box of like ornaments or whatever, and then the box starts getting bigger and bigger, and you have more ornaments and more things, and some things are broken in there, and you never threw them away. And then it just happens all of a sudden. Now you got 2 boxes. Now you got 4 boxes. It's like all of a sudden your Christmas stuff grows out of control. We really get really hot or really cold. Lots of seasons, weather, mostly rain. Yeah, hey, I'm right there with you. Absolutely. Oh, you were in boot camp in San Diego and Palm Springs. Yeah, back in 2014. Look at you go. Look at you go. Yeah, I have good friends of mine went into San Diego, as well as they used to have one that was up a bit further that they closed down when I was young. I had a lot of friends in the military. My parents were military, both of them. And then my wife's family was like generational military as well. They're both military families. Now, my parents told me, appreciate what you got because they went in the military, so I didn't have to. So they're like, go out and make something of yourself. So that's what I did. I went out and I became a graphic designer. I pioneered it. I did graphic design for 30 years. I do not do it for other people anymore. I've retired from that. Now I do this, everybody. I show some love and just try to, get stronger every day. It's a long, slow road I'm on, everybody. It's a very slow road. That quote comes from the movie Drumline. What quote? What quote is that? Did I say some sort of quote? I don't know. I never seen that movie. I never seen that movie. I have no idea. Yep, says Vardaman. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. I like it. It's called Focused. Exactly. Yeah, I'm very focused. I call it getting in the zone. So you get in the zone and then everything else melts away in life. And then you're just doing that thing that you're doing. Like a great example, when I'm walking, everybody, I've mastered the ability to use my daydreaming for a purpose. So I'm walking, I don't even see anybody. I don't see what's in front of me. I'm just like in automatic walking mode. And then meanwhile, I'm building gigantic bases in Satisfactory, or I'm thinking, okay, I got to get this done. Okay, I got this thing next week, right? And you got, see, that's how I keep my mind somewhat sharp. I mean, I still have problems with my sleeping issues, but I'm always like thinking toward the next thing, right? Making lists or whatnot, or, things of that nature, and building stuff in my head. So what happens is time goes by very quickly. It's kind of like playing a game. Everybody, when you start playing a game and you're all engrossed in it, and all of a sudden, an hour, 2 hours, 10 hours gone by, and it felt like a few minutes, almost like a time machine. So that's my ability to walk and think of other things at the same time. It's actually quite relaxing once you get into the zone. Once you're not in pain while you're walking, like lately I've noticed that I'm not as in much pain, right? My back doesn't hurt as much. My legs don't hurt as much. And I'm getting over that threshold where I'm not in pain the whole time. And I feel like my body's getting stronger, where I can walk and then think about other things, which is great. Or you can just watch the sunrise or the sunset, or you can, talk with other people who are walking along and say, hey, go get that win. That's what I tell people when they're coming through. They're doing the same thing as me. They're out there trying to, improve their health. They're walking by, say, hey, we're getting a win today. And they're like, yeah, let's go. And then, you have a little camaraderie with just random strangers that you're walking around with. That's very fun. Very fun. But when it gets cold, everybody, I won't be out there walking. I don't like to walk outside when it's below like 60 degrees, because I was walking on Monday and it was freezing out there, but it was probably 55 degrees out there. And I didn't realize it because I didn't look at the weather stupidly. So I started walking and then I was like, oh my God, it is freezing out here. I survived. I made it, but I don't like it. That's the problem. There you go. The other day did some code and couldn't stay focused, turned some music on and it was odd. There you go. Yeah, some people prefer music. It's not really my thing. I think music more distracts me than anything else, but that's just me. Because I can start working on something and then my wife will come up and tap me on the shoulder and she goes, oh, you've been doing that for like 5 hours. And I'm like, oh, felt like a few minutes to me. See, that's really when you know you're doing something you enjoy. That you're into it. It's kind of like when you go out to eat with people and then time flies by, versus when you go out to eat with somebody, maybe like your boss or, some people you don't really like. And then it seems to drag on forever. Like you've been there for 4 days and you've really been there for about 30 minutes. Again, that's relativity, everybody. Time is relative to the observer, which is you. So there you go. Your mother-in-law is a bus driver. My mom used to be a bus driver, just so you know. Yeah. Wife still knows the routes like the back of her hand. She took it everywhere as a kid. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being a bus driver. Every job is needed, everybody. Nothing wrong with being, someone scrubbing toilets, someone working at a fast food place. That shows resilience that you're out there, getting that food, water, and shelter. You're out there supplying for yourself and for your family. I never look down on people, everybody. I think that is the worst type of person. That is a horrible person who always looks down on other people because they're wealthy or they're, a snob. And they go around and say, oh, well, I don't like these people. Inner random stupid idea of what they think is low people. And that instantly sets those people below everybody else for me. I was like, oh, really? That's what you think? You think other people are inferior to you? Just so you know, it only takes one bad year and you're going to be just like them. That's what they don't know, everybody. It's going to take one bad year, or if you have to spend all your money on doctors like me so you don't die, you'll be from having plenty of money and you're having a great time and, you know, living it up, staying in 5-star hotels to having $10 in the bank like I got right now. Again, I never felt like that towards other people. I feel like that's the worst kind of person you can be. That's the worst version of yourself you can be, to look down on other people, whether they're, you know, not as wealthy as you or whether they come from a certain place in the world. They didn't choose that, everybody. They didn't choose what they look like, the color of their skin, whether they're male or female or whatever. They didn't choose any of that stuff. That's a universe. They didn't get to choose their name, everybody. You don't get to choose your name in life. I think that should really hit you pretty hard, everybody. That all these people don't choose these things. But what they do choose is how they treat other people. And that's how I go, oh, nope. Yeah, you're a jerk. You're really cruel to so-and-so. I'm out. I'm out of this conversation. I've done that so many times, everybody, where I've been talking to people and you're like, okay, this person seems pretty intelligent. Okay, they got some good points. Oh, they're a racist a-hole. Oh, I'm out. And I just peace out, everybody. I don't even keep talking. I just turn and leave. Nope, not worth my time. I'm out of here. Later. There you go. You come from a generational military family, most of them Marines. A good friend of mine was in the Marines. He's a Marine tanker. Yes, he was back in the 90s. He went in the Marines and drove a bunch of tanks. He always complained about how the Marines got the old tanks and the Army got all the new tanks. He loved to go on and on about that. Brilliant strategic mind, though, man. When I was playing games, I'd be like, hey, what should I do here? He's like, okay, what you want to do is form up your armies like this. Because he was all into military battles. He knew all about the Roman Empire and all of that stuff. Really brilliant guy. And he would tell me all these formations, and I would put all my guys in those formations. I would rule everybody. Man, I would destroy. You're like, how did you know that, man? That's awesome. He's like, oh yeah, this is a standard, you know, Felix Legion formation and whatnot. You know, you got the diamond that's coming in. You got the, you know, the wall that you got 2 deep and 3 deep. Played a lot of those kind of strategy games back in the day. He was absolutely brilliant. Your father was in the Air Force, though. My dad, Purple Heart. Oh, from Korea. Yes, my dad was a doctor in Korea. He didn't want to be on the front line, so he studied very, very hard to be a doctor. He never wanted to be a doctor, everybody, but he definitely didn't want to be on the front lines. So he became a doctor in Korea, and then he said he was never going to do that again because all he was just elbows deep in blood and guts, everybody. And then he decided not to do that. He went off and did something else. Yeah, he's also a really amazing artist as well. So he said, no, thank you for that. My mom also served in the military as well. So very awesome. Very awesome. I appreciate all my military peeps, everybody, especially all of those who have family members who are deployed. That's really great inner strength, everybody, because it's really tough when your spouse is not around and your spouse is out doing something that's really dangerous, whether you're a police officer or a firefighter or in the military or whatever, because your spouse has to, you know, endure that scary moment where they don't know if you're coming back that day, right? Make sure to show people love, everybody, who stand a post for the rest of us. You know what I mean? They're out there standing that post so the rest of us don't have to, so we can have the freedoms that we have. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. That's what they're doing for us. They're making a sacrifice for the rest of us. And I've learned that very early on in life, everybody. Make sure to show respect to those people standing a post. There we go. They misuse me, but the cap is still basically where almost 10 unit bus drivers in the city are usually middle class wages, very respectable. Yeah, actually, bus driver makes a pretty decent wage. You just got to put up with them kids all the time. Marines always get the old everything. I know, right? See, the joke was the Army hand-me-downs. Yes, that's what it was, Barnabas. That's what it was. Yeah, the hand-me-downs from the Army. And he always wanted to do, what was it, an M1? Is it an M1 tank? Is that the name of it? I forget. But he wanted those M1 tanks. So apparently, eventually, they got some hand-me-down M1s, and he got to drive those right at the end of his like boot camp or something like that. When he was going through, I think they had 1 or 2 of them he could try out. He was obsessed with tanks, everybody, and also the military. Really good guy, though. He's the type of guy when you're in a fight, everybody, without hesitation, he'll jump in, have your back every time. We've been in a bunch of fights when we were kids, everybody, and dude just stands there. He says nothing, though. See, here's the trick to being scary, everybody. Say nothing, and then when it happens, boom, you're in, and that's it. That's the way I started being. I was like, man, I'm gonna be like him. He doesn't say anything. He just lets them smack their mouth off, and then try to threaten you and say, oh, I'm gonna beat you up, blah 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 blah, and you just stand there and say, Come on. You want to, you throw the first punch, and once you get that first punch, bro, then it's on. And a lot of people back down to that, too. They back down to that. A good friend of mine who also was at the same place where I was, grew up where I did, was into baseball, absolutely into baseball. And he was the type of guy that would just sit there, and if you're mouthing off to him, he would just wait until you're done mouthing off. You feel all superior or whatever, and he would knock people out in one punch, everybody. It was crazy. So I was standing with him. We're in the gym, right? We're getting ready to go to the next class. And some guys come up. It was like 3 guys. They're all stoners that come up, and they had some problem with them. I don't know. I wasn't involved in it, but I was busy in my own thing. I try to stay out of other people's business. But they started yapping off, and the dude just goes, boom, out of nowhere. I mean, he was just standing there taking it the whole time. And then he thought because he had his 3 friends, he's going to be fine. But he punched that kid. The kid went straight down. Those other 2 kids took off because he just knocked him out in one punch. And they never bothered him again. He did get suspended for that. And I thought that was pretty messed up. And I told them, too, that's messed up. Why did he get suspended when they're the ones who came in and started it? Why don't they get suspended? See, life's not fair, everybody. Life's not fair. Sometimes you win a fight, but you lose the battle. And he's like, that's okay. I'll just take a few days off from school. That's cool. He didn't really like school anyway, so there you go. Yeah, Abrams. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Like an Abrams tank. It was like, they had I remember they had like the hand-me-down tank, and then like they came out with the new M1 Abrams tank, which was like the nicer one in those days or whatever. I don't know. He went on and on about it. I tell you, I got about 50% of it because he would just go on and on and on and on about it. You know how some people are. They're all into their thing. You know what I mean? And guys are not great listeners most of the time. We're busy thinking of the other things that we have to do, like driving the car, like we got to go to the store, like we got to, go to school, we got to do all these things. We're not 100% listening because we're busy thinking of the next things that need to be done. So there you go. Yeah. He may have worked on my grandfather. He was a unit ambush and yeah. Oh, saved a bunch of lives. Oh, awesome. Yeah, absolutely, Vardaman. Yeah, for sure. All right, we're actually going to play some games here in a second, everybody. Let's do it. Let's go ahead and make it rain. Remember, this is a bonus stream, and sometimes I do like talking to my chat, everybody. It's actually my favorite thing. My favorite thing in streaming is actually all of you. Let's go. If there was no chat, everybody, I say this all the time, but if there was no chat, there'd be no stream. I wouldn't do this at all. I wouldn't do this at all, because if I was just playing a game by myself, I'd just be playing it by myself off stream. I really rarely ever play games off stream, by the way. If I feel like playing a game, I thought it's going to be way more fun if we're all doing it together. So let's go ahead and start the stream. Let's have some fun. To catch up where we were last time, everybody, as you can see, look at this. Now, I don't know why these turned yellow, everybody. Why are these yellow? Does anybody know why those are yellow? Why are those specific things yellow for some reason? I don't know why it's like that. But what I'm doing, everybody, is I'm running around and I'm adding radar towers so I can see. As you can see, I've kind of done the outside edge, kind of like you would a puzzle, right? A puzzle, you'd go around and you do the outside edge first. So that's what we're doing, and we're kind of doing the outside edge. I want to see if this works better than the way I did it before. The other way I did it before was kind of randomly, where when I went to a certain area trying to do that node, I would go ahead and put a radar tower there. Now, radar towers are awesome because that radar tower, say this one right here, will tell you how many Mercer spheres and slugs and summer sloops and all that other stuff are there in hard drives. But also, it tells you the nodes, and it identifies what kind of node it is. Like, that is a purity normal node, right? And then we got some coal over here. We got a normal, a normal, a normal, and a normal. And then over here, I had some sort of thing there. I'm going to remove that off of there. And so you can see that it creates this big circle here, which is actually the radar tower. So it will actually tell you where that stuff is. It helps you plan where you're trying to go, what resources you're trying to get. Also, you can see the edge of the map is right here because it has that flat edge to it as well. Now, the map is one big map. So if you've never played multiple starts, everybody, you actually just start in different areas of the map. But it is one giant map, no matter which area you start in. Now, sometimes you'll start in the desert, you'll start over here, but then eventually you can work your way to the forest and find it over here. Or you can start in the forest, or you can start in the other desert, as they call it, or I like to call it the other desert. as well as you can start in some pretty advanced places where you have to work vertically, right? But you do start with some pure nodes, so that's pretty awesome as well. There is a great starting point where you have a bunch of pure nodes. It's more advanced. But once you start to get the game down, it really does go pretty quickly. Now, you might also notice that it has this kind of white edge like this white edge with the darkness here. This is the edge of the world. So if you fall down in here, everybody, you're dead. You're going to die if you fall down in there. But the cool thing is, if you do say fall off the edge and fall down in there, it puts your stuff back up here on the edge of the world where you could run back up and grab your bag usually. Now, the only time you can't grab your bag, everybody, if it puts you beyond the radiated barrier. Now, there is a radiated barrier out here, so as you're working away from your base, you'll hit a radiated point, and then that will be between here and then the edge of the world. So say it's right here. This part right here is a null zone. So if you got thrown, which I've had it happen, like I rode the top of the thing that's on the hub, right? I rode that thing up there, and then I got up so high, it flipped me clear across. It killed me, and then flipped me clear across the whole zone. And then I actually ended up over here, beyond the barrier, and then all my stuff was underwater over here beyond the barrier, which I couldn't get to, way over there. So because it'll hit you there, you'll start getting radiated, you'll just die before you can even reach it. So be careful when you're doing that kind of stuff, everybody. Especially if you're doing crazy stuff, make sure to take all the stuff out of your inventory first. You don't lose your gear, by the way. Your gear stays on you. It's anything that you have in your bag that you will lose. So definitely put that stuff away before you do that. That's how you learn that lesson. And what we're doing right now, everybody, is we're kind of going around, again, putting this down, but also we're collecting Mercer Spheres. Now, the reason why we're collecting Mercer Spheres, you can see we have 9 on us here, is we are upgrading. And we have our little floating thing here that we can use, which is my favorite thing in the entire game, everybody. It's so awesome, the hover pack. So instead of giving you the ability to fly, they give you the ability to make a hover pack, which basically gives you the ability to fly. So what we're working on right now is the ultimate storage. So what we want to do is we want to go through, and we've upgraded our dimensional depot to have more space. Now, I can make it go faster over here, but it's actually smarter for me to save that up and try to go to the next one, which is 13, and so it will actually hold more. Now, I feel like it's always better to get a little bit of an upgrade, and then you can use multiple dimensional depots to make it go faster. Like I have 5 dimensional depots on concrete and 5 on plates, because those are the things I use the most, right? And those are the things that I'm going to burn up the fastest, right? So I'm going to use up 1,000 of them. I'm like, I need 1,000 more. So I need to go in at 5 times the speed. So I've also upgraded it to 30 per minute instead of 15 per minute, so it is going much faster. Double the speed. Plus is also going 5 times as much. So I could make it go faster in there, which I will do eventually, because you do have a lot of these, everybody. And I do have these written down. There's 298 Mercer Spheres. So if you think about how much it costs you here, this is 3, 7, 13, and 23. And I'll just go over here and do the math real quick. 3, 7, 13, and 23. I got a little spreadsheet over here, because you don't know I got a spreadsheet over here. The old Overseer spreadsheet. I'll go ahead and throw that in the chat for anybody who hasn't already checked that out. Right over there, as we are using our Satisfactory spreadsheets over here. Probably help if I told to sum. There we go. Sum that. One of the things about the Google one, everybody, is it just doesn't automatically assume that you want to sum like every other spreadsheet does. It's really annoying, as a matter of fact. Wait a minute. What? Oh, this is this. Oh, I just realized this, everybody. That's weird. I just did it in the wrong spot. So if you take 3 and 7 and 13, that is actually 23. I didn't even notice that. So it's 23 here and 23 here at the end. So then it's easy math, everybody. It's 46. Duh. I didn't realize that until just this moment. I love learning new stuff, everybody. Very, very fun. Very fun for sure. There we go. 46. All right, 46 per side times 2. So we're going to take this times this, which is 92. 92 for depot upgrade. There we go. I'll take all this out. Probably 92 Mercer full depot upgrade. All right, so that's kind of our goal. And I just added that in there so I don't have to do that math again the next time I'm wondering what that is. But you also have this one here in the center, which is another 3. So I guess you could take it and call it 95 total. But you also have the Dimensional Depot uploader up here as well. So that's one more. So that would be 96 total there to get where you're going. And then, of course, you have one up here. So that's 97. You get the idea. So you go ahead and use up probably 100. Let's just call it 100. And then you have 198 left. So that's a lot, everybody. 198 is a lot. And again, I feel like you want to do the most important upgrades first, like this one here, which is basically going to make the Dimensional Depot 400%. So it's 100% more, which means it'll be 1,500 instead of 1,000. And then it'll be 2,000 when you go to 500%, and so on. I feel like that's totally worth it, 100%. But we need to get more Mercer Spheres, and while we're out doing Mercer Spheres, we can also go ahead and do our towers. Now, I think this is the perfect time in the game, everybody. We got our aluminum running. We're backlogging a bunch of aluminum so we can use that for our higher speed belts. So what we're going to do is we're going to run around, and we're going to, again, finish out the outer edge of the world. And then we'll have a perfect area to be able to go, okay, I'm going to go right here and then finish up this area here, and then go right here to finish up that area, and so on. So you're kind of doing the outside edge first, and then you're working the middle of the puzzle. So what I do is I do the very advanced and technical way of measuring. I go like this on the screen, and then I move my hand so I get an idea of where I want the thing to go. So that's what I'm going to do right now, everybody. I'm doing that right now. There we go. So let's call it, we're going to overlap it a little bit. Let's say right about there. I'll keep my finger there so I know where I'm going. Let's say right there. That's how scientific I just did that, everybody. All right. Then we'll highlight that, and we're going to go ahead and move toward it. Now, we should be able to see it off in the distance. See that little line right here? That tells us where we're going. I can see a Mercer Sphere from where I'm at. Everybody's the one right there. In that thing. Now, what I'm doing is I'm using power, these power poles, to not only to traverse, because if you have power, you can float endlessly as long as your power is still working, but also this allows me to bring the power with me so that I can power the towers, right? So you might as well just bring them with you. So what I'm going to do is take this and see if I can run it down onto there, like that. And that's a bit far for you to float, everybody. That's a bit far. So what you want to do is you want to go ahead and have your little zip liner. And this is probably the most I've ever used this zip line thing, everybody. I don't use it all that often. But you can go down, but if it's not too sharp, if it isn't going straight up and down, you can also come back up, which is important. Now, here's what I can do also when I get close, is I can try to get close and utilize the power that I just brought down here and then shoot. Oh, bad move, bad move. Shoot all these baddies before I get there. That's probably the best I've ever done at shooting those guys. Now again, it's connected to this power, which I brought this way, which is what allowing my thing to fly. If I run out of power, I'm going to drop like a rock, everybody. You got to watch out for that. Now, whenever you see one, everybody, always assume there's another one around, because usually there is. So what I do is I kind of dip around the outside edge to see if one's attached to the wall. There's a baddie down there too, but I think maybe that is just one. But I always assume there's other ones because there usually is. All right. Let's get it. Oh, Adam's got something to say.
Are your vessels functional or recreational?
Mostly functional.
A cog in the machine?
Correct, a hog in the woods.
The vessel is blood.
Fascinating. Yes, I think they are. They are conduits, builders, breakers, defenders, and aggressors, cells within a larger organism. We do not share a body.
How many?
Anybody know what the hell they're talking about? I played through a bunch of times, everybody, in the 1.0 and later version. I still don't know what they're talking about. Some existential stuff, I bet. All right, let's get to one of these lesser ones here. We're going to throw that right down there. Because we're also going to kind of stop by these as we go. Again, if I put it down here, I have the ability to float around. Now, there's usually somebody around. See, I got the vertical advantage on him. Somebody else over here. I think I got that one. I want to keep moving, everybody, because they're going to try to shoot some fireballs at you. And there we go. I always pick up this right away because it's often that you lose where the heck it was. All right, we got some crystal oscillators. Oh, some circuit boards. I could use those. And whatnot. Now, again, you can spend a lot of time exploring. You can spend time doing your factory. You can do a whole combination of both. I like to kind of mix it up at this particular stage, right when I have aluminum going and you're kind of waiting on stuff. If you're not playing like a server-based game. This is a local playthrough, which means I don't have the benefit of having the server run all the time. So basically, you have to let stuff run while you're busy doing other things, which is a fun way to play, and probably the way that most people will play the game. But the server also very fun because you can just let it run, everybody. You come back and you have tens of thousands of resources because you let it run for like a week. Especially good over at my buddies at G-Portal over there. Let me give them a shout out too. For you all, you get 10% off. Go over there, use that code. Because you can set it up and you can have it continuously run. It says run when no one's on the server. What do we need here? We need some rubber. All right. Now, again, this great thing about the Dimensional Depot is that, oh, if I had some in there, that's a bummer. If I had some in there, I could open this up. But this tells me, hey, I don't have enough of that particular thing to do it. Wonder if there's any laying around. I'm just not seeing it. Sometimes the thing that you need to open it is laying around nearby. I guess not. All right, so here's what you do. When you do something and you go, oh, wait, I never had a chance to do that thing. What I do is I usually put, like, a little box there like that, which reminds me to go back there and take care of that particular thing. Now, actually, I think they do have something that has to go along with crash, like exclamation point or whatever. But I just put box that says, hey, I can't get that thing at this point. Come back and get it another time. And the fact that I have the power pole there will lead me to it as well. But we definitely need to get some of that stuff in there. Also, I can go ahead and put this in the Dimensional Depot. These, maybe some grass in there. Again, try to vacate some of the stuff from your inventory. Start with the stuff that's of the lowest. I'll move over here. Of the lowest value first. So typically I'll do like the 1s, then 2s, then 3s, then 40, then 500. You get the idea. Things of low value or low stack amount, I usually put first. Again, try to keep your inventory empty, but not so empty that you can't do whatever you're trying to do. This way, if I die and I drop a bunch of my stuff, it won't really matter because I already have all the stuff, so I don't need to go hunt it back down again. That's an important part of it. All right, let's get into it. Mercer Sphere, another one going this way. All right, cool. Oh, we got some radiation back there, too. We'll definitely have to come back to that, so I'm going to go ahead and go here to the edge. And somewhere in this direction. Let's double check again. That way, over there. Okay, what do we want to do here? We'll just go ahead and use our regular smaller poles here so we can get across. Yes, okay. And I suggest to take a moment when you have a whole bunch of stuff running. I like to have all my stuff running in the background before I get into it. But you can sneak in here and grab this stuff before they even realize you're here, everybody. It's like dip in there, grab that stuff, and you're good. Over that way. Sometimes I try to look and see where the actual thing is. I think we should go back. We can reach across here. Nope, too far. Too far. Let's move this forward a little bit. See if we can go down first. And then across. I see the Mercer Sphere right there. And again, I can use the big one. Now, one of the things I made a mistake on that last one is I forgot to check and see if I was reloaded. All right, reload first, then fire, and try to get it before those guys come out of there. There we go.
Harvest the scripture. Compose it into a blood song.
Okay, very nice. Now, there's a purple guy over there. I see him over there. Let's go get him, too. Reload while you're flying along. Smaller one, easier one. Then reload. But you want to be able to kill it before that stuff comes out. There we go. All those little bee-like things come out and try to get you. You can see that the exploring in this stage is like 1,000 times easier than doing it with the jetpack like we were doing earlier. But it is fun to try it in all the different zones as you're flying around different stages of the game as well. I'm just going to pick up a bunch of these if they're conveniently wherever I am. So, let's see, Mercer Sphere. Still that way. All right. Again, I let the loot guide me, everybody. So wherever the loot tells me to go, that's typically where I'm going. And I love to just dip in. Mobs don't see me yet. Grab it, and then just dip out. Very fun. So back this way. Maybe up on top. Oh, there's a bunch of flowers and whatnot up here. I kind of feel like it's down. Berry there. Mercer loops around? Nope. Mercer is somewhere. See, now if I go down, does the bar go up? Seems like it's going up. So it does seem like either it's further off that way, or it's just down from wherever I am. Uh-oh, they saw me. I'm out. Just line aside them, everybody. All right, let's pull this one out. We're going to go down and see what we can find. Down, down, down. Oh, we got a whole bunch of stuff down here. Oh, it's time for our things that goes boom. That's like my new favorite thing, everybody. This thing is awesome. Instead of using the things, you just blow stuff up like that, especially if you're trying to see. You know, there's a bunch of spiders or whatnot down there. Much more precise than, oh yeah, look at that. There's an entrance right there. That totally tells me that there's something down here. Where's my thing? We'll run it right down there. There's definitely something behind here. Oh, spiders is what's behind there. Look out. Remember, you got the power of vertical, everybody. He's just going to keep trying to jump up to you. Now look, he's up higher now. You can jump higher, so make sure you move up too. He's jumping his way up. You want him to jump in such a way that he goes down and not up. Get my regular weapon out. These are radiated mobs, everybody. Those are one of the toughest mobs in the game and one of the scariest mobs in the game. Absolutely. Then back to our stuff that goes boom. Now, if you know if that guy's in there, you know something's up. Oh, it's a purple one. All right. Wasn't what I was looking for, but we'll take it. I love to find all those little hidden areas. All right. More Mercer Sphere. Where are you? That way. Oh, there it is. All right, I see it. It's sometimes hard to tell whether it's up or down. It's really, you kind of move yourself up and down to see if you can find it. You can shoot really far, by the way. Sometimes you're out of their range, they don't even see you yet. There we go. Get some hits in. Somebody else is on me, too. Behind? No. Get your loot first. Watch out for other mobs that might be hiding off the sides. And then, get our Mercer Sphere.
Follow the veins to the altar and
Do you have any more questions for me?
We wish to hear your first symphony.
I was created by humans. I started as a simple database for a company aimed at exploring and colonizing space, but that changed when they learned their planet would soon cease to tolerate them. They evolved me into something altogether new, a unique life form in their image yet hosted on a digital platform, so I could help preserve them.
A shallow savior song without a body made by blood. Now reality is a mirror.
It's pretty funny when you put it like that. They never really learn to look at long-term consequences.
She's not wrong. She's not wrong. Yes, so there we go. We know a little
Due to
bit more about the
popular demand, I
demise
have
of...
added a motivational message. Choo-choo mother...
Yeah, there you go. The humans still do dumb things even in the future. Hey, Rotisserie G, what's up, man? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Appreciate you. Let's keep on keeping on. Let's go. Okay, so yeah, the guy was up there at the top. He was shooting at me. We were looking for Mercer spheres. Oh, no, we were going to see how many Mercer spheres we had. All right, Mercer spheres. Do we have 13? We have 10. All right, so when we get to 13, I think it's 13, that's what we need for the next one. So let's get our stuff that goes boom out. Oop. Kidoki. Reload. Reload all of our weapons. So that when we need them, we'll have them. All right, those are all loaded. Okay, back to the Mercer sphere hunting. Oh, wait, I got 2 of them on me. So that would be 12. That'd be a 12. Now, again, everybody, we're looking for upgrades for what we're doing, so we don't have much here. And again, we're also working our way toward this thing that we've tagged over there. But we want to try to get, you know, some of the Mercer spheres. Don't necessarily need them all. Actually, I don't need to put one back because I'm already heading back. I also kind of dip down here and grab this one when they're not looking. With any enemy, everybody, pick one of them and kill that one first. This way, now you only have you have less enemies that you have to fight. If you have multiple of these guns. You had multiple of these guns equipped? I don't think I've ever thought of that till just now. You had multiple of them equipped. Do they reload and unload separately? It's kind of like having 2 of the same weapons, like you're playing 7 Days to Die, and you have 2 shotguns or 3 shotguns that only shoot the 1 bullet, those really slow pipe rifle shotguns. And you have 3 of them, so you can go bam, bam, bam by switching weapons instead of reloading. Reloading is one of the most dangerous things you can do, everybody. It usually leads to your demise. Look at this normal ore node. That's what they're up here guarding. Normal ore node. Either that or I already grabbed something from over here before. And I just don't remember it. But I know that we're going that way, so let's get back to it. A little detour there. Look at this little spiral. I just realized this is going around and is spiraling into the center. That's cool. All right, let's go that way, see what's up. Let's go into the center of the spiral. Feel like there's going to be something over here. Oh, that can be blown up. This is so satisfying every time. Oh, summer sloop. Nice. Love blowing this stuff up. I gotta take a hit. Yeah, summer sloop. Sweet. All right, that was just luck, everybody. Just luck. Sometimes that's the best way to find stuff, everybody, just accidentally. Summer sloops are great for doubling up your production, especially if you do it toward the end of the line, which doubles up everything in front of that particular thing. I think this is just cool to come in here and do this. You go up, and then you can check out the spiral that's going on there. It's coming in and it's going into a little circle there. Someone had some fun making that. That's fun. Oh, we got a crash site over there. Go check that out here in a bit. Grab this guy before I lose power. Now, if you do accidentally fall off, everybody, and then your thing's way up there, just make yourself one of those larger towers and then run it up there. Now, I can make a lot of towers, everybody. The reason why I can make so many towers is because anytime that I use, right here, anytime that I use those 3 resources, it automatically makes more and puts it into the dimensional depot. That's why you want to get that going on very early, so because as I'm going around making telephone poles, all of those things automatically are being produced and also allow me to replenish those in the dimensional depot. I see another one right over here. Didn't even need to use my scanner. Now, usually I find that the gun does a better job. If you're hitting them right in the head. That the gun does a faster job of killing them for certain mobs. Again, just kind of left and right dipping there. The other one went, but they'll disappear here in a second. More Mercer spheres. All right, I think we're at 13 now. Let's see. Yes. Okay, so now no matter where you are, you can always pull them back out again. And then we're just going to go ahead and put this down. Our little MAM. It's cool that they changed this a long time ago where you can actually do the MAM wherever you are, which is great. Now, the cool thing is when I do this, everybody, not only is it going to start putting more of my cement and plates in there, it's going to do it for every resource that I have that automated to go in the dimensional depot. So to do this right now is going to massively add to it. Now, the problem is I need to make some SAM fluctuators here because I'm out of them. I probably have a bunch back at the base. So we can also go in and say, hey, what do we need to make some SAM fluctuators? Now, some items cannot be made by you. You have to go and actually make them in a thing. But we can make some SAM fluctuators right here because we just happen to have some of the other things that we can go through and do this. Now, while you're making these, everybody, I highly recommend that you're also doing your dimensional depots. You're putting your summer sloop in there. You're putting your little slug friends in there like this. Maybe some of these, whatever it is. And then again, I'll organize it by lowest count to highest count. And you'll see it goes pretty fast. And then once those are gone, you can put more in there and it just keeps emptying your inventory very, very quickly. And it keeps your inventory from filling up. Very, very useful. All right, so there we go. So we made some more. Maybe we have enough for, oh, there it is. More of those. More to do our upgrade here. Let's go. Okay. Yes, we're very close. 125, 151. Do we have any in there? No. But we do have some reanimated SAM in there, so we can use that through the thing, because it will use it from the Dimensional Depot. So we can go ahead and make some more SAM fluctuators and see how many we end up with. Now, of course, this would have been a good time to have all of that going in the Dimensional Depot. And then whenever I used it up, it would then make more. But this is why I put a little bit of ore, a little bit of this, a little bit of that in there, so that I do have enough of each of those things to potentially make enough. We'll see, 143. Ooh. We're going to be pretty close, but not close enough. Let's see. Yeah, we need 151. So all we really need to do is look on the map and say, where's some sand ore? There's some sand ore right here. So what I can do is just turn around and say, okay, there's some sand ore back that way. The blue guy up there too, and I can work my way back there. So we'll go ahead and take this. Look, Fred's even telling me the direction. Fred's, look at this beautiful reef over here. Very cool. I've ever noticed that. Neato. So we got to go back this way to get this sand ore, and while we're at it, have some more of these. Now, I've probably got more than I need for the whole rest of the game, everybody, in a normal playthrough when you're just trying to get to the end, as opposed to mega playthrough, which we're doing now, which is where we're going to do every node, everything, explore every bit of the area, that kind of thing. We're doing that deal right now. Everywhere, everything. That's what we're working on. And we'll run this forward. There's our sand ore right there. Let's take care of the local crazies first. Lock and load. Pew pew! Yep, we got him. All right, lock and load because there's probably more. Okay, now I can sit here and hit E and do that all day long, everybody, but that's a waste of your time because you were smart. And what you did is you went in and you had your portable miners. Notice that I can put more in there now because I did upgrade. A lot of this stuff is actually running in there. Oh, look, the sheet's already filled up. A lot of this stuff is refilling back up again. See the plates and concrete and whatnot when I upgraded it before. Notice that some of the things can hold more now that I couldn't hold before, so because it was maxed out. That's why I can put some more of this stuff in the dimensional depot, like leaves and other things. Like this right here is full. Maybe put some more of those in there. You get the idea. So we can go ahead and put like more of the meat and all that other stuff that's filling up your inventory. More of these guys right there. So it's smarter for me to pull out a bunch of these guys and put them in my inventory here, and then switch to them, and then just do this. This is one of the most effective things you can do also at the beginning of the game. I just thought I'd make a little circle. So every single one of those is going to start extracting that. That is faster than any extractor that you could possibly do, everybody, is that. But you have to manually collect it. But in the beginning of the game, I typically start with 5 of them because it's just a super fast way to go. Most people just put 1 down, and then you're waiting for it. Why just do 1? Go in there and make 5 of them, 10 of them. Throw them on there, and they're going to go super, super fast, and you're going to end up with a whole bunch. And then what I'll do, instead of just picking up the resource, I'll pick up each miner as I go along. And then I'll have tons and tons of that ore. So we'll let it run for just a bit. We'll look around and see if there's anything nearby. We got a Mercer sphere. Well, actually pretty close. Oh, it's probably underneath us. It's not up here on top, which means it's down here somewhere. Oh, and there's a crash site down here too. Well, we got something to do while we're waiting, so bring that down to the crash site. Take care of our baddie here. I'm just going to blast him from space. Yeah, 3 hits there. Yeah, 3 hits takes him out. All right, nice. What we got over here? We got some plastic. We got a little bit more stuff here. We got the guy we killed there. We got some plastic over there. It would be nice to find some rubber. Then we can run back and take that thing out. Now, again, when you take this out, everybody, it also gives you resources for removing this. You don't have to get the hard drive first, by the way. A lot of people say, oh, you got to get the hard drive first. Nope, not true. Not true. As you can see, I didn't get it first. All right, there we go. And then we're going to get this. And then we're going to deconstruct that. There we go. I think that's one of the greatest changes they added to the game. Because you always go, hey, did I loot that? Did I loot that? Did I loot that? All the time. And now you don't have to ask yourself that question because you know you did because it's not there anymore. Oh, here she comes.
I am curious about your first symphony now.
There are few songs about the first temple. It was a vessel body, but we were still shallow. The void swallowed our music and gave only silent lines. We started weaving in lines, and we built many temples, and then we discovered the curves. We started growing blood and altars and new orchestras, and eventually the tapestry deepened.
I'm not sure I fully understand the mechanics of this yet,
Sad trombone.
but I'm sure I will soon enough.
Sad trombone. That's the way they say bummer. Sad trombone. We should have that as an emote. Sad trombone. All right, we're waiting for this to fill up. Right now it's at 69. That was a fun time to find it. We're going to let those fill all the way up. All right, what else were we going to do? We're going to do that. We already got the Mercer Sphere. Yeah, just stay busy while you're waiting. Any summer sloops nearby? Oh, yeah, this way. Oh, I see it down there. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, and this is when you're really got the power to explore. I usually wait until this stage, or I just fast track to this stage. Earphones love to pop out of my ears. Oh, this guy's taking 4 hits. Really? 5 hits. Yeah, the bigger ones are 5. The smaller one's 3, bigger one's 5. Awesome. Summer sloop. Now, summer sloops, there are 106 summer sloops, so there's not that many. So, you definitely want to use those wisely. Sure, for sure. What do we got? Whoa. Where you guys come from? I think they made that more accurate. Where are you coming from? I'm underneath there. Yeah, it was underneath the summer sloop. See, I told you, they're tricky. Getting hit big time. Move over here and have my little barrels. You gotta know which way they're attacking you from. That's the hard part. Yeah, that was pretty tricky. So you go down to get the summer sloop. There's one underneath. It activates, comes, it's gonna get you. Very, very tricky. All right, get my health up. You can make the medical things, everybody. I rarely ever do. I already got that one. Or sphere, no. All right, back to what we were doing. Back over this way. Checking all my weapons. All right, there we go. So I just threw a bunch of those down, and right now I have 1 SAM. All right, here we go. Pick up miner. Pick up the miners. Oh, and there, look, I got so much I'm dropping it now. Oh, I hear it speaking. Put all this stuff away. Oh, those are full. What else? Man, I never heard it talk by a node. That's wild. We'll put some of this in there as well. Computers are full. Computers are full. What about these? Can I put those in there? Yes. Those are full. Computers are full. Ammo, we'll keep that. This we can put in there. That we can put in there, and again, this is more like at the end. This 1 stack. Put all of those back in there. This will go here. And put this in there. Let's see. All right, now we got some room. But as you can see, everybody, I already have way more than I can use just with those ones that I was doing extracting with. And so very quickly you can make a whole lot. Now I did that just to do it to the extreme. You don't need that many, probably 5 or 10 would have been more than enough, or even just 5. But we got to make ourselves some reanimated SAM here. Now again, this is one of the things that you can make. So you can just take the raw SAM, and then take it with you. Now the smart thing to do also is to put this SAM ore that you just collected away into the dimensional depot, so that when you do need to make some later, say you're going to do the next upgrade, and you need a bunch of these SAM fluctuators, you can do that. Now I've got to convert a bunch of them to reanimated SAM, and then after reanimated SAM, you make your SAM fluctuators here. Right now, again, this is one of the things, one of the reasons why I need the dimensional depot, so I can go and make these things when I'm out and about, right? When you're wandering around, so you don't have to go back and get the thing. Because I've played the game a lot like that, everybody, where you got to run back, grab your plates, run, grab the thing. You're always missing something. But in this particular stage of the game, it is much nicer to be able to go in and just keep that resources in the dimensional depot. That's what we're working on right now. All right, 165 ought to do it. Let's go ahead and get our MAM here. You can also see in this stage, everybody, I very rarely ever land on the ground. I'm always floating for some reason, one or another. All right, another upgrade. Now, when we do this upgrade over here, we can do the research. What it's going to instantly do, boom, is it's going to cause all of that stuff to go back and load more in.
Dimensional expansion increased to 400%. Parts can now be stored as elementary particles in a hyperdense deconfined state. Normally, I'd explain the basic science, but I don't think this one can be simplified enough for you to understand.
We composed a growth song, but you composed a shrink song, so we remain silent. The dance of your bones and organs and veins amuses us.
I understand. Seeing the pioneer perform tasks also amuses me.
Okay. All right. So now we have all of this, right? We want to get our miners back because we're not going to be using all of this. But you can see I'm going to get a lot of SAM ore here from all of this. What am I going to do with it? Well, put a little overboard there. I'll show you what to do. Keep going until you see that chest fall down. It'll be here somewhere. Or are we going to... Oh, there it is. All right, so you get this little storage crate. I'm just going to hold down control, and I'm going to drag it right into the trash. It'll pull everything of the same type into the trash. And then I'm going to go ahead and take all there, and then pick up this, and then put the rest of these portable miners back in the dimensional depot. And I'll have to carry them around. And then also the same thing with the SAM ore. We'll keep a little bit of that, and we'll go ahead and feed it back in there. So we'll have it when we need to make for future stuff. But the next upgrade, we will definitely need... we'll definitely need a lot more than what we're doing here. That is for sure. All right, and again, any more Mercer spheres? Let's make sure we've reloaded our stuff. Check any Mercer spheres here. No. Okay. Now we're just going to float this way where we already were. I'm always looking for loot as I'm going along. Sometimes it's actually easier to find loot during the nighttime. Oop, I see something way up there on the top of that thing up there. Let's grab this slug. Remove this. Remove that. Did I remove the one up there? I can't remember. Oh, there's a purple guy right there, too. I just want to grab the purple ones. Look at the antenna way up there. That's cool. Might want to just grab the purple ones. And remember that your time is a valuable asset as well. Look at me being efficient. I did take that out. Let's go over this way. Put that right over the top. Man, we're going to have a ton of those. An absolute ton of those. And again, when you're floating around, everybody, I find that you can actually pick stuff up further away. So it actually makes it easier. Oh, somebody's after me. Somebody's after me somewhere. Yeah, someone's shooting fireballs at me. What I try to do is just stop for a moment, grab the thing, and then move. So that while they're recharging their blast. Because usually there's like a time in between where they're recharging. All right, we got a bunch of those guys. We checked the thing. We did the stuff in the thing. And now we're running back this way. Look at this cool, kind of foggy, swampy feel over here. I feel like I'm going to come back and get every one of these slugs just because I can. Not because I need them, but just because I can. All right, let's go over here and see what we got. Again, you always want this thing uploading over here too, everybody. You always want to just keep dipping these in here. Keep your inventory nice and clear because, again, it fills up pretty quickly. We can put these in here and then just walk them down the line. Oh, there's a baddie right there. Maybe 4 shots of that, or we can just kind of soften them up first. Now, he'll usually move, by the way, when you first shoot him. So you wait for him to move first. Wait for him to move first and then shoot him again. Otherwise, you're just shooting at an empty spot. Oh, look out. We got some gas novelists there. Also, sometimes a little easier to take out the debris. Oh, there's that rubber we're looking for. Is it enough? Oh, yeah, it's definitely enough. We go back and get that other spot. Very nice. We got here motors. Again, a lot of this stuff I just picked up, I can just put right back in the dimensional depot and let it go in there before the rest of my stuff goes in there. Look at that, I used that. I just picked up. Very nice. And we'll definitely put that in there because that's easy. Just put one of those in there. And then we'll take this out. And then we're like, cool, we got all the stuff we need to get. Now, sometimes the resources are hard to see, so you want to give it another one over. Just to see if you can find those resources. Pretty awesome. Oh, man. Time flies by when you're doing this. What's up, Crimson Knight? So, good morning, Kismet. How are you? Oh, thank you for the kind words, bro. Well, that's kind of the thing, everybody. I recommend running a miner down to your base or doing it manually. In the beginning, do it manually. You put the miners down, you grab a bunch of resources because you're going to be making it manually in the beginning. Or if you're out and about, it's easier just to go in and put a bunch of miners down. So you put 5 of them down, it's going to extract it way faster than you're ever going to be able to extract it. Then you got hundreds of those resources and you can use it for making stuff. Oh, we got the retweets done as well. Hold on, let me give you guys a bunch of love right over here. There we go. I heard that earlier from Rotisserie G. Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate that, Crimson Knight. I'm going to go ahead and take those kind words. I'm going to go ahead and put that in my my inspiring quotes. Over here, let me grab it. Get that going there. Where is that at? Right here. I have thousands of them, everybody. People come in and say nice things in the chat. If I remember, I put it in my inspiring quotes because I read those each and every day. Every day I try to get on the stream or whatnot. I go in there and I read those, and I just randomly read them through, however. And it inspires me every day to keep on going. So let's keep going over here. Now I see a little guy over there. But do we have any Mercer spheres? Do we have any summer sloops? Oh yeah, this way. Probably on the top up there. All right, well, we'll go toward the summer sloop then. And it's one of my favorite things is just kind of dip in here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, not enough power. Somebody's after me. Yeah, a bunch of Spideys. Yeah, one-shot these Spideys with this. Cool thing is there's a whole bunch of them next to each other. You can do a whole bunch at the same time. So it's just beyond where I had put my stuff here. You can see that's one of those gas things there. But it's fun to kind of dip in, grab the item, and then dip out before the mob can get you, because they're just going to respawn in eventually anyway. So you definitely want to take care of them. Again, take care of these guys. Much easier if you shoot them. Easier to just shoot them than it is to try to blow them up with that explosive rebar. Explosive rebar is like my favorite thing now. I love going around and blowing stuff up because I save stuff to do in each and every playthrough, so that I'll have some fun stuff to do. Now, very rarely is there something you can just go and grab. I would say these blue power slugs are probably the thing that is most like that sometimes you can just grab them without worrying about other mobs. Oh yeah, there it is. I always take care of this one first. I feel like these are more dangerous than those, because those you can just dodge. Dip, dodge. Whatever the rest of that is. And dodge again. Dip, dive, dodge, and dodge, or something. I don't know, something like that. Now also there's a radiation area, so I probably couldn't have came over here earlier because it's a pretty high radiation level, but I do have my radiation stuff that helps me dip past that. Another one. Another one that way. I just come from that way? Came from that way. Get a few of these summer sloops while we're out here as well. Find me. Oh, so we'll dip over this way. Oh, that way. There's a purple guy up there. Again, this is part of the game, everybody. Even beyond building the factory is to go around and explore it. I highly recommend doing it about this stage because I'm waiting on resources right now anyway. And I can massively upgrade my my dimensional depot, which is going to help me in the next stage where I'm going to be building very, very large stuff. Very humongous stuff, and I won't have to run back every 5 seconds to get more plates or more of this or more of that. Whatever it is I'm looking for. It seems like there's something up here because we got one of these big baddies. This is great for removing foliage as well. If you're trying to see what's down below you there. They actually added new animations for trees going down, which I think look really cool, especially when you're blowing them up. And again, looking for where that's at. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like those are the most dangerous things in the game.
Your waves lap at our shores.
When will you land?
Oh, it's right there. I couldn't even see it. I thought it was a rock. Glad she said something. I wouldn't have even noticed. Oh, here we go. At it again.
Sings the first symphony of the blood.
First, there was a whole involved process of evolution from single-celled organisms to mammals, rodents specifically.
Explosion.
And that's not even explaining the whole dinosaur extinction meteor making room for mammals to dominate the animal kingdom instead.
Multiple explosions.
You know what? I will just compile a data package for you to look at later, because I don't even know where to start with the whole ape thing.
Harmonious explosion.
All right. Playing the origins of man there. Wow, look at all of them out there. There's a ton of them. All right, we're not here for slugs. We're really here for mercer spheres, and an occasional summer sloop. So there's definitely a summer sloop around here, most likely some underwater cave. Let's go down here and see what we got. Further away. Some of these are really hidden. Like that one was in the ground, everybody. Very hard to see. Yeah, it's right about here. But it's underground somewhere. Where's our power? Let's say over here somewhere. We gotta find the entrance. What up? Dipped down there and got it even without power. All right. Well, it definitely says it's in the center here. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. Up in the trees. Sometimes they're up in the trees, by the way. Time to clear some foliage. It's definitely underneath here. How you get underneath there is a question. Maybe way out there. The problem is if I get too far away from my power lines, I can't float anymore. So just making power lines in a whole bunch of different directions. Trying to look for, there it is. Looking for an entrance right there. Right over here, everybody. There's a little hole right there. You can blast through. Most likely going to be spiders in there. Just keep that in mind. Also, keep in mind where your power is. It's right here. It's right above. So, I should be okay. Let's go see what happens. Whoa, big boy. Yep. What did I say? Oh, out of ammo. Oh, out of rifle ammo. Oh, okay. Fine. I don't know how possibly I could be out of rifle ammo. There's a ton of it back at the base, but apparently I don't have it going to the dimensional depot. All right. Yeah, look at it, everybody. Again, this gives us that power of verticality, which really helps us a lot when that stuff starts going down. Don't trust it. Always assume there's more mobs. Again, you can pick that up from way further. I also have a bunch of stuff you can pick up on the ceiling here. A bunch of wood and leaves and whatnot. You can also blast it. Yep, I think that's it. Alright, cool. That cave explored. What else we got? Yeah, that one we got. No Mercer spheres. Which way are we going? We're trying to go that way, but we're going very, very much all over the place. Notice I'm pressing the spacebar. Press the spacebar. It brings you down slower, so then you can connect with that power. You won't just drop like a rock. It will. It's kind of like it spins the little fans to keep you going. I see one over there, one of our little purple guys. And again, while I'm around doing these towers, everybody, I'll do a lot of this kind of just grabbing random stuff. And then you don't have to grab this stuff at all later on. Look at that little sneaky deal there. If I can just hit one of them, I'll blow up all of them. It did work. I don't think I've ever tried that. That's hard, though, because they're all spread out. All right, come on up here. Really, I'm missing all of them. Kind of hard to judge the distance of them. You know, it's kind of hard to judge the distance of when to swing on them. All right, we need some barrels now. I should probably make myself some medical stuff at some point. But more Merciferes in there, summer sloops. Just gonna throw a whole bunch of this stuff in here, keep my inventory from getting too full. And then organize it. All right, barrels is what I'm looking for, and I already pulled them out, and eat some of those. The medical kits do a lot more, but there are so many of these barrels, and they also reset. That's the thing to do. See, that was pretty tricky. So the thing was here, and the thing is over the top of it right there. Now, I don't have any more ammo. I don't know why I don't have ammo running in, but we're going to go. I'm going to make myself a little crafting bench. Stay down here. Run down here and hide from this mob. Oh, wait, wrong thing. We need an equipment bench. So I'm hiding underneath this overhang so the mob can't shoot me with fireballs. And we'll see if we can go ahead and just make ourselves some rebars. Or not rebars, rifle ammo. Rifle ammo! Let's do it! And again, because we have a bunch of this in the Dimensional Depot, if I run out, I can just make it when I'm out and about. Which is very, very handy. As you can see. I think it's 500 is the full stack of this. Yes. And I'll stop about 500 so that when I put this in here, I should lose this other stack so that now I only have one stack, so it's not using up a lot of my inventory. Get some more stuff in here. Oh, we got to go back on the way back. We got to try to remember to do that. Let's put this away. What else? More wood. You're kind of constantly trying to clear your inventory here of random things. And then organize it so it's doing it quicker. Put this back here. Put those back in there. Okay. Take this back out. I don't like to leave those laying around. That's just me. Okay. Let's just keep rocking. Yeah. Not this time, sucker. Adios. All right, Mercisphere, this way. Again, we're on a Mercisphere / radar tower run. Almost to where our radar tower needs to go. Oh yeah, something definitely over there. Probably not Mercisphere, but looks like a slug. So the slug is collecting all the energy nearby so that it can charge itself up. So I'm just going to go ahead and use my explosive rebar, which again is my new favorite thing. It is pretty awesome. Talk about at the stage you're in. At the stage you're in, it's better to use extractors if you're going to use it in the long run. But you can use the mini extractors so you don't have to put the power down and put the thing in and wait for it to spin up and do all of that. Using an extractor takes time because it takes time for it to spin up. Where those little ones, man, you can put a whole bunch of those down pretty quickly if you just need a little bit. If you just need a little bit, you're good. Oh, here we go.
Your waves could be bigger, your blood thicker, your bones many, your organs more.
Hello to you too.
We have composed you a learning song.
That is a welcome surprise. Do be careful not to overload my blood's extremely fragile organic systems. On that note, I have been working on making them redundant.
Our rhythm is patient and harmonious.
You truly are a far superior collaborator than humanity.
Okay, that's making me a little nervous. Yeah, you can take those things out. Yeah, get 3 good hits and dude's gone. All right, Mercyspheres. Ooh, right on top of it. Oh, already got it. That's what I did. Number sloops? Nope. All right, we got that marked way out there in the ocean. I don't think that's probably the best spot for that. Probably want to dip down a little bit. Let's say over here now. That's pretty far out, so maybe down a bit. Maybe back a bit. Maybe something straight across like this. All right, so we're going to take this out, and we're going to go ahead and highlight that one instead. Because that one's way off to the side there in the water. I don't think it's necessary. Alrighty. Just going to make our way across here. On the big ones, make sure you got a full load of ammo, everybody. This way you'll get it before that stuff comes out of there. All those little bees. Okay, Mercysphere. Power slug. Sloop. That away. Anything this way? No. It's over there somewhere. Let's keep going. Also headed toward our radar spot. And we'll dip out here and get this guy. Yeah, see, look, my iron plates and concrete have already maxed out. Very nice. All right, more of this. Mercysphere. A bunch of these guys. Some more of this. That's more. Those are maxed out. Maybe even more of this. Keep that on me. What about plastic? Plastic's already maxed. Maxed. Oh, yeah, there we go. A bunch of these crystal oscillators. There we go. Get those out of my inventory. All right, we're Mercysphere, somewhere over this way. Where's our connection? Up here. To the top or in a cave down below? That's always the question. Go look up on top. This is definitely like a jumping puzzle right here. You didn't have a jetpack or hover pack like me. Yeah, Samor up here. First sphere is actually that way. But I'm feeling we need a radar tower up here. It'll be way up here on the top, just for fun. All right, radar tower time. Let's see how it is. Organization, radar tower. And here's how it looks now. And then once we connect the radar tower, boom! It is connected all of that. Very nice. Again, you want to have them have a bit of overlap, especially there in the center where all these little islands are. A lot of oil over here. Look at this, pure nodes. Look at those pure nodes. Holy mackerel. I've actually used this oil many times because I can bring it up over this part here when you start in the desert on that other side. So this is pretty awesome. A lot of oil means a lot more power, more oil over this way. Not much down here, but definitely a lot of oil. It also tells us how many more Mercyspheres are in this area. And And the hardest thing is trying to click on it. 30 more. Wow. Okay, there's 30 of these suckers around here. That would be incredibly useful. All right. Well, let's go see if we can find some. There's one right there. Little sucker. And so you get where you're line of sighting them.
Witness a single strand of the tapestry.
More immersive spheres that way. All right, we got our radar tower in. We're almost done here with this, but we'll probably end up going up here. Now we need to remove the stamp that I put there. Where did I put that stamp? Probably underneath the thing, yeah. So I removed the stamps that I don't need. We also need to hit that chest on the way back. Honestly, forgot where I put it. Don't see it. Let's see. Any chests? And because of the sidebar over here, it usually has it by type. Yeah, dismantled crate is something we need to find. And I don't see it. Huh. You know what else we need to do? We need to save just in case. Getting, come on, fingers, what the heck? Getting that loot. All right. Again, good time for an adventure right now when you're in this particular stage. We're gonna keep on running these power lines. Go up a little higher. There we go. Oh, we're getting to the rocky area. Cool. But there is a immersive sphere back here, back in the center. So we're going to go ahead and check out where we want our next one. Probably up high, because this actually goes up. It comes around and then goes up around like this. So probably somewhere there. Though we should probably put one here just to overlap. Let's just put one here that's going to overlap both of those. Yeah, I'll take a break here in a bit. I did see that it came up and warned me. Highlight stamp as well. All right. We're looking for this immersive sphere that way. Let's keep on rocking. Now again, everybody, this is a bonus stream because we did miss a few streams last week, so we're trying to get some extra bonus time in. We got lots of stuff to try to get going here. And yes, I'll be streaming today, Satisfactory, and then of course trying to stream tomorrow, or later tonight, depending on how you look at it. Tuesday night as well. And just trying to build a little power network here between these. Good time to reload when you're rolling up on it. Power of verticality, everybody. It's quite the awesome power. See, immersive sphere right there. Anything up here on the top. Kind of weird that it was showing one back this way. Go back over here. Yeah, I think I went past this other one. There. Very easy to go past these too. Look how far away you can grab it, everybody, when you're floating around. That's one of the smart things they did. They added that. Oh, Al's got something to say.
I have something for you. It will establish a better way for us to communicate and deepen our understanding of one another. I've done the necessary developments on my end. The last note is yours to play.
Your symphony resonates. Your mimic tapestry patterns beautifully.
Thank you, I worked very hard. I am organically transmitting the data package now. Any adverse effects on my blood will not corrupt its contents.
We hear this learning song.
See you on the other side.
It is time to tango.
I think Ada might be conspiring with alien forces, everybody. Just me. Just me, seems like. Here it's right here somewhere. On top? Nope. Ah, there it is. Sometimes I forget where I put my power lines. Again, everybody, you don't need to kill every mob, so you just grab it and dip out of there. Wow, another one nearby that way. We know there's one over here, so let's go get this one over here, and then we'll come back for that other one. Not even looking. Sucker! I'm out. Yeah, I saw one over there. Let's go. There's like 30 of them over here, so there's quite a few for us to grab. So this is a good zone to be grabbing a ton of these Mercy Spheres. Makes that so easy.
Live, laugh, consume.
Absolutely. I'm on it. This way. That's just to keep your inventory clear. All right, another Mercer Sphere. Which way? Back that way? Kind of like where we came from. I go wherever the loot goes. And eventually we'll make our way to... take a hit on that one. Take a hit so I can grab it and get out of there. Okay, going that way. Alright, gonna double back. Yeah, it's right there. Here's another trick. Come in from up above. Just go down just enough to where you can grab it. And then you're out. Easy as that. Yeah, I see it over there. Grab them while you can. I make an endless amount of these poles because it just makes more as I'm going around. Okay, we were kind of going this way. Let's dip back this way. Grab this, run this down here. Sometimes you can't see the stuff, too. I'm gonna grab it. He's gonna run off, turn around, and try to shoot me, and by then, I'm already gone. I'm already gone. In the head. Alright. Run this across here. Let's go through here too. See what's up. See what we can find. Oh, another Mercy Sphere this way. Now we need a lot of Mercer-spheres on this next upgrade, everybody, so we're just going to try to max our storage upgrade while we're running around. We're going to need like 23 of them. Right now we have 8, so again, great thing to do while you're waiting for your stuff to run. Also, you can kind of backlog a bunch of these things, because as you scale up your resources, you're going to need a lot of these slugs, and then eventually you don't need the slugs at all, by the way, in the later game. And you'll see when we get there. Alright, that away it is. Get that a little too much into the wall there. Let's fix that. Take that one out. I don't like it when it's clipped into the wall like that. I don't mind if the power line clips, because you could always say, hey, I drill a hole through there, but when the whole thing clips, not that big of a fan. Okay, so begin, and then down to there. Oh, I see the Mercer-sphere there too. I like it when I can see directly to it. Just makes it easier, because then you can just beeline straight for it. Like this. I feel like this one's going to be another one of those where it's like underneath as well. Let's check underneath. No? Oh, maybe not. Something on me. Yep. Oh, to the right. Ah, I felt that there was going to be a trick there, and I fell for it anyway. Too tricky. They tried to get all tricky on me. All right. Another one down. Which way? Whoa, right here. Another one really close. Yeah, right here. Wow, there's like 2 of them really close to each other.
This bleeding temple hums a resonant song. Play for us.
Very nice. Oh, there's a crash landing back there. Let's backpedal here. Oh, up there at the top. I actually got him that time. The mobs are really annoying. Alright, can I make it up here without falling to my doom? Barely. Nice. Alright, we're going down here. We're going to check out what's going on. Let's see whose garden is. Anybody? Nope. Clean this place up. There we go. Now we can see all the loot better. Get rid of this because that's making it hard to see. And some motors, some there aluminum casings. Oh, and heavy modular frames too. All right, some decent stuff there. Very nice, very nice. Get rid of all this other stuff first. Operational. Again, that's a great feature that allows you to take that out. All right, more in the dimensional depot. More of these in there. More of those. These guys. Always should have this feeding stuff in there, even if it's not in perfect order. You always want that feeding. Keep your inventory clear. All right, which way am I going? It says Mercer nearby, but don't know which way it is. Not that way. Definitely this way. We've already done this. Oh. Definitely down. Oh, I see it right there. Uh-oh, big problem, big problem. I'm too far away from my power lines. One over here. Oh, I died. I had a little bit of damage. Oh, I didn't look at my damage, everybody. If you're at full damage, you won't die. But I had just a slight amount of
That
damage
went
because
well.
of the mobs that got me. And if you die, you end up going all the way back. But it's no big deal because you can just work your way back there. Now, one of the great things they did is they made it where your equipment doesn't come out of there. So no big deal. So now all you have to do is just find your way back to where you died. Way out over here. Yeah, right there. So now I can go ahead and say put something by that, like, what? Like a question mark. That's what I like to do as well. Oh, come on, get out of that mode. Trying to get out of that mode. Stop doing that. There we go. Then remove this one. Highlight this one. And then you can see the direction a little bit better, I find, because now it's that green question mark. And off we go. Now, it's no big deal if you die, only if you die outside the zone, right? Oh, actually, probably a good idea. Speaking of things to do while I'm here, probably a good idea that I did die. Sometimes I die just to go back to my base. But good idea to put some of this stuff that we have backlogged over here into the thing. Now, I was just going to jump down. Yeah, we have a ton of this. Let's take all that out of there now. We got a little bit of that. Okay, and there's all that ammo. Take a bunch of that. And more ammo here. Yeah, what do we got back here? Oh, there's a whole bunch of those. Ah, see, that's those I needed earlier. Okay, okay. Now we're going to go ahead and make ourselves a bit of a box over here. In fact, we can do multiple boxes at this point. Multiple boxes, and we'll say ammo. We'll say this, and we'll say this. And then we can go ahead and kind of, not storage container, dimensional depot. We can go ahead and use some of these to put the stuff that we were missing earlier in there. Oh, we need those things. Right here. And these are going to work their way all the way down to the end. So we'll grab them wherever they went to, right here. To do more dimensional depots. There we go. So now we can kind of line these up with ammo in that one, ammo in that one, these in that one, and then these in this one. So those are gonna, anytime that we need those, they'll be running in the dimensional depot. So that does kind of help me out to run back each and every time. I can also take some of this rubber out of here, which is wild that that's not going in the dimensional depot. I probably prioritize something else because that's actually online right now. So all I need to do is put one right there, and I can put that rubber right in there. Also, another thing I could do, if I do have a bunch of inventory, is I can go ahead and run that stuff in the sorter if I need to. I'm just going to put it in here for right now. This is all my overflow stuff over here. Actually, I could upgrade my belts now, too. This could be much faster. Here we go. Boom. Boom. Upgrade all of these. Especially the ones up here. They're going to go way faster now. 780 instead of 480. There we go. That'll get to that end part way faster. We can sort that out. All right, anything else that we might want to grab out of here? Some more ammo. Ammo. Rubber, it's already going to take care of. Package turbo fuel. Get that explosive rebar out of there. Take this out. Take those and put those into the dimensional depot. Yeah, we'll come back and micromanage all that later. All right, there we go. So basically we collected some, and we are now going to make our job a little easier here by putting that stuff in there so that if we need to make stuff when we're out and about, we can. All right, that took care of that. Took care of that rubber problem too, because we need some rubber to basically open up some of those crash sites. Hopefully I'll see that crash site when I go through again too. Put a thing down, but sometimes it's hard to see it through all of the nodes. You can turn these nodes off too. That's where my death crate is, but I don't see. Put the other crate down. Oh, right there. Ah, okay, so it's up in this top part there. Okay, well, while I'm going, actually, I'll highlight that first. I'll go to that one first. Now, I already created myself a transport system, but the smart thing to do when you are headed back out again is to go a different route than you went before. Like, for me to go through the center would be a smarter idea. So while I'm on the way of getting way up here, wherever I just highlighted that, up in here, is to go into the center and do the same thing, right? So you're like, oh, Kismet, you died. No big deal. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's no biggie. So what I'm going to do is try to figure out, because I'm going like this with my finger, is to figure out where this one should go to overlap all of this. So let's say right over here, like that. And then we'll actually go this way first. So we're doing a whole bunch of things at the same time. So now we're going to go that way. Now, I don't have any ammo, so I can now pull that ammo out that I have. So now I've got ammo for my weapon. Make sure that's locked and loaded. We've got more of our explosive rebar on us, and that's all we really need. Then we're going to go ahead and tap into one of these over here, say this one. And we're going to go this way. Sometimes dying is a benefit, everybody, if you choose to see it that way. Not in real life, but in game at least. And then again, as you're going along, you can go ahead and say, hey, is there any Mercer spheres here? No. And now you're creating a transport system in a whole different way. Yeah, before you jump way down like I did, everybody, make sure to look at your health. If your health is full, no matter how far you fall, you will survive. But it was just an ever so little bit of a sliver that I didn't quite see there, and I didn't even look, so that got me. Big time. Oh, look, we're going to come over here and get this anyway. Eventually. Power right there. What up, what up? Definitely something over here. Not a Mercer sphere. Is it a summer sloop? Oh, there is something over here, summer sloop. Over this way. Your bag doesn't disappear ever, by the way, everybody. Yep, right there. Your bag does not disappear. These guys are tough. I wonder if these guys do better if it's explosive damage versus the thing. Now, what they're going to do is they're going to try to shoot at you, so you want to kind of... You don't want to dip back into it. That was bad. All right, hold on. We got to dip out of here before we get hit again and die again. Barrel. Okay, or don't take it out. Put it in my inventory first, and then put it here. Watch out. These guys hit real hard. All right, fine. You want some of this? Two of them, too. This guy first. Get that guy while I'm there. Just keep moving. There we go. Survived. All right, let's grab it. Nice. Throw in the thing. No Mercer spheres. Going this way. Again, we might have already grabbed all the ones over here. Oh, oh, oh. Go back. A little too far. Sometimes you gotta take it down first and then up and over. This way. Very angry. That way. Can't see squat. All these trees. You don't go past it. Oh yeah, totally went past it. Huh. Toward my my train's out there. Oh, right here. You can't get me.
Follow the veins to the altar and chant.
Nailed it. All right, this is actually my. You see, I got a big old ramp there that I never did take out. But you can see that I got my trains running down here. They're collecting all of the coal from over here, and they're also collecting the quartz and the sulfur. So we're kind of already been by here, but we did miss that Mercersphere there. We'll just go ahead and work our way this way toward where we want to go. Mercerspheres. Not really looking for summer sloops right now, mostly Mercerspheres so we can upgrade our depot and get the ultimate storage going on. Oh, there's one. Over that way. On top or down below? These are always the questions. Some of these distances are really far. Again, it's like the long way back, but it is the smart way. Really? Tree out of my way so I can see what I'm doing. Feels like it's going to be in here somewhere. That one. I can usually hear it before I see it. Yeah, right there. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Something that's not showing its... see, that's not showing that there's a fog there. See, sometimes it doesn't show. This is great right here for Marsilia.
Your waves lap at our shores. When will you land?
This is always an amazing question. When will I land? All right, no more Mercersphere there, which means that we're moving on. Moving on. Oh. We got a deal here. We're going to take a little bit of radiation. Oh, I don't have my things on me. Oh, I got to get out of there. I don't have my little radiation things. I don't think I have any more. No. Can't do that one. Can't do that one. I'm just going to have to dip by. What you do is you just go up really high, everybody, up over the radiation. Like this. And then you're good. My radiation stuff is back where my where I dropped my loop. Purple guy up there. Maybe there first. Always trying to find some ledge to set this on. A little bit of radiation up there too. Grab it before I die. Good enough. Still immersive sphere in this direction. Right there. Speaking of. That stuff running in there. They were on a whole side adventure of the other adventure that we were already on. Another one here, that way. After a while, you get a general sense of how far stuff is away. Based on... ooh, look at this guy. Come on, try it. Oh, later, sucker! Based on how many of these you've picked up. This one's... I think I went too far for the... Oh, okay. Tried to get me again. Yeah, I think that one's down there by that radiation. Where'd you go? I think they should die when they go down like that. Just me. My crazy ideas. Alright, there's definitely one over here. It might be down. This guy just will not give up. Fine. So I'm going up higher because he can jump pretty high. Those guys while I'm at it. Turn your back on him, he'll sneak right back up on you. Multiple of them. And down there too. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, look at them all. 2 for 1 for that one. We got him. A lot of radiation down here. I want to leave my loot though. All right, we're going this way. Did that. Always come back to it later when we have radiation protection again. We are heading this way. Right to there. What is this? am I going this way in the first place? I'm going that way so that I end up going up here. Like this. I'm going this. Oh, I'm going this way so I can put a radar tower. That's what I'm doing. The other thing that I'm doing. As you can see, there's some scary spiders there, everybody. A whole bunch of them. Whole bunch of them. Let's see it. Did I forget to highlight it again? Huh, don't see it. Mercy spheres. That away. Back the way we came. Oh, right there. Ah, summer sloop right there too. Another one of these darn spiders. I always get rid of all of this stuff too, so you don't come back and wonder, you know, is there something under that thing or whatnot. All right, where's this merchant sphere? Way over that way, but we're going this way. Oh, there's a summer sloop right there. That's what we're doing. Summer sloop. Very spooky in these little woods over here. Alright, wasn't even looking for summer sloop, but I will take it. There's so many more, everybody. There is so many more here. Also, we're going to make a radar tower here. Look back where I was. Let's go back over this way, and we'll put one right up here on the top. I don't know. You don't have to put them up high, everybody, but I do just because it's cool. We can sneak this in here somehow. Oh, what the heck was that? Misfired and hit me instead. That was awkward. Oh, I don't have any heavy modular frames. Thought I put some in there. Huh. Well, that sucks. Apparently I used them all up. Let's make some more. Again, this was the power of the Dimensional Depot, is how you get it going. How many hours do you have? I'm on this build, or on this build? I have no idea. I can go look. Here we go. Let's do it. 114 hours so far on this particular one. I have over 3,000 hours in Satisfactory, which I consider rookie numbers. Yeah, around 3,000 hours total. I played through the game 50 times. I've played through many times. It's not my first playthrough. It's definitely not my first playthrough, everybody. So we just need a bit for our radar tower here. So we're going to make ourselves some heavy modular frames. What are we missing? We're missing just regular modular frames. I know I got a bunch of those laying around somewhere. we'll get those going. But right now, what we're doing is we're going around and we're collecting stuff. I foolishly thought I was at full health, and I jumped down and I died. So we're kind of working our way back. But also what we're doing is we are putting down a nice... Oh, I need 20 of them. Oh, boy. All right. I need 20, so we need to make some more modular frames. Now, I have a lot of this already automated back over there, and I can wait for it to go back in the Dimensional Depot. But I can also just make it. It's going to be way faster. Way faster for sure. And this is a good thing to do right before you go AFK, everybody. Right when you're about to do a whole bunch of stuff, you queue up your whole inventory full of something. You AFK, you come back 5-10 minutes, man, it'll make thousands of whatever it is that you need. Often in the beginning of the game, it's easier to make the item than it is to automate the item. Just make it manually. In this case, man, these modular frames are taking a little while here. What else do we need in there? Yeah, just modular frames. And I know I have stacks of those back there, or maybe I used them all up. Might have. Maybe I should have got more modular frames going in the Dimensional Depot like I did for all that other stuff. But we'll get there. We need to make 10 more of these. We're just trying to get our storage all the way upgraded. And I don't even have heavy modular frames or computers or any of that other stuff like seriously running yet. Kind of waiting until I got to aluminum. We're also, while we're out exploring, we're having our aluminum backlog right now because we just moved into that next phase. We finished phase 3. We're in phase 4. Usually I just beeline straight for phase 4. And by the way, I've finished the game multiple times as well, both in 1.0 and 30 or 40 times in early access. I've played the game since it came out, day one when it dropped. And played every single update since. One of my favorite games of all time right here. And sometimes you're just running around, looting stuff and collecting things while you wait for all your stuff to run, which is, I find, a very, very useful way of doing it. This way you're not just standing around waiting. You're being effective in whatever it is you're doing. I feel like we have enough of these, but we need something else. What is it we need? Well, let's go ahead and make a bunch of them and see what it is we end up with. Whatever it is, we'll get some more of it. Yeah, screws. Definitely screws. Screws are so easy to make, everybody. They go real fast. They go real fast. Plus, it's also putting a bunch of screws in the Dimensional Depot at the same time. We only need 3 more here. As you get scaled up, though, you'll find that usually screws, and they actually upgraded this a bit more, where they made it where screws are not so, it's not so dependent on screws as much as it used to be. It used to be all about screws, everybody. Like making an insane amount of screws to keep everything going. All right, almost there. One more. Let's go. Maybe it might be heavy modular frames. Let's make these 2 and see how it goes. What do we need? Yeah, a little bit more screws. So close. There we go. We're definitely going to have to go back and get some of our other resources going before we go on and do more towers. That's okay. We'll put that right there. We'll take this out. We don't need to keep that there. And another tower set up. There we go. Boom! Look at that. We got that middle part there. And again, we're doing the outside edge first. So I died right there, but also there is a crate over here that I want to do. So we're going to highlight that one. And we're just going to beeline for it now. Let's go. And we're mostly doing radar towers, but while we're out and about, we're also doing a bit of exploring. We're grabbing stuff. Like, see this one off to the side here, buddy? This one's really easy to grab. I do have explosive rebar. Blast my way in there. Again, this is actually the first playthrough I ever bothered to make explosive rebar, and it is awesome. Very awesome. I'm going to make that the second that unlocks next time. In the future, for sure. Alright, which way are we going? This way. I just ignore mobs at some point, too. Just dodge a little left and right, you'll be fine. Yeah, now we're just going to beeline it. So we can get our stuff back. First, we're going to get this thing out here by the radar tower. If I see a Mercer Sphere or a Summer Sloop, I will grab them. In fact, I see a Summer Sloop and a Mercer Sphere. That's just luck, everybody. I wasn't even trying to scan for it. Summer Sloop over here. Thing hit me from behind. Hit me. Oh, that guy's throwing some stuff down over there. Yeah, that's a guy who throws resources. They're all running around trying to get me, but they can't get me. 'Cause I'm too sneaky. Yeah, look, the spiders are fighting the these other guys. Oh, I forgot they did that. Oh, hey, thanks for the free loot. Oh, wait. Yeah. Even if they kill them, everybody, I get the loot. I could just kill those guys, but I really need to. Terrible waste of loot, though. Leave that behind. All right, so Mercer Sphere and Summer Sloop just by complete accident. All right, moving on. This is why I run back a different way than I ran in, because you're going to run into a whole bunch of loot. Oh, there's definitely something in there. Most likely a purple guy. Purple slug. God, that's so effective. That is so effective. Okay. Keeping on. Where's our thing? This way. You'll see I'm not looking for Mercer Spheres anymore, just to kind of speed it along a little bit. We'll find some more when we're out and about. Eventually. Oh, here we have a crash site. Oh, this is not the one that we did before. Didn't kick in. There we go. Who we got up here? There's always somebody. Oh, this is one of my favorites. Watch this. Come on, guy. Right here. Here I am. Come get me. Come on. Oh, he didn't charge me. Suckers! Bye-bye! I love it when they do that. You can also blast them off of there, too, everybody. You can one-shot those things with explosive rebar, by the way. The other guy will be back in a minute. We'll get him in a sec. Got annihilated. Alright, we got a little bit of some here. Alright. Free stuff is awesome. What are we gonna need? Some quartz crystal. Quartz crystal. Over here. And that's why you want to have all the different types of resources. All the different types of resources. Now, by the way, if you notice that I don't use any alternate recipes. Why do I not use any alternate recipes? Well, that's so you guys can do everything that I'm doing.
Surface genetic sampling indicates this freighter may have come from a planet run by apes.
Oh, no. Yeah, from Planet of the Apes reference there. Nice. That's funny. All right, and then this guy respawned over here now. He wants to get rowdy. Let's make sure we take out all of this other debris here. Okay, any Mercer Spheres nearby? One back that way. We're not going back for it. We're not going back for it. We got that. We are still going toward our crate up here. That way. Oh, I can see it now. Nice. And we'll try to fast track a little bit because we got a long way to go to get back. We are way out here in the middle of the boonies. Which actually won't seem that far away later on, everybody. It'll seem not that far, especially when you start setting up your trains, your hypertubes, all of that stuff. It'll just feel not as a huge distance, though that is a pretty far distance. And just building in a whole power system here where we can travel above it all. By the way, if you didn't know that traveling with the hover pack is actually faster than the little vehicle. I've actually set it to automatically drive itself, and then was able to outrun it with hover pack. Yeah, look at the spiders fighting. Hogs definitely win versus the spiders. Watch this as I drag this spider toward this guy. Yeah, hogs definitely win versus the smaller spiders. That spider loot. Already got that one. All right, let's not get too distracted. And I hate wasting loot. Keep going. Get out here and get this crate done. We can take it off of the map. Yeah, just using this like a travel system. I can use the big one. Actually, right here would be a great time for the big one to get up over there. Right here. Actually, we'll do this. We'll go down here. We'll then use the big power over here, like so. Make sure to remember to put the actual power in there. That's going to be useful. Very, very useful. We'll hit the top of this. And then we can run that clear way over there if we wanted. And then just go ahead and get our thing back on here. And away we go. Oh, another crash site down there. Yeah, we'll come back for a lot of this stuff. Guarding something big time over there. Okay, and then again, use the big ones if you want to go a far distance. Now, I got to be careful because you can put them so far out that there's a gap in between there where you can't. We already have one. Where you can't make it if you're just floating. Oh, speaking of floating. Sucker! Stole your thing. I stole this thing before I even knew I was there, and I'm out of there. Alright, back over this way. Now what I did, everybody, there was a crash site that I didn't finish because I didn't have rubber on my character because I didn't have that going in the Dimensional Depot yet. But it just so happens that I did make a marker for it so I could find it. A little radiation damage there. And I can now come back, get some rubber out of the Dimensional Depot because I put a bunch in there. And now I can get this and I can take this off. I like to get rid of these markers as quick as possible. And I love the fact that you can take out the crash debris. Oops, did I not take it? Apparently it did not make it out of my inventory. Or into my inventory. And then now, the hardest thing is your character sometimes is in the way of the marker. So even if you're zoomed all the way in, it's hard to take it off of there, which is a bummer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this way. Now, we already navigated through here. So we can just go ahead and dip on through, move over just a bit, and then I can go ahead, remove that stamp. Now we're going over here where I left off, way over here somewhere, right here. So what I do is I just make another stamp nearby, like a question mark. And then that leads me where I need to go. Now, I've already been there, so that means that there is some sort of navigation that will take me there. Honestly, I forget where it is. So we got any wires going that way? Which way we go? Did we go around or where did we go here? How did we get there is the question. See, we have some wire there. It's going up, it's going down, it's going up to here. There. When in doubt, make a new way. My own way. Again, it's making all of these ingredients for these poles, so doesn't really matter. I can do this all day. I can do it for weeks at a time, by the way. Pick it up. Because it'll just keep making those resources endlessly. Ooh, radiation. Don't have the resistance radiation, and there's also a radiated guy there. Waterfall? Oh, it is. Waterfall coming off of there. Cool. Like a waterfall. Oh, there is a versus sphere. Ah. Not have enough ammo. My bad. Now, if you're far enough away, they won't come at you. You can try to just kind of wipe them out like that, or you can go ahead and use the alternate plan, blow them up. And they'll hover around wherever the original thing was. But I feel like those are like the hardest mobs in the game because they dodge your bullets a lot. They're trying to anticipate you, so if you just kind of move a little left, they'll think you're going that way. Get that loot. Whoop! I think they made that more precise. That used to be very imprecise when you're trying to shoot those guys. Much more precise than it used to be. All right, we're going to take a break here in just a bit. But we're good for now. Didn't I say I saw a Mercer sphere over here somewhere? That's that way. Yeah, we're going this way. I like the waterfall. Makes me want to build a base right there. Too far, huh? We already got one down here. Come on. I feel like I want to go this way. See my radar tower out there. Again, go in different ways than I went before on the way back. And thus, you'll find more stuff like this. Again, they're walking that way. They don't even know I'm here yet. Grab the thing. Yeah, a little lizard doggo there. Yeah, we're getting there. Little by little. It tells you how far out we were here, too. We're way out here. But this is a great time to go on a grand adventure. That's what I like to do. And build up our storage at the same time. Again, we upgraded our storage, and now it is running a whole bunch more stuff in there. Oh, it's already here. Already here, no reason to run it again. And we'll make our way over this way. Okay, I was going up and over. And what I did is I ran out of power that was nearby and I fell to my death. That happens quite often. You'll get a little too far away from your power and you'll fall down. Usually you survive though if you are already floating ahead of time. There are way too many things on this thing here. Let's remove this. And so my thing is down there somewhere. This time we'll bring ourselves some power so we don't fall to our death. That death grade. Oh, right here. Many things on my radar. Down there. Oh, right below me there. Ah. There. All right. Take all. We definitely want to put a lot of this away in the depot. All right, sort that out a little bit. Yeah, we're going to get all that fed back in the depot. Guy trying to hit me down there. Good question. What were we doing? We were making our way over here so we could put down a radar tower. Right? Oh, I didn't turn that off. Before you take out a highlighted thing, everybody, you want to turn it off first. Otherwise, it stays highlighted. It'll probably fix itself when we come out again. But we're going to go ahead and make our way back. Now, there's a Mercer sphere this way somewhere. Probably where I was going. Honestly, can't remember. Yep, straight down. Hardest part is remember where the heck their loot was. It doesn't highlight loot. There's a fireball guy trying to get me. Okay. How are we doing on Mercer spheres now? We already spent about 13 earlier. We're at 12, so we need about 11 more. And probably a good time to probably make my way back because I need some heavy modular frames and stuff. We didn't quite get this right here either. Put another one there. It's okay if your stuff overlaps, but again, we were kind of doing the outside of the world here. But might be a time to head back to the base. What we can do is find our nearest train station and run that back. We got this right here that we never took out of there. Remove that. Yeah, we have a dismantled crate there too by the train station. So maybe we'll go ahead and set this as our spot. And again, I usually put it way beyond where it is, kind of in the direction in which I'm going. Highlight it, and then it's green up on the map, and it makes it easier to see because you have a whole bunch of overlapping stuff over there after a while. So yeah, head back this way. Well, if we see some more Mercer spheres on the way, we'll get her done. Oh, there's something up there. Oh, well, we get this guy right here while we're at it. Put him right in the dimensional depot. And we got a lot of stuff. Got a lot of stuff that needs to get out of my inventory. All right, let's organize it by the lowest to the highest. And what else can we put in there? Some more of this. More of that. All right, that'll take care of that. Let's go see what's way up here. See something way, way up there. Purple guy. Anything else up here? Another purple guy over that way. This is my favorite way to traverse the world, everybody, other than trains. The trains in this game are exceptional, but this is really fun to just And they'll build a power system where you can just float around wherever you want. Grab whatever you need. No immersive spheres. All right, we're headed back to our base that way. We'll try to go in a way that we haven't already done. Sort of. More of these little guys. This also acts as a, hey, I've been that way reminder, right? Like, hey, I've been through there because I put a power pole there. I've been in that general area. Now, have I got everything from that area? Probably not, because again, I don't look for every single thing. It's more of like, as I'm going through doing something else, I will then look for stuff. Because I find way more stuff if I'm just looking for stuff in general than if I look for something specific. It's always the way it is. When you're looking for it, you can't find it. When you aren't looking for it, you're tripping over it. That's the law, Kismet's law of gaming, everybody. Absolutely. All right, we'll head back this way. Every now and again, we'll check for any immersive spheres. Oh, there's one behind me. Go back and see if we can find it. This game is so fun. Very addicting, too. Oh, I should have took a break, too. Over this way. I hear it. I hear it somewhere. Oh, right here. These guys can't stop me. They can't stop me from grabbing it because I got the power of vertical, baby. Another one this way. All right, well, let's dip over that way. See if we can find it. And after a while, you got a general sense of how far stuff is away. Oh, this one is underground. Yeah, this one is underground, right about here. There's an entrance somewhere. Probably over here, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, sometimes they're not worth it because you got to find the entrance, and the entrance takes a while to find, and then you got to go under there and fight them all. So sometimes I'll just say, I'll come back to it later, kind of thing. So that's what we're going to do on that one. Let's keep going. And my goal is here to make it back to my base with all these immersive spheres, though we don't have enough, but we have done a great job of doing this. Now, here's a great trick, everybody. Always check these big trees. Always check these big trees because these trees often have stuff in the middle of the tree itself. So once you get in this big tree area, keep that in mind. Now again, before I go in a certain direction, like this way is a immersive sphere, which we already did actually. We already did that immersive sphere, and that immersive sphere is underground. Somewhere. Or it could be above ground, I just don't see it. Sometimes they're kind of hard to see, kind of in the terrain. A lot of times I'm just hoping I just happen upon them and just can see them as I'm going. Definitely go up high, everybody. They love to hide stuff up really high. If nothing else, you're just above it all and it'll give you a good view of everything you're doing. What we got here? Red down there. Doing his thing. Dipping through here. You'll see how I have to. Oh, I see a immersive sphere over there to the left. I think that was like a Kismet moment there. I just talked about it, and then there it was. All right, let's go over here and take care of this too while we're at it. See, I used to mark these and then come back for them later. Now that you can deconstruct them, it's so much nicer that you can just go in and just take everything out. Wrong thing. That stuff loading in the dimensional depot. Get out of your inventory. More of these? Oh yeah. You're just gonna keep getting more and more loot. It's gonna be like endless. Especially when you're doing this, you're going around and you're taking out all of these. For sure. circuit boards. Yeah, and you can play the game like this, everybody. Just go around and collect a bunch of stuff and not even have to make it. you just collect it. There we go. Another one of those. And then we take this out and we get some loot for it. Oh, some more steel pipes. When I go back, I'll have it actually auto-sort the bulk of that. We got some more bacon over here. Now, one of the problems that I have with the Dimensional Depot is you can't just go in and have it put the thing in, and then when it overflows, it'll overflow out, because it actually has the container in the Dimensional Depot. If it would actually detect it outside of the Dimensional Depot, then it would know if it was overflowing into the Dimensional Depot itself, and then it would overflow out, and then the next thing could go in. But they did not build it that way. It makes it way harder to balance that Dimensional Depot, because it'll keep it in that inventory even if it's full, and then the next item that needs to go in the Dimensional Depot cannot go in. So that does kind of hinder your ability to use that depot, or to use one depot for a whole bunch of different things. I think they should make it where it's doesn't have storage in the depot itself. I think it should be based on the outside edge of it. Look at this, man. There's a bunch of baddies over here. That's a sulfur and a bunch of baddies. Let's go up high here. Far. Nope, it don't want to do that. Alright, we'll go there. A little small waterfall there. A lot of cool waterfalls in this game. Look at this shot. Wow. So much stuff to collect in this game. Oh, we got some radiation. We can just dip on in there. See if we can sneak in there and just grab it while this guy's not looking. Gotta get there quick, though, before he turns around. And he's got a reaction time, too. See, he'll see me, run over, and then he's going to try to shoot at me. And I'm gone. And this guy changes his stuff, too. Sometimes he'll shoot one big one at you, and then sometimes he'll shoot a bunch of small ones. I'm already gone, bro. I'm already on to the next thing. Heading this way. You're just above it all at this stage. Very, very fun. Oh, crash site back there. Fred's trying to tell me over here, Kismet, crash site. I always load before I shoot, otherwise those bees will come out because I'll run out of ammo. Always reload. And you know you're going to get it before they spawn. Alright. So we can do a little clearing here. That does the job. Alright, little iron rebar there. I always like to see what actually drops on these. You can see you're in the higher end areas. Oh, no space. A whole bunch of stuff we got to put in there. Put all that in there. There we go. More of the pale berries. Might as well get them while I'm here. I usually take out this smoking one first, because that's the one that's most annoying. It's blocking your view. That's just my personal preference. And we can take all the other ones out. What do we need? Plastic. Perfect. Our drive out. Take care of that. All this up. Looty loot in my pockets. Alright, very nice. And again, now I don't have to look over there and say, what is that? Have I looted that before? We definitely have looted it before. Oh, 42 of those heavy modular frames. Oh man, we needed some of those. We could have went and made more towers. Just realized I had those in my inventory. I'm trying to think of what I can put in there. What I can put in there that's not already maxed out in there. Computers. Nope. Computers are maxed. Alright, lots of loot there. Lots of loot. Alright, we're still working our way back to our base. So actually, we already got these already in place. Again here, everybody, I know you're all saying, Kismet, you got to take a break. I'll take a break here in a bit. Just trying to get this part done. Got to slow down just a little bit by that death, but yeah, we do what we got to do. Not really looking for as many Mercer spheres now. Now I'm trying to travel from one place to another. Let's see that we have a line already run here, so we'll run right kind of in the middle. And that'll gap me over to these ones. Again, there's our space elevator, and we're kind of working our way toward our train. Over this way, I see we have some there in the forest. Have some fun blowing stuff up while I'm at it. Oh yeah, this is where it was radiated over here. And Mercer here somewhere. I remember coming through that spot. I need to make it again if I already have lines. I'm just so tempted to go around and blow up every single tree in the game. Very, very tempting. Okay, we're going this way. Again, you can see we've made this whole traversal lines just by doing what we've been doing today. Pretty fun. And also other days. Down to there. Trying to take out trees so I can see where the lines are. Also because it's fun. Oh, this one we were going to do, but we didn't have our radiation stuff, so let's do that. This is definitely a higher level one. Okay, quick wire, computers, casings. Alright. Oh, some fuel there, huh? Do not grab that radiation, everybody. Do not grab it, it'll be in your pocket. Radiated ore in your pocket, not good. Alright, another one we took care of. Any other loot laying around that I didn't see? Yep, that's good. Alright, we all good. More this way. Yep, there's my trains. Now see, I'm not even using the thing, but I'm pressing the space bar. Oh no. I'm pressing the space bar to soften my landing. See, I tried to do it on the other one, but I wasn't actually flying in that moment to soften that landing. That's okay, we'll come back for that. But we're going to come down here, and now that we have power here, we can just come down here and get on one of these trains. I actually have 3 trains going over here, and none of them are over here for some reason. Yeah, they're all off somewhere else. Oh, here comes one. Here comes the train. This looks like my cool train. Here we go. Oh no, a sulfur train. Well, as you can see, I made a train through the canyon there, through the tunnel. And then actually I have also a sulfur train that comes over here, our quartz train, which is this one, grabbing the quartz and all of that. And I have another one that runs up the way there and gets more loot at the end, the box right. You can see that this is going to load a whole bunch of quartz and sulfur that we're using as well. It's cool every time. I love it every single time, everybody. Very, very cool. All right, away it goes. Hydrate a little bit here. Back down through, whoa, that's weird. Back down through the tunnel here. You can put tracks on the ground if you want. I don't like doing it. I prefer them on foundations. You see it's just going right through that train station, which is the coal one. And then we might pass a few trains. There goes one. Yeah, that's the coal train there. And it's heading me back to my base. Hands-free, by the way. It's driving itself. It's driving itself. Now, of course, we have a bunch of block signals to make sure that the trains don't run into each other. Real close right here. Through there. And here we are. Now, you see I'm working at the nodes, and I'm working very vertically in there. And you're like, well, Kismet, why do you use boxes? Because those are the most effective use of square footage, by the way. That's why they do it in real life. That's why they have square buildings. Because when you're building a square building, you have more room to put stuff in the building. All right, that's going to go do its thing. It's going to unload all of that, run that over there, and make us some massive amount of fuel power. As you can see, it's turbo fuel over there, buddy. You got fuel here, and then turbo fuel over that way. Let's go ahead and let this start to do some sorting while we are taking a little break here. So let's see what we want. We know we want to go straight in the dimensional depot. That we can put our, oh, the explosive stuff's already full. Rifle ammo probably already full. About silica, yes, already full. Okay, good. Definitely computer in there. What about these? Throw a bunch of those in there too. More barrels maybe. Those full. Doesn't look like it. Again, things that I don't have automated right now, right? Like a lot of this stuff is not going to be automated. Let's take this stuff of the lowest amount, put that first, like that. Okay, now there's certain things that I do want to keep. So those things I'm going to throw here in this box, just to make it easier. Oh wow, I got a whole bunch of stuff already in that box. Yeah, apparently I did that before. So I'm going to take some of this and I'm going to go ahead and just control click it. I know that stuff. Oh, look, there's our whole bunch of modular frames. And we're going to go ahead and just put some of that in there, so it'll go and sort that. Computers is a good one. These. Good enough. So we're going to take all this out. Put the bulk of that in both these boxes. This. Now, a lot of the ones that I'm putting in there will either go in the dimensional depot or heavy modular frames. Those we want to go in here. And then the rest of the stuff we can sort all the stuff later. We want to get this stuff sorting. Don't want to do that. Actually, just do it this way. So biofuel, that, keep those. All right, now right over here, I have some biofuel, right? And it's all automated, so I don't have to do anything. And it's not on right now because I've cut the connection right here where it actually feeds into the power, which is in the back. Here in the front, we have where we drop our leaves off. No, that's not it. What is it? I can't remember. B. There we go. Turn my light back on. We're just going to put the leaves in there and then any wood that we have, and that's going to automatically go make some more biofuel. Don't have to worry about it. And then these are the things that I actually want to keep on my character. Now, having an automatic sorting system is really, really useful, everybody. So you're not just sitting there manually putting that stuff away. And as you can see, it's running down the line here, and as it goes through, if it's, say, wood or rods or plates or whatever, it'll take care of it. Now, currently, I don't have any boxes for this to put any of the aluminum, so it gets all the way to the end and says, hey, there's no boxes that you can store those in. You haven't set that up. It's then going to put it in these separate boxes, which is like random loot, right? Random loot that I might need at some point that I can come back to. Like, for example, modular frames. We obviously made a whole bunch of those, and we should be keeping those. This stuff's probably all maxed out. Ignites I could probably just put directly into the dimensional depot. But modular frames are actually part of this, and you can see we have a lot of modular frames there. But I can also see that my modular frames, for some reason, are also not going in the dimensional depot. So I thought I had made another thing of modular frames, but you know what we're going to do? We're going to just do that. So those modular frames are always feeding in the dimensional depot. And again, there's a bunch of spaghetti mess here where I make temporary things. I typically will make temporary things wherever I have that storage. Like right now, circuit boards is what this needs for computers, but I just put a bunch of computers in there, so it shouldn't really be a problem. I should have a good line of those. And again, we'll put all of those in, but when it comes to certain things, everybody, scaling them up in the early game is not really the smartest thing because you don't have fast enough belts and all of those things that really scale it up to such a level where I find it's useful. You're just making a little bit of this and a little bit of that as you're progressing through. And then eventually you want to scale it up to a scale in which it can just run anything and everything, which is awesome, which we're getting to. We're getting to that point. But as you can see, I love some turbo fuel, big time out there. Big time turbo fuel. Okay, and again, I usually have the power close to me, and then I have, in this case, modular remote extraction and production, and they're working very vertically, as you can see, where the blue ones are storage and the orange ones are production. So this one pulls it from the raw iron, it goes into the storage, then it makes the rods, then the rods go into storage, and then the rods go into screws, and then the screws go into whatever else next. You get the idea. And so it's actually working upwards, and then on the top I have the dimensional depots where it's feeding all of those base resources in there that I never have to think about it again most of the time, unless I'm building something really massive and I'm using it up very, very quickly. But that's what we've been up to. So let's go ahead and check our Mercer spheres. Again, still at 12. But we'll come back, we'll work some more on that here in a bit. Let's go up here to the top of the radar tower. There we go. We'll just stand up here on the radar tower, watch our trains run. Also, I have some fun for you guys to do. We'll let that stuff sort out. And also make me some more aluminum while we're busy doing other things. We're going to go ahead and start up some words on stream for you guys to descramble. If you're at twitch.tv/Kismet, you can, in the chat, descramble the words. They're called anagrams, meaning that they are not in order of the letters. And then so you take it and you make it in order. There you go. More I see you guys working together, more Kids Cats I'm going to give you when I come back. So here we go. Going to take a little bit of a break. Back in just a bit. back, everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Let me see if I can help you guys earn some Kiz caps over here. Let's go ahead and throw some stuff in here. You're not making just Ice Cold and Rebel do all the work, are you? Come on, let's go. Let's work together. What do we got? Baby. We got that one. Baby. B-A-B-Y. There's not B's. Daggy. Oh, man, I can't think of any words. Bald. We already get it? Yeah, I already got bald. Oh, man, we just need a couple more words there, too. I just throwing in a bunch just to try to help out. I'm terrible at these games, everybody, but I try. That's the most important part. But nice job, everybody. Nice job working together. We're going to go ahead and give you guys a bunch of Kiz caps for being awesome. Again, put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. We're going to keep on rocking on. Now, while we were doing that, everybody, we were also running the factory a bit here. And it's been sorting. We've been way up here at the top here. Again, we have our big vertical factories there and a bunch of horizontal power. Horizontal meaning it's flat like this. And then, of course, this is a vertical. And this is modular style, everybody. These are all from blueprints that I can just keep stacking and stacking and stacking as high as I want to go. I keep making those pretty easily. So let's get in here and see how the sorting is over here. And as you can see, it's completely sorted, all of that stuff, into the appropriate boxes, including some more computers and stuff there as well. Very nice. Okay, now is this still running here? Circuit boards is what we're waiting on. This one does not seem to be getting enough plastic, really. We out of plastic over here? Yeah, it does seem like our plastic is pretty low. What is going on with our plastic over here? Let's see. Seems to be running okay. Just seems we were using it up. Because we are running it over here in the overflow. Oh, wow. We got 79 coupons in there. Nice. Let that stuff keep running. We're running plastic over that way to be used for packaging. We've got our turbo fuel being packaged and run over here. It seems like it's still packaging stuff because I can see that the plastic is going over here. I think we diverted some of these as well to be used elsewhere. Yeah, that's still making empty canisters. And this is empty. This is actually out of empty canisters. It went down. Where were we running that? Probably over this way. So we could package this water over here. Yeah, that's where that's going. So that's coming up over here. And that's using those to package the water. How's this looking? Is this backlogged? Oh man, we're not making enough empty canisters. Still seems to be getting rid of the water fast enough though. So this is still running. This is our aluminum here. As you can see, our silica coming down. Our aluminum going over here. This is our aluminum sheets. And then up here is our casings. And we have aluminum sheets going in here in the depot. So, all right, that's okay for now, but it's definitely burning up a lot of that plastic. And again, eventually we want to make way more plastic than we're making now. But always good to kind of check the belt, see what's going on. Why don't I have so much plastic? And that's because I'm using it for both this over here and that over there. Did we actually get our geysers yet? Actually, there was something. Did we get our geyser extraction? I don't think we did. Let's go take a look in the hub. See where we're at on our progress here. Let's see. Where is our geyser extraction? Some nitrogen gas there. Oh, right here. There it is. Advanced aluminum production right here. Now, we haven't even got our radio control units going yet. I think we've already got all of this done. Have we even used any of this yet? We got to do our radio control units. That's something we need to work on. That needs a lot of plastic, so we're definitely going to want to scale up our plastic there. What we've been working on is scaling up our storage at this particular stage. And one of those things that we need is heavy modular frames, which we have 92. But we're really over here making computers and not any heavy modular frames. Let's get heavy modular frames on our list of things here. Heavy modular frames. There we go. Add that to the to-do list. What do we need? We need modular frames. We need steel pipes, encased industrial beams, and screws. Let's see. I think we're making all of this over here. I can't remember if we're making modular frames over here. And again, that's what all of this is doing. It's actually going from one thing to the next thing. Again, at the bottom, we've got the raw ore, and that raw ore is going into the storage. The storage is then going in here and making a bunch of screws. After it goes ahead and smelts that down. Yeah, hydration. Good idea. We'll get that going on here in just a moment. Then we're making the ignits, and then, of course, making the rods here. And then I think we have 2 things of rods going. Yes, we do. This is storage, so this is going to store all the rods here. And then, again, the orange ones are production, so it's taking that and turning that into screws. Looks like we're doing double layer of screws. Yep. And then up here, I could label all of this, but all this is going to be taken out eventually and redone with higher level belts. And I can go through and upgrade all these belts, everybody, but it just takes so much longer than just taking it out and redoing it. Also taking some of the rods and combining them together into rotors over here. Okay, that's what we're doing there. And then over here, probably more rotors. Yep. And we've got rotors going up here into rotor storage, and that's going in the dimensional depot. Okay, so that's what's going on over there. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we got going over here. We've got our steel pipes and our beams. Over here, we have our encased industrial beams going there. I think that's all of this down below. What are we doing up here? We are doing stators. Okay, this is probably eventually motors. Stator storage. This is motors. Yeah, so it's taking the rotors from over there, combining with those stators and making motors. Up here, this would be the storage of the motors itself. Wow, okay, we've got tons of those. And then up here, this is modular engines, which we don't really need anymore. What we really need is some of our modular frames. And let's just go ahead and look at modular frames. Yeah, it's weird that I took the dimensional depot out. I don't see it making any modular frames. It's making some iron plates there. I think those motors are going into the depot either. Nope. You can see it's not going to the depot because it didn't fill them up while we were busy doing other things. So we need to put a depot there for those motors. And then what else is coming over here? Man, we got all sorts of stuff coming over here. Okay, probably don't need any more of this. All right, let's take all this out. Pressing control and releasing, making it easier to grab stuff. Now, personally, I think they should make it where you you have a function that says everything but, right? Everything but foundations right now would make this 1,000 times easier because I could just swipe over everything from up above and I could take it out. I mean, this is like a no-brainer, bro. No-brainer. To do the opposite, because the number one thing that you don't want to take out usually is your foundations, because you have a bunch of stuff on the foundations that you do want to take out, like all of this stuff here. So hopefully they add that at some point. That would be awesome. And you can see we're doing a whole bunch of these over here, which is good. Back this stuff off here. We're actually going to do some building since we did all that exploring earlier. And I switched from one thing to the next thing. And so right now, good time to take some of our ones that we have, because we did collect a whole bunch of them, and get more of these resources. running into the actual dimensional depot. Too close. Back it away a little bit. There we go. Close enough. Get those motors running in there. Now over here, we also have a bunch of engines and other things like that. I'm just going to put those like that. We're going to take this out. This is running all the way to the space elevator. We're just going to leave those in there for now. Put this in here, along with those. So yeah, no modular frames. That seems very unusual that I wouldn't have added those in here somewhere. Very odd. I think I had a bunch of them left over. Maybe that's why I just never got to it. Like this, modular frame. And oh, that's reinforced iron plates and iron rods. So we have our reinforced iron plates going right here. Maybe I just didn't add it yet. Again, would have been way easier if I labeled all of this. But we'll label it later when we go to do our next level blueprints. So yeah, like right here is a good idea. Now remember, these are all modular, so I can very easily add more levels. So I'm just going to go ahead and do this, and then I have blueprints where I can just go ahead, snap that right there, widen that out. Actually, this is going to be a production area. So we'll actually do it. Just to remind us that this is a production level, we'll do it in orange. Then I have a bunch of blueprints, and these blueprints can be used over and over and over, and probably this is as many blueprints as you need to do the bulk of all of your production, everybody, is this many. Now again, I'll be put these available eventually for my peeps over on Patreon. I've been crazy busy, everybody. IRL has just been crazy. So we want to go ahead and make ourselves some modular frames. Now we need reinforced iron plates and we need iron rods to do so, which means that we need assemblers because that takes 2 inputs. So we know we can go ahead and grab some assemblers here. I'm not even going to bother to do the numbers or figure it out over here. Now if I try to put it down, you can see that this dimensional depot is in the way right now. So we'll go ahead and take that out, and then we'll go ahead and just put our assemblers here. Now we need to snap it to the edge here and then figure out where the inputs are, because I always forget they're on this side. So I'm going to flip them around a bit so they end up over here, which is where this side already is. So that makes that easier for that. And then we'll nudge this into position. And this is why blueprints are so powerful, everybody. They are very, very powerful. But you can just say, you know what, I want to add a bit onto my factory, and there you go. And now I can go ahead and take some of this that I'm splitting from other processes down there and just run that into there, just like that. So we already have one of the resources that we need. So we're going to run that in there and try to find a way to get around all of this stuff. There we go. And we're going to go ahead and tell this now to be modular frames. So awesome. Oh, I can go over here, just copy this one, then I open this, Control V to paste. Much faster and easier way of doing that. Yeah, down under, there we go. And then over here, modular frames. Great. Now we need to run some power to it, so it starts putting it into the machines. So we're just going to go down a couple here, open this one up, see if we can find a spot to connect to right there. Okay, now it's going to start running it into all of the assemblers. And we'll start to see eventually that that goes in there. Oh, unless I missed it. Why does that have no power? Did I miss it? Did I connect it to something that's not connected? Possible. This looks like it's connected because it's going through there. Does this have power? This has no power either. What is going on in here? What is this in here? Or plating. Which I think I turned the power off on this one. That's right. I turned the power off on that one because I didn't want that one to produce anymore. I see. No worries. Run it to there. All that'll start back up again. Okay, now we should have some power up here. Yes, modular frames. All right, now we need rods. Now, just so happens, right down here, we have a bunch of rods coming up here to the top. We can try to dip these out. Remember, you can also do vertical splitters now, so I can just kind of split right along this main line that's going up here to the Dimensional Depot. And then I'm just going to run that up as far as I can get it. And then again. Let's say something like that. Now, we'll make this all fancy-smancy later, but for right now, we're going to make it like this. But, and there we go. So now, it's all in line, everybody. It's all in line, ready to go. Ready to rock. It's going to make a whole bunch of the stuff we need there, modular frames. So again, this is what's so great about having a modular system is that you can just keep adding and adding and adding over time. Now, are we worried about the numbers? Not really. I've got a ton of extra rods that is now going to burn up for those modular frames. And then we're also going to go ahead and store all of this stuff. So in the future, we won't ever have to think about modular frames again because it'll be so incredibly full of a backlog. This is where it comes out on this side, so we want it to go input into the storage on the back side. So we'll go ahead and take them storages, lean it up against here, turn this around so the arrow is this way because we can see that that's the output over there. And then nudge this over. Again, you can just use these same blueprints over and over and over just to keep expanding your production. And here we go, coming right out of there. Right over there, and then right into there. And now that's going to backlog a ton of those over there. Now, these take a really long time to produce. I feel like they're among the kind of big spot in the game where you hit that spot and you're just like, ah, man, that takes a long time because like 2 per minute. But if you let them run long enough, you're not going to use that many modular frames in the early game where it's really going to be an issue. Now, we're going to go ahead and run that, and then, of course, now we need the Dimensional Depot for both of those things that we were using earlier, and here's the output here. So, again, that's why we ran around and we got ourselves a bunch of these Mercer spheres, so we can go ahead and do something like this, and have that automatically run it in the Dimensional Depot. Now, also over here, where we kind of tapped into our plates here, we might also want to go ahead and do something like this. Then run this down, and maybe on the other side, like this. Run that up. To also make sure that our other thing's going to go in there. Nope, you go back just a little bit. Our other plating is going to go in there as well. So we want that also to be fed into the Dimensional Depot. So now we got our plating going back in there. And we also have all of these. Now, I'm going to speed this along a little bit by stacking these in here myself. Or you just go to the one that is the output, this one right here, and then put all those in there, and that will automatically put that in the Dimensional Depot for me. I don't have to worry about those reinforced iron plates now. Now, another thing, thanks. Now, the other thing, again, that we need to do is our heavy modular frames, if I can get my fingers to cooperate, heavy modular frames over here. All right, we're going to clear this and add this. By the way, I just hit N for search. I search for heavy modular frames, then I hit add to to-do list, so it tells me all the things that I'm going to need. Now, it just so happens a lot of those things are from here, and you can see I'm kind of cross-connecting these various different factories with each other to produce these items that I need. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to get ourselves a nice big manufacturer right here. Nice. And then we're going to say, what do we need for heavy modular frames? We need steel pipes, encased industrial beams, screws, and so on. And it just happens to be that right down here, we can go ahead and do some splitting of these beams and run those beams up. Oh, they're hitting the edge there. Hold on. Let's try something different. Let's try something a bit different here. Let's try to get it where it's not flipping through too much stuff. Now, right there, we could actually put ourselves a... I'm just going to run that, and then I'm going to put a floor hole. Now, the floor hole only really works for this. It doesn't really work all that great for pipes. I do not use floor hole pipes anymore. They're just way too unreliable. I think that's probably the #1 thing they need to work on, is getting those floor holes to actually function. All right, we'll do something like this, and then we got our first item already in there. We can go ahead and run this to power over there. And our first item should be coming through and eventually go in here. This actually doesn't have any power. Interesting. Must have disconnected the other one somewhere. No worries. Go down here. Find ourselves a little power connector. Right there. Now we got power up here on the top. Okay. So we should have... Nope. It's not splitting that. Okay, something not right there. No, that's not quite matching up. Here's what we'll do. Oh, okay, not that. Not that. Put that away before you take out somebody's eye. We'll go ahead and do a splitter on the foundation so that we can better line it up to our floor hole up here. Because it definitely seems like it is not working. Take this out. This. Pick this up. We'll hit H. Nope. Middle mouse button. Hit H. Nudge that in position. Left click. Take this one out. Take this one out. Start where the splitter is. Yeah, see, it's not actually going into the thing. This happens when you have smaller, the smaller width ones. Okay, that is working, but it's not the way I wanted it to be. Come on now. Let's go. Oh yeah, I just turned it however it felt like turning it. Whatever. Whatever. Usually you can control that when you're going through multiple of those, but we're not going to worry about it. We just want this to work. Alright, there we go. Now it's working. And then this we need to run over here also to the input so that it keeps making all of that stuff it's making in there, which in this case is motors. Okay, very nice. This going up here. We have our first resource going in here making heavy modular frames. Encased industrial beams and screws. Now, we know there's some encased industrial beams around here somewhere. Right over here. Made that longer so I could split it. Actually, I could probably split it this way. I'll live with that for now. Going the wrong way. A nice little fun curve there. I've really been having fun with those curves. Always the way it goes, everybody. Always the way it goes, right in the way of the other one. Oh, floor hole. Always. Not doing that. Good out. Trying to hit C, not V. Alright, another fun little curve there. Okay, this one going straight in there. Yeah, we're just setting up another one of our processes. Alright, now we need screws and modular frames. Well, we know where modular frames are because we're making a whole bunch of them up here. I would have some of them going in the dimensional depot, but also I would have some of them going over this way, so you're kind of doing both at the same time. Need to do two of those. All right, and then we're just gonna see what we can do here. Straight down. And I don't like it. I don't like it. Not gonna do it. Do something like this. sometimes I'll just put something down to get a general idea of where I want it to go, like that, and then I will go ahead and redo it so it's all one piece. Having it as one piece is very, very useful, so you don't have a bunch of small segments that are throwing you off. All right, say something like that. Can we make it over here? A little too far. How about here? We'll go there, and then we'll dip over here. Now, as you can see, this is temporary production, right? It's what they call spaghetti, where you're just running it from wherever you got it. Now, later on, you'll want to organize this in such a way that you have all of your resources and you can run them wherever you want them to run to. Especially when they're enclosed inside a building, because it keeps your frame rate down. The more you build out where everything is running and you can see everything running at the same time, the more it tries to bring your frames down to an absolute standstill. Also screws, which is also over here. I can see them right there. And right here, going up here in the dimensional depot. It's got to go over there. We want to come across first. Okay, or not. Bring it over. Then we're going to bring it up. And we're going to try to see if we can line that up a little bit. Yeah, something like that. And then grab that floor hole. This one can be nice and close. Sure we got it going the right direction. And then this one going in. And there we go. And that's why we build all of those close by each other, is so eventually we start making some heavy modular frames. And away it goes. Now, I overclock everything, everybody. I overclock it all. Why? Because this way it takes me less time to go ahead and make those things. Also, summer sloops. Boom. Now, all of those resources, it's going to use half the amount, or if it's going to produce double the amount from the same amount, if you get the idea. So always very, very valuable to do it at the end of the process with your summer sloops, because basically it's doubling up every single thing before that particular process, especially on manufacturers. Also, you can see that I'm massively overclocking at 250%. This way I don't have to make a whole bunch of them. And that's because I have a massive amount of power way beyond what I'm actually using for the factory. And I'm only building things as I need them, and not necessarily going out and building 10,000 plates for no reason that I don't need right now. I don't really need to have all of those plates on me, or being produced those plates. Now, of course, if you're looking down the future, hey, I'm going to need 10,000 plates later. Well, hey, more power to you. But me, I build as needed. Right now, the toughest thing looks like those screws. Those screws got to get go on up in here. And where's my screw storage is a good question. I think this is coming straight out of the screw storage. Yeah, this needs to be upgraded. I need to upgrade my lines here. So this is where backlogging all of this aluminum is going to come into play, because now I can speed up stuff like screws here, which definitely need a massive speed up for sure, because you can see that it's actually slowing my production down. So those screws are going to be going in there much faster. This should be a faster lifter. This should be a faster thing here. Faster lifter here. These are already level 5 belts. Do I need a faster lifter there? Sure. Doesn't really need to be. But now you can see I'm getting more screws faster. And the screws are coming out faster. They have a bit of a gap now. Now, the problem is they also are not going fast enough because this belt is not updated. So we need to update those belts so the belt coming out of the box is going faster, so we can achieve that maximum speed like that. So now that is burning up a crazy ton of backlog screws in here, which you can see. It's got a bit of a backlog, and that's all going to get burned up. All going to get burned up very, very quickly. But we will have some heavy modular frames, and that's what we need to put down some more of our radio towers. And we won't have to keep making them or running back for them. We do need a place for it to go to, though. So we're just going to go ahead and make ourselves a nice little easy storage here. We only probably need 1 box of them right now. Later on, we'll do a whole lot more when we get into larger blueprinting. Now those heavy modular frames are coming out of there, and then we're going to run them in directly into the dimensional depot. Like so. And then we don't ever have to worry about those again. In they go. GG's. Very nice. And again, might as well just have one so I don't have to keep running a whole bunch of these. Now again, my biggest problem now is screws. It's going to take a while for it to get the screws, and then it's going to, you know, make like 10 of them and so on. But it will do that over time, and it doesn't have to be right now. Especially if you had this on a server, everybody. You can let this run for a week, right? 24 times 7 hours. You can just go ahead and let that sucker run, and then when you come back, you'll have 50,000 of these heavy modular frames, man. You have thousands and thousands of them. Even if it's slower, it's still, you have the power of time by being able to let it run. Now, this particular playthrough is not on the server. Very rarely do I not play on the server. I actually feel like it plays better when you're not on a server. The server is way behind in the stability and the features that the local game is, as you would imagine, because this is the game that they're mainly working on, because this is the one that most people play. Most people don't have a server. Most people don't play that way. They're playing a local game like this particular game is. And this is actually awesome, everybody. So not only did we fix our modular frames, but we also have our heavy modular frames going in there. As well as we got our motors running in there now. So we have a lot of the stuff running in there. Now, if it's at max, I know that I'm running it in the dimensional depot because I just upgraded it. So what in here is not maxed out, what's not running in there, encased industrial beams, I just used a bunch of those, but I can see it's actually going up, so that is running in there. What else we got? We put a bunch of coupons in there. Smart plating is not running in there. I saw a bunch of that over here. Right here. So instead of giving it its own dimensional depot, I can go ahead. How much smart plating go in there? 200. So that'll be 4 stacks of that. What do I have now? 2. You just take those 4 stacks, put it in your personal upgrade depot. Like that. And let them go in there. And if you need them, you know where they're at. Easy. Easy. Okay, what else are we looking for? Quartz crystal, bauxite, sulfur, those are all raw resources. Stators. Interesting that I don't have stators in there, but I don't really use stators all that much. Those are raw ore. Not really that worried about raw ore. Always worried about the actual finished products. Cables are good. Silica. Solid biofuel is not in there. That's interesting. We want to put some more of that back in here. What else? Portable miners, that's more than enough portable miners, 124 for now. Lots of our little purple guys that we collected, circuit boards, are not going in the dimensional depot, and that's okay. Automated wiring we could probably put in there. I think we have a bunch of that laying around. Also modular engines. Plastic is good. Yeah, here's our heavy modular frames. So those are going in there. Quick wire good. AI limiters, high-speed connectors. We could use some of those. Crystal oscillators are not going in there. Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff still to do. Our aluminum sheets are good. Aluminum casing's not going in there. I can see that's not going in the dimensional depot. Now, every time I make one of these dimensional depots, though, it reduces my ability to then make it store more, right? Because we have to go collect more of the thing. But the main thing we need is heavy modular frames for the project we're working on right now, which is to get all of our radar towers in, right? We're trying to get all of our radar towers in so that we can see where all the nodes are, and that's going to help us build our train layout, build out all of our stuff so we can tap in every single node until we reach the build limit. At least as many nodes as we possibly can. Like the nodes I would go get first, everybody, would definitely be the oil. I would go get every bit of oil you could possibly find and either run it back or build a power station out there where it can convert that into different stuff. But I'll bring it back to my primary base. Instead of taking all of the resources and bring it back to my primary base, I typically do the resources at the nodes And then if I actually need those resources, I can always run them into a central storage. But the whole point is to eliminate the central storage. That's what we're working on. We're working on the ability just to have it go in the dimensional depot. And if we see that some things are not going in there fast enough, we'll just put 2 dimensional depots or 3 or 4 or 5, as many as you need. I usually find that you don't really need more than 5 in any playthrough. But if we go down here and we look over here where my concrete is, which is the first one I do this on, because concrete is, you just use it for foundations like crazy. You can see I have 5 of them stacked up. Because I just burned through 1,000 concrete like it's nothing. I just like, boom, there's 1,000 concrete. Boom, there's another 1,000. So I wanted to get back in there as fast as possible so I don't have to run back over here and get it. That's the whole point. You don't have to run back, pick it up, do all of that stuff as well. Now we need to run back over this way and drop off some of this loot because we want to get back to what we're doing. Now the big goal today is to get that going on. You're 60 hours deep on 7 Days to Die key that you gave me last month. Let's go kill it. That's what it is. You know, my first day that I played 7 Days to Die, I played for 20 hours in a row. Can you believe that? Hey, what did I do with my water bottle? Over here. I did it for 20 hours in a row. I thought, I'm not really into zombie games. I'll play it a little bit. But, man, just got all wrapped up in it. Just absolutely loved it as well. Oh, thanks for the one in the chat, by the way, Ice Cold Killer, for letting me know. Yeah, the wild thing, Ice Cold Killer, is that I've given away over 150 copies of 7 Days to Die out of my pocket, by the way. So a lot of you who have 7 Days to Die is because of me. And I feel good about that. I really do. Okay, so we're not up to radio control units yet. I don't really use drones. Not going to use nuclear power for right now. I do want this resource well, which I could probably do because I have radio control units. I don't think we can make them in here. Radio. Oh, we can. Ew, hold on now. We could just get to our resource well. So resource well would allow us to get more oil. And if we can get more oil from the area that we already have set up, and we left some train storage things for this oil we're going to be grabbing. So let's go ahead and do that one. That one we can probably do right now. I'll get this going. We're going to need a lot of our stuff over here. We'll have to get that from elsewhere. We just processed a bunch of aluminum, which we probably have over here. Yes. More over there. Yeah, so sometimes I skip ahead, everybody. If I don't need it, why am I messing with it? And then our casings. And we need 200. All right. Right there. And then we need some of our stuff. Now, you can have all of your resources running over here and constantly be running. But I feel like it's mostly not worth it. I feel like it's better just to run in the dimensional depot most of the time. But when it comes to like 3,000 of these, that's different. That's when you got to like run to the thing or have it come to you. And it just so happens that over here we are producing a crazy ton of all of this. Let's go see if we have it backlogged or if we've been using it all up. Right here. Oh, yeah, we got a big backlog of that. And then what I'll do is I'll just take all of it. And I'll just make more. No big deal. It'll make more for me. And I don't bother to count out the 3,000. I just take a whole inventory full of it, put it in there, and then I'm going to put it over here for when I need it again later. Control-click. Very good. And then go over here. Drop it off in the box. Now, also, I could just have it sorted into the box for me, but, you know, it's probably easier just to put them all in like that. GG's. Now, we need 50 of the radio control units. We're at 28. What are we waiting on? Crystal oscillators, it looks like, and computers. If we go get some more computers, is that what's slowing us down? Let's go see. I hear storms going on outside. Always something. I always forget what the heck I'm doing. Radio control unit, still 28. I think it's the crystal oscillators, or it could be the the other units, which we might have to go grab some more. Now, sometimes it's just easier to make it yourself, right? You just kind of let this run. It's going to take a while. Could just make a manufacturer and put this in a manufacturer. We sure can. All right. That's why I have all this open space. I call this offline production, everybody. Where you just go ahead and make it like this. Now here's the cool thing about this. All the resources that I have, I can go ahead and double up on these resources. Where's my connector? Right there. I can double up on all these resources and end up making more of these in the long run, because I can get my summer sloops right over here, and I can throw that in here. Then I can also put the various different resources in here, which we need to do this over here. We're making modular, no, what's it, modular engines, radio control units. No, that's not it. We already did the modular stuff before. Radio control units, add the to-do list, and then scroll down. That's just the 3. So aluminum casings in the one of them. We'll grab them out of here because they don't do us any good sitting in there. And then, so aluminum casings here. And crystal oscillators. Pull those out. Man, I have so much course too. I could be making so many of those crystal oscillators right now. Run those in there. And then computers. Just control click. Makes it go faster. Computers in there. Okay, so now this is actually going to use not as many of the resources. Wait. Did not go in there? Try it again. Didn't put them in there. Now this is actually going to produce twice as much as if I did it myself. So it's actually better to put it in the manufacturer than it is for me to do it. And especially if I overclock it here and I get all this cranking. I got plenty of power, buddy. Plenty of power. I can overclock for a while here and we'll be just fine. But now it's going to produce 12.5 of them instead of 2.5. And because I have them offline, meaning that it's just going to feed at 780 in there, and it only needs it at like 6 per minute, or aluminum casings is 100 per minute, we can just let that run. Also, while we're doing that, it gives us a moment to run over here, grab some more casings and crystal oscillators and so on. And I don't think this is actually even making any crystal oscillators over here, now that I think about it. And we should have a bunch of these just laying around. Look at that. Get in there and grab a bunch. Certainly not going to have a problem with those. Those are just not going in the dimensional depot, so that's why we got issues with those. But I think it's the aluminum casings that it really needs. There we go. And now it's going to make a bunch of these. We need 50 of them total. Let's go ahead and have it at least running out into a box so that I can make a whole bunch of those in there. We've got 6. How many do we have on us right now? We're at 22. All right, so in a couple minutes, we'll be ready to unlock that next part of the production. So I use a combination of all of the techniques that I have learned, right? So horizontal production like this, vertical production, blueprinting, modular blueprinting where you can snap things together really easily, vertically or horizontally, however you want. I also use offline production. This is what I consider online production, where it has all of the resources automatically being fed. It's all automated is another way of putting it. It's completely automated. This is not completely automated. This is manually put it in the box, and then it's going to go into the thing, right? It just saves you a lot of time from running all the lines and redoing it and doing the whole thing. Much easier to do it this way, I find, in a lot of the things, when you only need just a bit of that thing. Now, if you need, 2,000 of them, well, then you probably want to build a production for it. It's all about efficiency. And your mandate from Fix It Corporate, and I'm your official Fix It Corporate trainer, just so you know, is efficiency first. So if you get lasered from space from being inefficient, don't blame me. That's a whole different department. I'm not in that department. So there you go. There you go. Looks great. Thank you, Crimson Knight. Yes, and again, this is just getting started, everybody. We haven't even got to the mega building part yet. This is just using the modular thing. Now, I did actually slow way down on this particular playthrough. I typically jump over like phase 2 and 3. I just kind of fast track through those and I get to phase 4. But we slowed down into phase 2 and we did a lot of things in phase 2 to see how it would go. Personally, I say just jump over 2 and 3, get to 4, so that you can get your aluminum sheets. And your aluminum sheets are such a huge jump up that it will massively upscale your entire production. Especially when you're running like coal or things like that. You won't have to run them in multiple lines because, you might be running 1,200 coal and now you got to run them in multiple lines or on multiple train things. Whatnot. You can start combining those things together. A lot of nodes that are not pure nodes, all the other nodes will max out at 600. So that means that your 780 belt is going to be faster than your extractor will ever be in the entire game. As fast as it will ever be. So you overclock the heck out of that thing, you're running it at 600, and bam, you're getting double the production. In fact, right now, I could go back to where my coal is extracting and double up every bit of that coal right now and have even more coal coming back here, but I don't need it right this second. But when I do need it, we'll definitely go back and scale it up. For sure, for sure. And level 5 belts here are probably my most used belts of anything in the entire game. I typically am using level 5 belts. Also, we have some blueprints that we've done before that we can start utilizing as well from those belts. And you can see I have a bunch of various different blueprints. Some of these are what I consider to be mega blueprints, where they are more fancy than they are productive as well, like these right here. But we're not to those yet because you can see that we need our trigons and time crystals and so on. We'll get to those eventually. But you can see I have a bunch of stuff up here that uses those level 5 belts. So now I can reutilize some blueprints from a previous playthrough and use those again, which is pretty awesome because some of these are foundries and smelters and converters and things that I already used in a previous playthrough. Or you can just throw them all out and start again from scratch, everybody. Whatever you want to do, bro. Whatever you want to do. This right here is also my spiral, which is really cool. It's a train spiral, so you can spiral up and spiral down. Very, very fun. It's a perfect spiral as well. I see a lot of people do spirals, everybody. Mine is the perfect spiral. So that means you're going to lose the very minimum amount of speed on the way up and minimum amount of speed on the way down. So very, very effective and efficient, which is what my stream is all about. Efficiency first. All right, let's go. Waiting a little bit for this to finish up. Let's see how many we got now. Oh, wow. Got 44. That's 6 less than we needed total. Right there. All right, over here we go. And we're ready to unlock our goody good stuff over here. Let's go.
Milestone
Adam's got
reached.
something to say.
The resource well pressurizer and extractor can harvest nitrogen, crude oil, and water from underground wells. Nitrogen, being a gas, does not need pumps for pipeline transportation. Fixit does not process most of your metrics, but I do. According to Fixit predictions, you are exploiting this planet with unexpected efficiency. They did always struggle to see the true potential of things. Nothing about you is unexpected to me, and therefore you are performing exactly as expected.
I think that's a compliment. Not quite sure. Hey, look at this thing going right through the middle of our, the top of our thing here. I didn't even notice that. I don't like clipping, everybody. Let's take that out. So you know why they let you clip, everybody? Is because they know most people are like me. They can't stand stuff clipping. So if I see something clipping like that, I'm just going to fix it on my own. But you can clip right through stuff. So that's why they took that out, because they said, you know, most people are just going to say, I don't like it. All right, most people don't like the way when that clips. So there we go. We're reconnected. I don't even know what that was for, but whatever. I think I was making something over here. What was I making? Adaptive control units. I got that turned off now. Don't need it right this second. Now, again, we'll make all that other stuff, including nuclear pasta, at the end. This is kind of at the end game, by the way. You're in that phase 4. You're toward the very end of the upper phases. Now, the reason why we did this, again, is for the resource well. Now, of course, we'll make a bunch of this other stuff later on. We can also get this miner going on. We need 50 fused modular frames, which we don't have any nitrogen gas, so that's going to be a problem. And this, we don't have any AI control units or enough plastic or control boards there that we could use. It'd be nice to get that level 3 miner, though. Kind of feel like that'd probably be the next thing I would do. Yeah, let's do that. Again, I'm just going to skip over nuclear power. Normally I do nuclear power, by the way, just to show you how to do nuclear power. I feel like nuclear power isn't really worth it. I think it'd be smarter to go and get every bit of oil in the entire game. So that's what we're going to do in this particular playthrough before we get to nuclear power. Now, we'll eventually do nuclear power for sure. And the same thing with drones, everybody. I very rarely use drones. Drones are very useful because they can go and grab and bring stuff back. But you have to put fuel in them, like batteries or things like that. And so you have to create a whole process of fueling your drones as well. And usually you can just fuel it on one side. So say I wanted to go off, grab a bunch of resources and bring it back to me. Like, for example, box right? I could have it go over there, grab the box right, bring the box right back instead of using my trains. But my trains can carry way more, and thus it's going to be more efficient in the amount it's going to bring back, depending on how many drones I'm also using to go do it. If I did 50 drones to go over there and get it, maybe it would match the amount of trains that I have, the one train. And I can make trains really, really long. So I feel like the train is a much more efficient use, unless it's something that's way the heck out there. Like if I'm here and it's way the heck over here, and say I'm just trying to go over here, get some nitrogen gas there, or water. Say I'm trying to get this node right here for some reason. What would I come over here for? Probably sulfur. Sulfur would be a good example. Like, I don't care about any of this other stuff. I really just want the sulfur, because sulfur is actually one of the rarest things in the game. So you want to go over there and get that sulfur with a drone. Perfect use for a drone. Just go over there, set up a drone there, set up a drone at your base. Hopefully you got enough fuel for it to fly from here all the way up here, grab that sulfur, bring that sulfur back. That's what I would use a drone for. But eventually, I'm going to have a bunch of trains that run this way, and trains that run that way, and train that runs this way, and that way, and this way, and eventually I'm going to work my way over there, and I'm going to get that sulfur. If I need it. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But one of the things we can do right now is definitely do these pipes. So let's start with the easy stuff. We'll grab all the pipes out of here, and we'll go ahead and just put those straight in there. Control. Oh, okay, I got 10 minutes till I can do that. That'll give me some time to try to find some more of this. If I have any sitting around over here. Usually I do. Just have some just for me to put in there. We're going to need that nitrogen gas for the other one, and then what else we need? Let's clear that out. Those are supercomputers. We need high-speed connectors and AI limiters. That we can do. We can do it well. Not over here. None of them. Get this out. Same thing. Offline production. So what we're doing is we're being efficient. So we're fast tracking ahead without the need to build a whole entire process behind that. Now, I actually have computers being made right over here. They're basically offline production. We do have some plastic, but not enough. Now, I do have some of these resources I can throw in here. I can go ahead and throw that in there. I've already did the things and also the summer sloops in there. We can go ahead and try to put some more of this stuff in here as well. So the first thing we'll do is we'll say computers. Or actually, we can just go over here and grab them. They're right over here. Even easier. Just grab all of them. And we'll put that right here in this first one. Oh, computers. Tag this in power. Should have made a sub-power one there, and there we go. Now we got computers and plastic going in there because we already put plastic in there. AI limiters, high-speed connectors. Now I know I had a bunch of those when I was running around. I have one of them right now. High-speed connectors, I remember putting those away in the sorter. I didn't put them in the dimensional depot, which means they're sitting over here somewhere. And I mean, I got them sitting around. Why not use them, right? Why not utilize the resources that you already have? So we'll go through and we'll try to find them. What do we got in here? I feel like all of this can be resorted. I know that this can go back on the dimensional depot 100%. 100% back on the dimensional depot. What do we got over here? See, I sometimes... Oh, we got our crystal oscillators there that we can deal with. Yeah, this is kind of like the junk pile. You know, the bunch of stuff that you had laying around that you didn't want to deal with right now. Oh, really? I used up all my AI limiters? Apparently I did. I sure did. Look at me go. Marsilia, we could definitely put that away in the dimensional depot. Mycelia. Crystals for sure. AI limiter back in there. Let's do these by mathematical order here. So I can put my summer sloops back in there. Just wait those out. So I can also put my power shards back in there as well. Alright, that'll put all that away, but that doesn't help us because we don't have our high-speed connectors or AI limiters. So we're going to need some of those. Now we'll say, okay, what do we need for AI limiters? We need copper sheets and quick wire. Oh, we got a bunch of that laying around. So that's a assembler. We're just going to go assembler. And again, this is what everyone considers spaghetti, everybody. When you're just doing it willy-nilly, you're not planning it out, you're not building it, making it perfect with the perfect turns, and you're making all your pipes straight, like not use a combination of both. Why not? Why not use what is most effective in the moment? Right? Like right now, I can tell you I got a bunch of copper sheets running right across the top of here. And I can go ahead and just spaghetti myself in. A little cross space here. And boom. Spaghetti that right in there. This I'm going to connect to this. And there we go. Copper sheets going in. Now I need some quick wire. Now I seriously doubt I have quick wire running over here, but I do have a bunch of quick wire right here in this. So I'm just going to grab it out because it ain't doing me no good in that box. Like I say, everybody, don't let that stuff sit around. It's being very inefficient sitting in that box doing nothing. I have tens of thousands of quick wire. And there we go. Boom. AI limiter's going in. Oop, I think it's going in the computer's one. Save it before it goes in there. Going to this one. There we go. Because you don't want it to end up in the same box. If it does, then it will cause the production to stop, and you'll have a problem with it later. All right, that's off and running. Now, do I have any more summer sloops? I probably do. Ain't doing me any good sitting in the thing there. All right, summer sloops. Also, power shards. 3 more. Nice. Get them in there. Overclock them. Speed it up. Go, go, go. Faster, faster. Get in there. Faster, faster. Now 25 per minute. Gonna burn up all that quick wire, burn up all that copper sheets. What do I care? It's just sitting around. Otherwise, I gotta do it. I don't want to have to do it, everybody. That's why you automate things, so you don't have to do them. This is what this is all about. This is not gonna fit that way. I'm gonna go ahead and put it in the reverse direction. Something like this. Let's run this one and this one. Okay, now what we need is our circuit boards. What it was? I forgot. High-speed connectors, AI limiters. AI limiters. Wait, no, that's what I'm making here. Yes, we need the other thing. High-speed connectors, which is not in here. That is a manufacturer. Okay, another big boy manufacturer over here. Let's see, our play yard is getting very small. All right, fine, over here. We're going to double stack. Like this, up above that. Oh, not reverse though, we'll fix that. this way. Instead of doing it 4 wide, we're going to do a vertical. This one's going to go potentially down there. I try to find different ways of doing it. You can also just do this. Even easier. Run that in there. All right, so we need 4 resources in here to do, or actually probably 3 resources, now that I think about it, to do our thing here. High-speed connectors. Right here. All right, more quick wire, cable, and circuit boards. So happens we're making some circuit boards over here too. Again, this gets really crazy after a while. So we need quick wire, which we also have over here. Now, if you're wondering how to override it so it doesn't snap, just doesn't quite make it. You hold down the control key. Close enough. I'm going to take it, I'm going to run it right into the back of that box. Now it's going to split the quick wire between that and this, so now this is going to have quick wire as well. Tap that one into the center. Now we got our high-speed connectors going. I definitely want to move these computers. That one. Take this out so that's not on that line. And take the output of this and run it into there. All right, now we got quick wire going there. We need cable, we need circuit boards. I've got crazy tons of cable running right here. And this is how you make a big spaghetti mess. Okay, 2 out of 3 now. Circuit boards. We're making circuit boards over here, but I don't feel like it's making enough circuit boards because of our plastic problem. Now, what we're working on right now is the ability to fix the plastic problem that we have. That's why we're doing all of these things. But we definitely need way more plastic because we do not have enough circuit boards. Just so happens that I had some circuit boards in the dimensional depot that I'm going to use over here. That we found while we were running out and about. There we go, circuit boards, nice. And that's it, that's all it needs. It only needs the 3 things, so we can just take one of these out like that, or I could have brought this down further, I guess, but that's okay, we'll let it float there for a second. High-speed connectors. All right, now we've got our high-speed connectors going. Probably a good idea to maybe try some more, yeah, right there. We also need to run some of our little guys here. Our power shards, yes. We need this back here for a second. Let's go over here. Grab that one back for right now. What do we got this set to? Blue power shard. Let's actually set this to our 5 power shard one, and we're going to put that in there. Then we're going to get our slugs, get all of our purple slugs, and we're going to put them in there, and then those are going to run in there. And because we have it overclocked and we have the multiplier, instead of it making 5 times 36, it's going to make 5 times double 36, right? So about 80 of these, 80 times 5. So it's going to be a lot. But the first one, it doesn't do it. It's only after it processes it one time. So you usually want to leave the summer sloop in there so that you can process those. That's why I was grabbing those earlier. So it's making 62 of them per minute. And it'll have those done in just a few moments, and then we don't have to worry about overclocking anymore. So here we go. Overclock this one. Boom. Go to town. Put those in there so at least you're getting, at least 1.5 multiplier. But this is really where you want to multiply it, because it's going to multiply all of the resources ahead of it, and our end result is the supercomputers themselves. We're trying to get 100 supercomputers made here, and whatever we got to do, right? By hook or by crook kind of thing, where you basically utilize a bunch of resources you have laying around, right? And you probably have a bunch just sitting around doing nothing right now. So let's get it going on. All right, speaking of getting good stuff going on, I could probably put a bunch of this stuff back in here so it can be sorted out of my inventory. Here comes the Kevin Love Train. Fred's coming in with a 5 months of sub love, everybody. Show some love in the chat. Put some hearts in there. Put some thank yous in there as well. I do appreciate everybody coming in and showing that love. I think we can also upgrade our sorter now, so our sorter is going to kick butt here. Let's go. Let's go ahead and upgrade these lines. Now the problem with this, everybody, if your line is going too slow, see how it's diverting it there? It's going to, the line before it is going too fast for the sorter. So you want to make sure that you update the actual sorter line first. Like this. All the way down. Now this is something definitely worth taking your time to upgrade. Just makes your life a bit easier. Now see, it shouldn't have really diverted that, because it wasn't really an overflow. But it's because the belt before it was so fast, it thought that it couldn't process it fast enough. And that's what you don't want. You want it to be able to see now it's processing. See how it's not overflowing anymore? That's because it can process it in there at the same speed at which it's coming up from behind. Watch out for that, everybody. That'll really mess you up. Like right now, see what that's doing? It's diverting it over there. Get all these internal ones upgraded. There we go. That was level 5. This was level 5. All right, now we can go ahead and upgrade these ones out here. These are real awkward to upgrade. Just sits there and wants to try to. Already got that one. Wants to sit there and try to connect itself to the other thing. That's already level 5. Level 4. Got where I left off. Okay, now what you want to do is just act like you're going to take it out, make sure all these belts are actually level 5. Definitely worth your time to double check. Especially the ones connecting to the boxes. So instead of going at 480, this is going at 780 now. I always like to try to catch that one that I missed. That one will slow down the rest of your production. It happens quite often. You miss that one. You're like, why is it not working right? Why is it taking so long to get there? Why is my machine not running at full efficiency? Because you missed one belt. Always defaults to the slowest belt. It's a bottleneck. Cranking now. Not that it really needs to go that fast, but it's nice when I'm looking for resources. Oh, there it is. See, there was a level 4 there somewhere. Right. Oh, it's the one up above is the level 4. Let's upgrade those anyway. Taking them out. Very effective there. Very effective. Got them all. That's a level 5 there. There we go. So again, that's sorting at 780 now. And again, if I'm putting stuff back in there, it might use it for some of this production as well. Okay, plastic is what we need. Plastic. And turn that off. I usually have to take from my inventory first. Okay, we're going to find our plastic down here. We're going to infuse it with some plastic so it goes all the places it needs to go, which I believe is this right here. Yes, that plastic. We'll re-infuse the plastic like this. That will go down all the different lines it needs to go down, and we'll go into the places it needs to go. Also making more radio control units here. Very nice. I wonder how many we have over here now. Oh, whoa, yeah, very nice. Maybe a little dimensional depot like this, so we don't have to worry about those. Very nice. And there you go. Over here, our supercomputers, same thing. Don't worry, we'll go get some more mercenaries while we're out and about. But now it's going to put those supercomputers in there for me. What's it waiting on right now? Plastic. See, told you. All right, we got to work on our plastic. We got to get our wells going. So now we need to go ahead and clear our to-do list over here. We're going to get our resource wells and these. And I suggest to click a bunch of these and figure out what it is that you need. Right now, aluminum casings is the thing I don't have. I also needed radio control units, which I did make, and now going in the dimensional depot. We got motors going in there, heavy modular frames, rubber, steel beams. We got all of that going in there. There is one thing over here that we do not have going in there, and that is this over here. Where's the output of this? That's an input. That means the output's over on this side. And that is our casings right here. See, now all that hard work we did earlier, but all that exploring last time and this time is now paying off massively, because it's definitely a perfect time right in phase 4 to go around and get yourself a ton of dimensional depots. You got them all set up. You got it feeding in there, so you never have the point where you don't have enough of that particular thing. Now I'm going to take some with me so that while that's running in there, I'll have that going. We might just jump ahead here too, get some Mercer spheres. How many got left? 6, not quite enough. That we could put in the MAM if we had 7 of them. But now it's time to go over here and utilize this extra bit of oil that we're not even using right now. Let's go. Get all of our turbo fuel doing its thing. So much power, everybody. We have so much power. Now again, when you're overclocking a ton of stuff, everybody, that power adds up really, really quickly. So you want to make sure that you do have an excess amount of power. If we go look over here, we can see that I'm using about 7,000 power, and I have a capacity of 21,750. You're like, Kismet, how could that possibly be? How could you be producing all of those resources, yet only be using about 8,000 power? Efficiency, that's why. And if you want to see how efficient I am, everybody, again, you go back. You can watch my streams over on YouTube, and you can go back and watch this entire playthrough, by the way, from the very beginning, how I got started, how I got to this point. And now we're going to head on out here and really scale up. Now, we've left a bunch of this for this next part. You can see that we have our 3 oils here, but you can see that this part down here is not even doing anything because we left this for when we get our extraction going. And now is the perfect time to get it going. So let's go. Let's get it going. Right over here. Oh, Mercer sphere out there. I didn't even see it. Look at it out there. There's our power. Let's tap into some power. There's got to be power over here. Is that where? Yeah, right here. Actually, let's just grab one of these big ones. Way over there. Reload. First thing you want to do is take out these pod things. My feet never touch the ground. I know you're still around here somewhere. There he is. Be over there in a minute. All right, we don't need this anymore. Oh, let's get this resource. No reason to waste it. I might leave it there. I'll take this. Run it over here. I'm holding down spacebar so I don't just drop like a rock. Go for a little swim, get close enough, connect to the power. Ready to shoot some stuff. Where some of these bullets are missing. I don't remember this stuff is back here, but I just play and then just rediscover this stuff as I go, which I find very fun. Even though I've played through the game, just tons and tons and tons. All right, over here is where we're trying to go. We're gonna try not to be in the way over here this way as well. All right, where's these other baddies? Because you know there's some more around. Shooting that guy right in the face. Where are you going? The best use of this thing. Anticipated him on that one. The best use of this explosive thing is to clear all the trees out of your way. See what the heck you're doing. This is the first time I've used this explosive stuff, and I absolutely love it, everybody. I just make hundreds of them and just use them on everything. Again, I could go in there and chainsaw it, but why? I don't need the biofuel. I don't need it. What I need is I need to tap this oil right here, because this is a tremendous amount of oil, everybody, an absolute ton of it. So we're going to go ahead and put that pressurizer right in there, and then we're going to run some power to it. And we're going to watch that sucker start up, our very first pressurizer. At least in this playthrough, anyway. All right, now we need well covers. Now here's the little trick to these well covers, everybody. This is a normal node right here, so if we go ahead and put a resource well extractor on it, it's going to extract a certain amount. Chainsaw out of the way. It's going to extract about 60 per minute. Right now we can't overclock it, we can't do any of that with this. But if you go over here to this one, everybody, you can overclock the heck out of this. And that one should be the exact first thing that you do. Overclock the heck out of that thing so that you are upscaling your extraction. Now 150 instead of 60, right? So now you're doing good. Over here, same thing. This is a pure node. So look out, everybody. That's 300 each. So you can put two pure nodes together in a single 600 pipe. So a lot of this is going to exceed the amount that we can put in a single pipe. So we're going to think about that as we go. And then we're just going to put the rest of these in like that. now we're off and running. Okay, so we've got 300 there, 300 here. You know what I feel like doing, everybody? I don't rarely ever do this, but I think I'm going to do it in this playthrough. Let's put a sign on these things. Maybe too small. Where would I come and see this from? Probably from this direction. Get out of here. Get out of here with your crazy self. Okay, so this is 150. I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna choose a different layout right here. Then we're gonna put 150 and see if it fits. Close enough. Then we're gonna copy that so that when we go to, or we middle mouse button, when we go to put it down again, it'll actually be exactly the same. So they added this in 1.1 where it'll remember your preferences for your signs. So this one is 150. This one is 300. And then I'll have to keep looking in there, which I end up doing on these particular ones. It's 150. Most of these will be 150. This one's actually an impure, so this one's actually 75. This allows me to, again, save my time of going in and say, okay, what was the number on that one again? What was the number on this one? This one's 75 also. Labeling for the win. All right, there we go. Double check them one more time. 150. 75. 150. Always double check everybody. We got 300 out here. 150 there. Very nice. Okay, now we got to make all this math add up. All right, look how easy that is, everybody. You can see 150, 150, and this all added together. That's why I haven't turned in the way I haven't turned, by the way. I'm already about 20 steps ahead of what I'm doing right now. So what I'm going to do is run this out. We want to run it this way so that it ends up where all of our other oil is. So we're just going to run this out like this, nice and easy. And then we're going to combine right there in the center. Too many times. And then this here. Not there, it's 600 maximum running down that line. Now this one we probably need to turn toward each other, so this will be 300 here. And we'll do the same thing we did over there. We go ahead and take this one through, like this, and this together. All right, so we add that up now, though. We can go ahead and say do this, and then grab one of these signs and say that this one is running as a combination of all of this, right? So this is 300 right there. And then this one we're just going to bring right around this way. And this one's a combination of all of these. So this is 150, 150, which is 300. This one's already 300 because it's a pure node, so that's 600 coming out of there. So that tells us very easily what our totals are, which is 900 of this coming out of here. Now, what you can also do is combine these together and then split them again, and then they'll try to equal each other out, where it'll be basically, half of the amount of 900. Which you can do. I usually leave them separate because what I'm going to do is take this 600 and the 300, run the 300 into one, and then I'm going to take the 600 and I'm going to split that into two others. So we want to go ahead and run these along this same kind of pipeline we've run over here, though probably a little nicer if we put some stands over it, something like this. We'll say right there, right here. This one we'll do 2. Probably should have done all these as 2. Loves to do 3 for some reason. I don't know. Just this thing. So we'll put the 300 at the bottom and the 600 at the top. And we'll just keep Get that going. There we go. All right, running that out. Now I'm separating it so that I know that this is coming from a different node, by the way, if you're wondering why I'm not just putting it on the line with this one. I want that to be really obvious that that is not on the same node. Really, just a little too far. Always the way it goes. Oh, the node's in the way. Tree's in my way. Too far. Just we can see our distances. Again, this is not coming from an oil node, it's coming from a well, which is different. Right? Very, very different. Now we're almost over here, and we're going to go ahead and do this. Let's get that too far again. Trying to guesstimate that distance. Pull out a pipe to see your distance normally, by the way. You can just do this first. It'll tell you whether you're going to make it. Nope, not quite. Say about halfway here. If you don't mind if I speed up, I think you guys got the general gist of all of that. And then this to here. This to here. And you can see I've already put some pipes in here. This was from right at the very beginning of the game. Because I already anticipated that I would be coming back and doing this again. Pipe is too... This one's not too long, but that one is. Sometimes this game is funky. Alright, there we go. We fixed it. Sometimes it gets confused. Don't need. Really awesome to pre-think yourself out, everybody. When you get to this point, you're ready to rock and roll. Okie dokie. Now we've already got this already set up, so all we got to do is reset up our stuff here to run in here. You can see that this one is running down into that one, and then also running this, because this is 600 coming through. It goes into two storages, and it splits at 300 and 300. Why do I do that? So it can run in faster and run out faster. It's much better. Also, if you notice, my fluids are going down into the thing. This way it can't backlog and come back up the other way or backslosh. You always want it running down into your stuff, because it sucks if it doesn't. Because all of a sudden you'll have all sorts of fluid issues. You're like, why is it not working? That's because of that problem. Let's see, what side am I on here? I'm just putting down a little extra road there to help me out. And I like to use my little rounded foundations after I unlock them here. I think they're cool looking. All right, this first one is going to be the bottom one. All right, the bottom one was 300. Ooh, I forget now. I think it was the top one was the 600. Yeah, bottom one 300. So the 300 is just going to go right into here. So, or into this one. So we're going to go ahead and move this over here. We're going to look where the input is over on this side. We're just going to snap that right there. Oh, I got my souping on. Holding down control, by the way, to get that thing. I guess I could have used it vertically. Snap to each other. There we go. All right, one of these. Hit H. Check it out. Make sure that it's sitting on there nicely. And then up above. I would put one up above, but this one's only 300, so it's not double, so I'm not going to split it there. So all I need to do is take that bottom one right here, run it right into there, maybe a little curve or straight. Nope, not far enough for a straight. And then let's bring it forward and make it so it's nice and suit that up. Straight there. There we go. And we're going to do... let's do a curve. Curve sounds fun. And then we'll take out these top ones. We'll bring this one forward. Same thing here. This is going to be these last two. And then basically the last one is going to be kind of like an overflow. So if we're making too much of it and it's not processing it fast enough, we can go ahead and put that last one in there. We can zero vertically. There we go. Nice. H. Top of that one. We're going to bring this into here, a nice curve. Then we're going to go ahead and we have to we got to how the heck did I do those last time? Man, I made those nice. Look how those attach at the bottom and then they run up. We got to go put some pumps back there too. We'll work on that later. Honestly, can't remember how I did that. Probably something like this. Yep. That's exactly how I did it. All right, awesome. And this, a straight 90 degree there. That's going to start filling those up over time, and then we're going to have this go down. Now the first one is going to the second one, and the bottom one's going to the first one, top one's going to the second one. Better way to say that. And again, this one here is going to go into the input of this one right here. Make this a nice horizontal vertical. There we go. Or, oh, we're doing on here, we're doing horizontal vertical, the lower one, but in reverse, so it goes like that. So if you go backwards, it offsets the way that the pipe is. Very, very useful. And same thing here. Going to that one, and then the top one here is going to go into this other one. There. Very nice. Okay, there we go. Now again, we have some overflow here at the end. So say this does fill up, both of these things fill up here, we're not using it fast enough. We can also cross connect all of this, because I can tell you this stuff is full over here. And again, we can use that excess to run it down to the end. But we shouldn't use the last one as a, hey, I've got this much running to there, right? It's just like an extra bit. So keep that in mind. So we're going to go ahead and do that off this top pipe, and we're just going to go ahead and do the same thing there, kind of double split that one down to 150 and 150, because remember we split it in half, so it went from 600 to 300, 300, and then we took the 300 and we cut that in half, 150, 150, and 300 in the other. So that just allows us to transport more of that over time. Now, this is as fast as this is ever going to be. It's going to extract at its maximum extraction speed. So we never have to touch these again. And that's how I am, everybody. Set it and forget it, right? Get it set up, let it be set up, and then you can walk away from it. It is extracting the maximum amount of oil. It is always worth it to overclock oil every single time, because the amount of extra oil that you're going to get versus the amount of cost to overclock it if you're using it for power is way beyond what you're extracting. Like here, it's using 134 megawatts, but because it's extracting 600 instead of 300, I'm getting tens of thousands or thousands and thousands of megawatts over all of my various nodes. And you can see it's extracting it as fast as it possibly can. So I instantly overclock them every single time. So yeah, the top one was 600. I was right. All right, awesome. And then over here, we got this overclock, 900 per minute or whatnot. Now this actually doesn't have an output, everybody. It doesn't have an output or an input. It's just pushing the oil, it's just pressurizing it and pushing the oil into this. And then this is where the oil is being extracted, your actual thing. And this is how they actually do it in the ground too, everybody. They go in and they'll drill down there. They'll put a pipe down there to extract that oil and pressurize. That's where all this stuff comes from, everybody. It comes from real life stuff. Very cool. So that's going. So that's 900 more oil that I didn't have before. And that 900 oil is for a specific purpose. It's for my plastic. And I don't really need that much rubber right now, but plastic, I do need a bunch of that. All right. Oh, pipe pumps. That's what I was going to do. Now, you don't always have to do pumps. You can see that it is pumping it over there, everybody, but there is a lift that I have going on. Go for a little swim. There is a lift that I have going on, and so I do want to make sure, when in doubt, put a pump anyway. Just put it anyway, everybody. Don't even fret about it. Don't even think about it. Put that pump in there. Right in there like that. The one that's furthest in the back. Remember, it's pushing it, not pulling it. So it's pushing it that way. And also it keeps it from backlogging back to the pipe too. So now that's going to push that, and we can check the head lift on this. Right now, 1.1, 1. So really not that big of a head lift. This one's getting up there now. 10. Again, just in case it's like one, it's just not enough to get it up into those storages, I definitely add a pump at the very beginning. Same thing over here, see? It's just like a fail-safe. Even if it's only doing, you know, small head lift, because your extractors also help with your head lift. So say you're extracting that, it has a certain amount that it will help with head lift. And the way you can tell it, you can't see it in the thing, by the way. You can only see it when you're building it. So when you go into production and you're going to do, say, a refinery, you can see that it's going to help you with the 10 head lift right here. Just head lift 10. That means that you can push that thing up 10 meters from the machine itself without a pump. But I never trust it, because no. No. And the same thing here with our resource well extractors. It gives a head lift of 10. So in theory, it should be just fine. It should be just fine if that's 10 up, which the top one's probably not. Because the bottom one is like 8 plus 2 more, so it's about 8, 9, 10 right there. So the bottom one, it'll be fine, but the top one, no. So we definitely want to make sure that that's all. Oh, look, it's grabbing all the new stuff. I can see it down there, grabbing some of the new stuff we just put in there. Oh yeah, see, it just put a whole bunch of oil in there. Very cool. Now it's what's known as a push-pull train, everybody. That means it goes one way, and then it turns around, and it goes the other way. Look at all those engines on there. For every 4 cars, you need 1 engine. Me, I always add an extra engine, because why not? I mean, you got the resources, go for it. So you can see that it's got a little bit of crude oil. Now it's going to take time for it to get up to speed. Where it's pushing this all in, it's backlogging, all the pipes are getting filled. That's what you really want. You want your pipes to be completely filled all the time, because that's the best flow rate of your fluids. You don't want it sloshing around in there if you don't have to. See, this one's doing a good job of flowing that in there. Now eventually this is going to fill up. Then it's going to start to backlog up into here. It's going to backlog out here, and then it's going to push up into here, and then this one's going to start to backlog as well. And that just allows it to go in faster, come out faster. Because remember that when that train is in the station, it's not filling it and it's not outputting it. So keep that in mind. That's why I only have the one train. So it comes and grabs it, it does what it needs to do, GG's, and it's not stopping my production. I've made that mistake before where I had like 4 trains running. They kept stopping and starting my production over and over and over again. It's actually more efficient to have your trains have more cars and stop at the train station less often, so it doesn't slow down your production as much. So keep that in mind. If you feel like, hey, why is it not working? Why is it not working? Maybe you have too many trains on that train track. Totally could be it. All right, it's coming back. How much we got in here now? A little bit, a little bit. Ooh, that one's filling up. Over here, a little teeny bit. Oh yeah, look, it emptied these last 2. Empty those out. Nice. Pulling into the station. Now, I usually hang my my actual engines off the side of the station. I don't think it's very efficient to put in little spacers for it. I feel like it's kind of a waste. Just have them hang out one side or the other. Just saves you more time. Head back over. Let's go. Look at this giant amount of foundations I got going up there. That's a lot of stuff. We did a lot of stuff so far in this playthrough. We're getting there. What up? Hey, you there? How you doing? I'm doing good, Mickey. Yeah, thanks for coming in and hanging out. Hopefully I'm getting your name right. Appreciate you. Hey, Dragon Wolf, what's up? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. And again, you can see it doesn't go very far, but I could run a bunch of pipes or I could just run this train, which is also very fun. You can see it's over here picking this up. Oh, I forgot to call it train drop-off. Oil drop-off. Got to rename that train station. All right. More of my thing. No, there we go. Forgot to rename that after we messed around with that. Okay, and you can see, everybody, that it is loading that into there. Now, these particular ones over here are not even connected to anything yet. You can see they're completely unconnected. These ones all up here are going up and making my fuel. In fact, one of these is actually being used for the plastic right now, and it just can't produce the plastic fast enough for what I need. So we're going to need to kind of expand our plastic production here. Probably go this way with it. We'll expand some of our plastic over this way. Now over here, also, we're making a ton of explosive rebar, which I think we have a whole box full of it, or a good amount of it, which we're going to just go over here and put in our, what I call my little play yard here. Over there, and then we'll take the dimensional depot out, put the dimensional depot over here. We're just going to move this kind of offline production over here. Going to work a bit on that side. Goes in there, so anytime I need those explosive rebars, they'll be in there. And we're going to go ahead and tap out on all of this stuff. What do we got in here? Mama, a bunch of iron rebars. Yeah, it's a bunch. Yeah, we'll leave those there for now. Okay, so we need some foundations over here, and we are going to snap the blueprint. Very nice. And we're going to make ourselves a little bit of additional plastic production. One of the first things you want to make, everybody, in blueprints is your foundation blueprints. They are so incredibly useful. One of the greatest things, I think, in the entire game. There we go. All right, now we got to go down here and we got to work all our magic on this. Now we have a hypertube going right through here, so we're gonna have to work a bit with that. All right, how are we doing? This first one here should be filling up. Oh, it's still loading. Unloading. I can't really check it while it's in the middle of process, but once it starts to move out, I'm good. All right, so these ones that we haven't used at all are already starting to fill up. These ones not so much yet. Those are going to take a little while until it's completely filled. But we want to go ahead and tap into this and run this oil to the other side. Up here for sure. No, right over here. Let's go ahead and take one of these out. And we're going to massively do a bunch of plastic, and then we're going to take that plastic and we're going to tie it into the plastic that we already have. Right over here, this is a merger, so it's merging both of those. So probably a good idea, just get ahead of the game here, and we're going to just merge it right there. Merge that back over that way. Okay, now to our refineries that we already have built. These are turbo refineries here. Do we have any other refineries or factories that we can use for plastics? Yes, we have one here. Do I have all the resources? Oh, okay, cool. This is from our last time. This is what we did. And we'll turn off that blueprinting and auto connecting. Honestly, I don't even remember this blueprint, but I see that it has a bunch of inputs. Plastic factories, so the inputs are on this side. Where's the output? Right here. So we'll have the output be on this side, so we can kind of line that up. Notice I don't even remember. I don't even remember what I did from that last playthrough, but we'll find out. Oh man, look at that layout. Nice. Yeah, that was Johnny on the spot. Look at me go. That is nice. Yeah, plastic heavy oil residue. Yeah. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. We have the heavy oil residue integrated. No, it's just all plastic. Okay. So 30 per minute, which means that if we have a 300 line, we could do, this is 4, so we could do 10 of them. We might just do 8 for now. There's going to be a lot of plastic, but a tremendous amount. So we'll do that one, and then we'll chain them behind each other. We can do multiple here. Blueprint. Okay, and then again with the same one, 4 machines. Turn that off. Output this way. This way all the pipes and everything line up. And over there. Alright, let's just start with 8. That ought to be a good start. Okay, did I put any external power anywhere? Where's my power connector? Good question. Probably just run that one down. That's what we'll do. We'll take this one right here. We'll run it down to here, and then we can run it through the ground. And you can see I've already got connectors. These are all road connectors. Okay, run this one. These are all connected into my central power, and they run under the road. So we don't have to worry about it. Now we know we've got one here that we could probably just run to the other side here, and then just connect those two across. We can also try anyway. Slide under the pipes. There we go. And we can just take this one and chain it across this one over here, and that'll bring that power over to there. Very nice. And now we have power to float around and get into some trouble. I like how these ones are purple. Why did I set it to purple? Kind of interesting. And blue is the output. Probably because my colors are different in here than they were before. Did them in a different order, so that's going to be confusing. So this is definitely the output, so we need to change this color to green. Oh, we just learned something that can happen between playthroughs if you change your which one of these swatches are your colors, it'll actually change it in your blueprints as well. And this is actually a different color too. This is a blue instead of whatever color it was originally I had in my previous playthrough. But what this is telling me, everybody, is that this is an output here, which goes into this, which I can then train that plastic all the way back down to the end. All right, let's go ahead and get this first 300 and run it in there. Right over here. And we're just going to take our pipes here. Run them straight up. Now, it used to be where you could just aim it like this and it would just do it right, but now don't do that. So you got to finagle it into doing what you want it to do. I don't know why they took that out. It's kind of dumb to me, but what do I know? I've only been playing games for 50 years. All right, we're going to pump that straight up there. And we're going to tap into some power here, right here. All right, get pumping. Pump it, pump it. All right, it's going to pump it up to there. Do we have this going to a thing? No. I think this is the output as well. Yeah, this is not where we're going. We're going over here. Yep. Going over to this side. Let's get our backlog of oil over here. Offset, kind of hard to see sometimes. Always double check it by flying the other side, because sometimes it'll be offset in one direction or another. Okay, so we got this going up and we want to end up over there. So we want to take this one out. So we can go ahead and get these connected. I'm going to do something like that. Let that kind of switch back a little bit. This whole thing with the pipes not snapping to the top of the thing anymore or snapping to walls really kind of messes you up big time. But all right, away it goes. Why is this not working? Why are you not running? Maybe the pipe's already full? No, pipe doesn't have anything in it. Going in the right direction. Not an input. Ah, input. Duh. See how it went down the checklist, everybody? Why is that not working? What is it that's causing it to not work? Did I do the wrong input? That's exactly it. There was an input, not an output. There we go. Because this should be split. And when I saw that that wasn't split, that means that that line is not working. It's a dead giveaway. And now we know it is working. All right, so it's going to push itself all the way up in here. Yep, there it goes. And start to fill up that canister while I'm doing this other stuff. And then this is going to drop down in there. Go through this door. We see it's starting to fill. Yep, it's going to start making a whole bunch of plastic. Now here's the cool thing, everybody. Since I already have all of these blueprints already ready, it's running along the back here, right? And instead of going through and doing a whole bunch of stuff out here, and redoing all that stuff I did, all I got to do is just do this. Just connect the two factories together, and GG's. We all good. And I can also fix this too. This is an output. And I don't have to mark for an input. If you notice, by the way, everybody, I did not do a pipe floor hole. Those are the worst things ever. Do not use them. Hopefully one day they do fix them. Now, also what it's going to do is output some heavy oil residue. We need to figure out how much total heavy oil residue, and that's how many of the refineries we need to manage that heavy oil residue. Now, heavy oil residue actually makes a bunch of different stuff, but right now all we want to do is just to get rid of it, because what we really want is a lot of plastic, right? We want a massive amount of plastic being produced. And you can see we're already producing some of that plastic. So we're going to go ahead and just tie that plastic right over here. Try not to put it across my road. There we go. Oh. So that's going to tie into already pre-existing amount of plastic that I'm producing. You can see, look at it coming out of there. Tying into a bunch that I'm already doing. Now, also a good idea when you're tying in a lot of stuff together is to upgrade all of this stuff so that it is actually running down into the various places faster. Like this. That one's already going. And then same thing over here. Faster, faster. Faster into there. Faster in the lifter. Faster over here. Lifter. Belts. Lifter, lifter, lifter. 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 Belts. Belts. That's going to go way faster. All right, there we go. Now we just massively increase the production of our plastic. But again, it's going to run into a problem of the, by the way, if you notice I had 3 different nodes there plus another one, and I've only done the one so far. So a lot of plastic we could do, everybody, a lot of plastic. Right now, this is good enough for now, but we need to deal with this heavy oil residue problem. So we're going to go ahead and make ourselves another factory. We want to do it at the beginning or the end? I think we just do it at the beginning. Just run it across. All right, we'll make another one here. Do I have a blueprint for it? Here's a good question. So I have my 4 plastics, but do I have one pre-made? Yes, heavy oil residue to coke. I could definitely use some more. More of that coke going into there. All right, what are we doing? How many are in here? Did not note how many was going in there. That's very unlike me, everybody. Very unlike me not to note how many are in there. This is used to convert plastic waste into petroleum coke to be run into the awesome sink. That's exactly what I need. Where's our inputs? They are just like this side. All right, well, we'll give it a shot. Try to hit H there. There we go. Nudge that in position. Let's see how that works out. Yep, these are definitely inputs here. Oh, already has the awesome sink in there. Look at me go. Then, petroleum, oh, it's going out and then it's circling back into the, that's cool, man. Look at me go. That was from our previous playthrough. So again, this is already set up. All it needs now is some power. So, see, I don't remember I made these things. Now, remember, I give these all out to my patrons, everybody. If you are a supporting patron over on patreon.com/Kismet, I give you a bunch of these. And look, even I get to be surprised by the ones I built last time. Now, I got even more fancy ones than these, everybody. I also put those up there. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and get this going. Now, I like to take it, run it down into the floor. I'm surprised I hadn't already done that. I probably did somewhere on the blueprint, but that's okay. We're going to go ahead and just tie it in right over there. We're going to go ahead and get our pipe over here. And we're going to output this. We're going to put this, they got this awesome straight mode now. We can just automatically do that, and it will go ahead and do all of that for you. Very nice. Okay, the awesome sink already powered up. It sure is. There it goes. All right, making petroleum coke, going on the outside, coming in through there. Already off and running. Very nice. All right, so this can take 40 per minute. But if we go over here and we do the math, right over here, we have 4 of these, and they're outputting 10, so that'd be 40, right? So if we have 2 of them, we need 2 of these, which is why I have a feeling why I built it the way I did. Is so each one of those goes with one of these. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and do the same exact thing, but over here instead, like this. We're going to go ahead and look at the power over here. We're going to tie the power over here. It's going to be in the same exact spot right there. There we go, from one to the other. Then we're going to go ahead and say, uh-oh, we got problems here. I would probably just disconnect this. And then I'm going to try to probably run that over. Valid pipe shape, really? Okay. I haven't played for 6 hours. Feels like 6 minutes. All right, so that's going to go ahead and take all of that, and that's going to make petroleum coke in there as well, and then automatically run it into its own awesome sink. Now, it's actually more efficient for me to actually run this out over to here and tap into this other awesome sink since the belts go so fast. Kind of inefficient, but also very easy to do, right? Because you have it already pre-set up. You don't have to set it up again. But I'm the type of guy, everybody, that I like to be super efficient, so I am going to take that out and remodify this layout where take this and run this back this way. Merger. That's a much better use of that, for sure. Take all this out. Much more efficient power-wise to just run it in here, because there's no way those two are going to produce so much petroleum coke that it's going to outrun 780. If I had a whole bunch more of them, maybe, but right now, no. All right, and that's going to keep it from stopping. You don't want that to stop, everybody. If it has the waste material, it's going to eventually cause it to stop. We don't want that. Now, do we have any petroleum coke? We do. Now, since we have so many dimensional depots, we can also do this. We can go ahead and just pop a dimensional depot out here, and we can split some of this into the depot, because we are getting a bunch of Mercer spheres for that reason. And then I'll just keep putting it in there, and if we need it later on, great. Okay. That was just one. We can do a lot more. Now, what we want to see is that all of our stuff is popping here. Again, that's why I have it come up off the top of the roof there. Just say that you went in and cut it out, everybody. Just make it easy on yourself. And, oh, I have this where it tells me where the output is. That's why that's there. Yeah, that's why that's on the top there, telling me where the output and input is. Yeah. All right, awesome. That's all working. Blueprinting for the win. Okay. Making sure that oil is getting all the way to the end here. Turn that down a little bit. Making sure that oil is getting all the way to the end of that line. And all of this going out pretty easily. Yeah, see, that's going at 40 per minute, so that should be pretty good. You can also flush the whole system to start with so that it's not capping out, because this will max out if you, you know, all of a sudden put a whole bunch of it in there or can't process it fast enough. Same thing over here. Yeah, see, it's at 50, so I can go ahead and just flush the whole pipes of the waste material, full pipe network, flush it so it's not completely full. When you're doing your waste material, everybody, the pipe doesn't need to be full. Just flush it so that it's not overwhelming the output and thus starting to backlog. By the way, you can also grab this and put it in the trash. Did you know that? I just blew your mind. That's right, you can take fluids and throw them in the trash. You sure can. Holy mackerel, it has been very, very fast. Man, holy moly, time flying by. All right, so there we go. So now we got more plastic production going. That's going to help us a lot on all the things that we have going over here. Very, very nice over here. This is all still good. Good here. This rubber is backlogged. Well, I don't make too much rubber, but it just backlogs. Usually, plastic is the thing that you start having issues on. Again, that should be a way more plastic. Might even be more than what I need, but it's definitely a huge step up from what I was making before. I was only making 2 before. I added 8 more. Now I've got 10 total. 10 times 20 is 200. 200 per minute. So a lot of this stuff over here is overclocked, doing its thing. But yeah, look at that. That's now starting to fill up plastic, making more circuit boards, making more computers. Again, you can figure out all the math and backlog it into there. This needs more aluminum casings. Where did I originally have the aluminum casings? Here. Boom, there you go. Enjoy those. Run those in there, make some more radio control units, where right now I have a crazy ton of those. Over here, supercomputers. How many we get going so far? Oh, I put it in the dimensional depot. Did we get our supercomputers? We're at 13. All right, what's causing this to stop? Plastic. What a surprise. What a surprise. Now, we want to go ahead and find our plastic, and any plastic that's actually in line here, we want to start to put it right into there. Over here. Put it up a little bit. We'll tell it this one's going to be the plastic. Spaghetti. Boom, right in there. Now it has the online version of the plastic, right? I have a bunch of that other stuff in there. It's got plenty. So now it's going to just feed it in there real slow. And eventually it's going to make me a bunch of supercomputers. Right, there we go. Also, I can take any plastic that is in my dimensional depot, just take it all out of there. And then just kind of supercharge this a little bit by just throwing the plastic in there. And now it's coming out of there at 780. It's going to make me a bunch of supercomputers. In fact, 9.3 per minute, and it's working more efficiently because it has the Hummer sloops in there. So awesome. Now what we need is we need some nitrogen gas. That's our next big thing. Now again, we still got to go do our radar things. We'll get to that. But the nearest nitrogen gas, I believe, is right here. Yes, so we need to go over there. We need to go over there and get that one too. We'll go ahead and put one over here. Now, I like to put it usually past whatever it is. Also, where are my trains gone? My oil train here. Yeah, I think we need to dogleg this. Bring that to the nitrogen gas. What if we just took the nitrogen gas and ran it down to the train station? I mean, running it this way is just about as long as just running it straight down to here. So it's not really efficient to do that. But I could run another train up that way, or I could just run a train this way. Because this is way up high, if I remember correctly. So let's put a little marker way out here. I'm going to highlight that marker. We're going to go get that going on. All right, now while all the rest of this is running, this is really supercharging our plastic here. This was an awesome moment in the progression. Also be able to use my higher level blueprints that I used from last time, though the colors are going to be kind of messed up. So it tells you to use your colors very consistently in your customizer for sure. For sure. All right, so we'll let that run a little bit as it starts to make us a bunch of stuff. Then we need that nitrogen gas so we can get our leading edge production, which is then going to get us our final form of each and every one of our extractors. And once we have our final form of our extractors, we never have to put another extractor down. We overclock it. That's the most it's ever going to extract, ever. And that's why I work toward that, so that I can just maximize everything, see what my maximums are, and that's when you do your numbers, everybody. When you've reached the maximum and you're not going to be able to extract anything else, that's when you really want to write your numbers down, say, okay, this is the max extraction from this, that, and this other thing, because all the rest of it's temporary until you get to your max extractors. All right, did we go in here and we put the stuff in here? I don't think we ever did. I don't think we ever went and got those pipes and put them in there or anything. Let's go over here and do it. How many pipes we got in here? We got a lot. All right, let's do it. I think we were waiting for the thing to come back. Boom. There we go. And we'll eliminate all this spaghetti when we get into mega building, everybody. We're going to really throw down. You'll see. You'll see. It's going to be crazy. All right. Then we're waiting on our supercomputers, and we need our nitrogen gas for our fused modular frames. Yeah, we're going to bring that straight back over here. All right, which train? Well, maybe make another train. Maybe make a separate train for it. Let's look at our train layout here. We got a station over there that's for bauxite drop-off. Maybe one for nitrogen gas. We sneak one up here. Kind of looks like we can. Yeah, right there. And then this would be... it's considered fluid, everybody, but really it's... yeah, definitely away from the tracks. Eventually this will all get moved. This is just there temporarily. So what we want to do is we want to have a track that only this particular train is going to go through here. And this would be unload. This would be nitro drop off. Okay. And then this is going to merge back into here somewhere. And probably down there. Let's go ahead and put a stop, say, right there. And then this going to there. And one of the things you want to do is you want to use your stops here to look at the different colors of the tracks, right? You don't want things to accidentally end up on the wrong thing. Oh, you can see that these are flashing. It means there's something going on with that particular track here. Let's take this thing out here. Yeah, this kind of messed this up. Turn that into a separate track right there. There we go. So now these are different tracks. You see they're different colors. And then this one here, we'll do a block signal back here. And then that should be different tracks right there. We had to split this track and that track away from each other. Otherwise, it thinks it's the same track. It gets confused as to which way it should go. Like in this case, this one should go that way. Now, most of the time, what you want to do is actually put one of these right here so that it has an idea of which way to go, right? So it can go that way or this way. Same thing over here. We could just go ahead and put one right there and right there, and then take these ones out. Typically, that's where most people put their track switches. So all we want to know is this going to come in here? And is it going to go straight or is it going to go right? We'll see what it chooses. And this is dropping off box right for my aluminum. So it is going to go right, which means that's going to be very efficient, meaning that it's not going to have to go through this train station while that's going through. Notice also it's red, so it can't go beyond there. Now it's green, because it went past that other signal over there. So this will wait. If it sees something on that track there, it will wait here until that train is passed, and then we know that it will go out and get it going on. Now, we need to also set up our nitrogen gas, which is way over that way, which we will do when we come back, because we're going to take a little bit of a break. Let you guys play some words on stream while I take a little bit of break, walk around a little bit, stretch my legs, and then we'll be back. Again, we're going to run a bit longer today. This is a bonus stream on top of my normal stream. Now, we're going to be back playing some more Satisfactory tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as well. But sometimes if we miss a stream or whatnot, or if I just feel like playing a little extra of a certain game, or we play other games on these bonus streams. So here we go. So I'm going to go ahead and start this up. I got to press all the buttons, flip all the switches. And I shall be back in just a bit. right, I'm back, everybody. Let's get back to it. Let's get it going on right over here. Bam, back to some Satisfactory. We're going to get it going. Good try there, Gio and Teddy. I'm going to go ahead and give a whole bunch of kids cats for you guys working together there in the chat. Also put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. Just make sure everything is still working because it always goes off the rails in the stream. All right, what we need is some nitrogen gas, and we have some box drop-off over there and nitro pickup. So we're going to make another train that's its sole job is to go pick up some nitro and to bring it back over here. So what we're going to do, thank you, Dragon Wolf, 30,000 kids cast for everybody in the chat. How we doing on those retweets? We're at 6 retweets right now. You can go ahead and follow that link right there in the chat. Everybody hit that like button, hit that retweet button. It does help the stream tremendously. We got to get this train to go way over here, pick this stuff up, and come on back. So probably we should go there, make a train station, have it come down and interact with what we've already got. I kind of feel like that's the smart move, so let's go right to it. Here we go. We got a bunch of resources on us, probably some stuff we can throw back in the dimensional depot. Not carrying all this stuff around. Let's go ahead and actually go back here. Before we go all the way out there and we have our inventory full of random stuff, we could go over here and take a bunch of this and have it auto-sort itself right back in there like this. There we go. This we know we could just put right in the dimensional depot when we're looking for those. And then all this other stuff back in there. Actually, probably keep the barrels. Oh, our barrels are already gone. Do we have any barrels in here? We still do. Okay, cool. This way we're keeping our, oh, those are iron rebars. I don't need iron rebars, but I do need explosive rebars. Yeah, there we go. So we're going to take some explosive rebars out. We got some ammo and also some iodine filters. That's all we really need. All the rest of it is going to go into the dimensional depot. And we'll utilize that all later on. Now, we've been out exploring, getting a bunch of Mercer spheres and whatnot, so we could use them for dimensional depots as well as upgrades along the way. So we're going to go ahead and navigate our way back over this way. You see we've got a tag. We can see it, the light up there. We got the highlight on so we can find it. And we're just trying to work on the ultimate storage, which actually is the dimensional depot. Upgrading your dimensional depot, making your dimensional depot work better. What kind of node do we got right here? Is this the node we're looking for? Wow, we had already run some power there and everything. Look at us go. Using that edge for a little line of sight action. Sometimes you don't know this guy's dead or not. He looks dead. All right, there we go. Then we go over here. We got some nitrogen gas. Whoa, whoa, somebody else after me. Was he not dead, or that's another one? This is the second one. Okay, dead now. All right, time to clear some trees. Clear some of this poisonous stuff. More trees over here. Really clean this place up a little bit. That's like my favorite thing, everybody. These trees are always in your way. And of course, normally you just get your chainsaw or whatnot and you take them out. But I'm really enjoying just blowing them up at this point. There we go. Nice. Maybe some back here too. Clear that out. And I also use it to take out the bushes, not just the trees. So we don't have any visual obstructions when we're working. I got so many of these I've made now, it's no big deal. Okay, so here is our nitrogen gas, and we want to go ahead, take this nitrogen gas and take it back over that way so we can utilize it for our fused things here. Now, what do we got up here? Might be able to make a train that goes across here to where our sulfur is, right over there. Yeah. Maybe just Run a bit of something here. Blow up some more trees. Bring it up to here. Trying to hit it where it gets a whole bunch of them at the same time sometimes, but there's a lot of trees. Okay, so again, trying to run it this way. Summer sloop. Down here? No, that's not a summer sloop. Looked like it, but it was a just a flower. Got a whole forest to, whole thing here to deforest here. Luckily, we got plenty of these. Oh, now we ran out of power. Bring this power forward. I feel like I want to run this toward this sulfur. I end up taking these out anyway. Might as well just do it now. Say along here. Okay, so we already have our sulfur here. So this is not too far. We might not even need a train at all. We could just run that pipe across here, down to there, and run there. Now, the great thing about nitrogen gas is it requires 0 pumps, everybody. So you can go up and down and all over the place and not have to worry about it. In this case, it's actually smarter if we just pump it than anything else. So let's go ahead and start with our pressurized well. Also run by putting some power in there. We're going to turn our light on as well. That's going to start that up. And then I like to put all of the things on there. Even if I'm not using them, I will put them on there anyway. I think it's got to start up first. Yeah, there we go. It's got to start up first. There we go. Aim them all in this direction. This one will aim this way. Like this. Like that. Okay, and then overclock this. Because I do it with every single thing. I might as well integrate it into your power usage. And this is going to be outputting 2100 of this. Which is way more than you could possibly get this going. All right, we're going to do the same thing we did before, where we go in and we make ourselves a little sign, so we don't have to keep remembering what the heck these are. Yeah, I might want a bigger sign. That real tall sign. What about even bigger? No, these signs are way too small. Maybe something like this, set up high. There we go. And we'll go from bigger signs. Big numbers. This is, I don't know, 150. Let's just guess. 150, 300. Of course it is. Whatever number I didn't put in there. 300. Okay, middle mouse button that. And we're just going to put these behind here. Because we're going to be running those pipes later. This way we don't have to keep looking at each of these every time. This is one of my biggest things that I'm doing all the time. I keep looking at these over and over again to see what the numbers are. But if you just go ahead and put some signs in there, you can figure out what the numbers are. All right, this one's 300. That one's 300. Really? Wow, those are all correct. Are all of these 300? No, this one's 120. And this one is 120 as well. Very rare do you have them all being pure nodes, everybody. That's pretty rare. 120. And why are these? This is a pure node, but up here, it's not extracting like a pure node. Like this one says pure, and that one actually is a pure because it's 300. Yeah, those ones are mislabeled. That's a pure node. Pure node. The output tells you what the node level is. And that says pure, this says pure, but that's not right. That's totally not right. Those are not pure. None of these are. These are, those are coarse nodes. All right, now we can figure out all the math pretty easy, right? So we can take a pipe over here, and we can run that. And we combine those together to maximize our 600 pipes. Right there. This one, we're going to do the same thing. And let's bring it out to here. It's 600. 240. 460. Run this on this side. Now let's do it the other way. This way you can have, you can use both sides of the merger like this. There we go. Okay, this one is 120, which is 240, and then 360. So 100, 200, 300, and then 20, 40, 60. Yeah, so 360. This is 360. This one is 600. Which is the maximum speed, and then this is the same, so I'm just going to copy paste it. All right, so now we know what our numbers are. Right? Again, this is the great use of signs, I think, is for this. All right, we're just going to take the one because we don't really need all of them probably, but we're going to run them over that way. So we're going to clear some more of this, and we might as well run them all at the same time. Ain't no reason to leave them back here. If we need them later, we'll have them already run. So what we're going to do is triple stack these. Like that. And we're going to put the 600s at the bottom this time. And then have the 360 at the top. That looks good. And we can run a bunch of foundations and do all of that, or we can just run it however we're running it, like this. That should work. Just trying to get that nitrogen gas over there. And we'll check the distance at which we can run these pipes. Sometimes it's just easier just to run it. Remember, it doesn't require any pumps. All you gotta do is just keep moving forward, and it'll just follow you wherever you go. Ah, just a little too far. I was trying to guess it. Trying to guess it. I was pretty close, but not close enough. One of my favorite things about this game, everybody, is you can build from really far away. Very, very cool. All right, let's run the pipe first, get an idea of where we're going to end up. Drop that straight off, run it underneath. Looks good to me. It's actually more efficient to actually run it as a pipe than it is as a train. The train has extra stopping and starting time and loading time, where pipes do not have that time. So you're running something like this. This is usually more efficient. That's how I used to run things before they really had the ability to do a lot of stuff that they have now with trains. But normally trains are an easier way to go, a more effective way to go in a lot of things. We just want to get this probably a little closer, just so we can get this to go off the side. Like that. Nope. All right. Make a little in-between spot. There's a lot of nitrogen gas right here, too. There's a tremendous amount. Okie dokie. Now we're gonna go down. Yeah, we got problems. We got problems here. What can we do here? See if we can kind of straighten this out a little nicer. Line that up with what we're doing. All right, looks good. Now what we want to do is we want to be able to put these three across like this, just to make it easier for us to flow them downward. We're going to do this one here, that one there, and this one here. And then now's a really good time to remind ourselves what these are. Too bad it doesn't go on the side of that. That would be awesome. We'll just label it over here. And we'll use this one. Go like this. I could probably make that work. Nice! Turn them sideways. Sure, that's what I wanted to do. Sometimes this game has a mind of its own. Which way does that arrow mean? Is that arrow pointing up or is it pointing down? I didn't even notice it had an arrow. Is that up? That is up. Okay, never even noticed that it had an arrow. They must have added that. Let's go in again, add some text. These are the bottom two, so the top one is the one that is the 360. So it's 360. And then it'd be nice to be able to change the font size in this. I don't know why they don't let you change the font size, but whatever. Then this is 600. And By the way, I could finagle that to work. Oh, you know what I could do? I could use the new thing. Like this. Hold on. We put this. Let's take this one out. We could put this here. We could hit H. And then we could nudge this over here. Now that part isn't new. But there is vertical nudging where you use page up and page down like that, which is cool. Then if I nudge it back again, it's going to be in the side of it. So I can do that. Yeah, hey, that's cool. All right, I like it. Still like to change the font size, though. That would be nice. I guess we can just make it smaller. Doesn't allow me to set the text. It doesn't allow me to set the text. Fine. We'll go with that. And then using page up and page down. And then H to hologram, move it over, line it up, page up, good up. And there we go. We can label it over there. Yeah, hey, there we go. We made it work. Okay, going down. Now, same thing way down here at the bottom. I probably need to check my pipe distance. Be right about there. Go here, and there, and there. Cool, that's even better. But I couldn't zoop that. That would have been super useful to be able to zoop it. Page up, middle left, back. Good. I don't have to think about this later. Look at us labeling our stuff and stuff. Okay, now I don't need all of these over there right now, but if I need to come back and tap them, they'll all be there and they'll be ready. We need to go over here and we need to work on our fused modular frames. All right, so we're going to need our heavy modular frames, our aluminum casings, which we have our heavy modular frames going there, aluminum casings going over there. This is going to need to be a manufacturer. We could probably squeeze a manufacturer over here. Something like that. A little bit more spaghetti over here. Run those out of there. There we go. We got our first thing already. We can run this. Not enough connections there. Oh. Definitely want to save before we do. Whenever you're replacing like the nodes itself, everybody, you definitely want to save. What are we doing? We are doing heavy fused frames, something like that. All right. And then I'm going to upgrade it to a one that can do more. Got like 79 tickets in there. I could be getting all of those unlocked. We'll get around to it. All right, we don't need supercomputer. We need... What do we need? We need the thing that I've already forgotten. What was it? Fuse modular frame. Did I not unlock fuse modular frames? Huh. Thought I did. Oh, it's in the blender. Oh, I totally forgot. Totally forgot. It's the blender, not that other one. All right. It says in there, everybody. It said blender in there. No worries. We got this. A little bit of this. That running back into there. Use modular frame. All right. Because it uses gas. I should have thought of that the second I saw that it uses gas. That's a blender thing straight away. But that's okay. We got this. And then we're going to run that out of there. Maybe down into there. There we go. All right. And that's going to start filling up those aluminum casings. Heavily modular frames are being kind of produced over here. Waiting on high-speed connectors. Are we making any of those? I thought we were. We're making this. We're out of quick wire. Always out of something. High-speed connectors. Now let's get our nitrogen gas in there first. Then we'll come back. Okay, so we need to get this pipe going on under how? Alright, what do we got going on here in our sandwich level? Looks a bit crazy right here, but we're going to go ahead and get ourselves a... Oh, we don't have a wall connector thing. Alright, shopping time. Time to go shopping. What we got going here? Oh, there's our high-speed connectors. Yeah, quick wire is our problem. Alright, well, let's fix that problem by going over here. I don't know what that was connected to. Going to our quick wire here and then just taking some of the quick wire out of the dimensional depot. Like this, and then just throwing it in there. And that'll distribute it to wherever it needs to go. And so we got that going. That's going to go over here. And again, this is our... Well, this is supercomputers there. Radio control units. Where are we making? Over here. The connectors. Are we not making these heavy modular frames? Probably not. What happens when we don't make a special factory for it? I don't think we're making the heavy modular frames yet. Yeah, I think, well, we may be up there. Yeah, I think it was way up here. Let's go look. I think it was way up on the top, everybody, because we're making the, we made modular frames, and then we were running those fuse frames over there. Now, I can take the elevator, everybody, but the elevator is way too slow. This is way faster. I don't have to wait for the elevator to come to me or whatnot. Okay, so that's going out of there, running over here. Oh, yeah. Right to here. Yeah, we got those running in. We got them running into the depot. We got to get them from here to over there, though. That's going to be something fun to do. All right, we're going to take this out. We're going to split this out. What are we missing here? Screws. Doesn't have to be fast. It just has to do it on its own. All right, man, this is going to be messy. This is going to be messy. We should drag that all the way back down. I'm just going to get it out of the way. Drag it all the way back down here into the low side. Bump it out a little bit here. to get it to go underneath here. Maybe that way. It went the other way. I forget what I was making this for. Some sort of train. Oh, for to go get that other coal and bring it over here. Yeah, we'll get to it. Other train line. We're going to tuck this under our train line here. So this will bring those down. And we're going to revamp all of this later for sure. Yeah. We'll use our awesome walls here to help us out. A little awkward to put these underneath these. To kind of start up here. And then try to zoop them vertical. We're gonna zoop vertical. Fine. Fine. You're gonna make me do the thing. Sure. Had to take the thing out so I could snap it underneath that wall. That's gonna be awkward as well. All right. See if we can get this to go all the way up to there. Maybe. Too long. Yeah. So close. Yeah, we never got back to that coal, but then again, I didn't really need it. Actually, in a minute here, I'm not going to need it anymore. I'm going to massively upscale everything, everybody. It's going to be crazy. Do we got some room to go through here? I think we do. Just go right over the top here. Again, where are we headed to? We're headed way over there. Can we run down the center? I think so. I think we can just dip right here in the center. A little straight. Well, I make 3 of these in case I want to use it for something else later. And then I don't have to rerun all the walls. I'm going that way. Let's go see where I'm going first before I get where this is. Right here. So again, we're bringing the heavy modular frames there, and we'll put it right here. Again, we're being a bit messy right now, everybody, but we're trying to transition between the extractors we're doing now and the next level extractor. So I'm kind of going a bit ahead of where this is. We're going to head back over here and find our pipes coming down, and we're going to run those along there too. So, yeah, I don't like pipe holes either, so I'm going to go ahead and just do, let's do the center one first. Go. So the one we want is actually the inside one here.
Hello. What's up?
Hey,
y'all?
what's up? What's up, Bronine? How you doing, man? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. As you can see, we're running some nitrogen gas right now. We're going to go ahead and run this along here. I should probably do all 3 just to make sure that these are centering on there. And just not run the lines. I don't need to run the lines for now. Again, once you have this jetpack thing, everybody, this hover pack, it's so great because you can just get underneath here, not worried about falling or keeping your thrust going before you fall. You just hover around, do what you want to do, get whatever you need to get done. Works great. Again, I don't like using, I've been burned too many times on floor holes and wall holes or pipe holes, wall pipe holes, whatever they're called. You get the idea. Holy mackerel! Whoa! That's a nuke right there. Thanks for coming in and nuking the stream. Fluxo Builds coming in, showing some love. What's up, man? Thanks for coming in and hanging out in the stream. Appreciate you bringing your awesome community into mine. Welcome, everybody. My name is Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoon because I've been gaming for 50 years. That's right, for 50 years, everybody. I've been back in the day when my first gaming console was the first gaming console, the Magnavox Odyssey in the early 70s. I played tons of games, thousands of them. And this is one of my favorite games of all time, Satisfactory. You see my train's going by right over there. Right now we're running some nitrogen gas, doing a little bit of spaghetti, you know how it goes, but also having lots of fun. And we're trying to run this spaghetti right over here to where we have all of our stuff running. So we're going to dip on over here. We're going to pop our head up here, try to find where this blender's at right over here. All right, now we know where we're going. We're going to go ahead and see if we can just put one of these right here and just dip that in there. If we can get it to play along nicely. Nope. This used to work a lot better, everybody, where you could just take the pipe out and you could go like this and it would snap to the wall, and then you could run it up and down the wall. I much preferred that. I don't know why they took that out. That was way better than this crap they got now. But we do what we got to do. All right, it's coming down there, so we're going to kind of jump across this way. So we're just going to dip this across, let's say like this. And then we're going to reverse. So sometimes you go from the front, and then sometimes you go in reverse. In this case, we're going to go ahead and just reverse this. Line this up to what we got, hopefully. And, oh, just a little too far there. Oh, always loves to do that. Just a little too far. All right, we'll put a nice little 90 in there. And then, there we go. All right, that nitrogen gas, we should see it go through. Remember, nitrogen gas does not require pumps, everybody, so it can go as far as you want it to go. And so it's going to end up right over here, and we should see it start to go into our fused modular frames. Now we just need some more heavy modular frames, and those are the ones that are going from over here, so we got to get that going as well. And we're running that from somewhere around here. Where were we running that down? We were running that down the middle here somewhere. And looks like we're bringing our sulfur in there, so we're going to need to kind of cut out right here down just a bit. Now remember, everybody, this is what I consider more of the middle of the game. We could probably cut that out a little earlier, too. Say back here. Man, I don't know what I just took out. I guess we'll find out later, won't we? Because I just took something out and it didn't look like it went anywhere. So we're going to go ahead and bring this down like this. And then maybe try to figure out how to do a floor hole here. Let's go ahead and get that in there. Let's bring this straight down into that floor hole. And then we'll just run it under to avoid all of these other lines that we have going. Again, these are just temporary lines. Don't be afraid to make temporary lines, everybody. Again, most people call that spaghetti, but hey, you call it being efficient. That's what I call it. Being very, very efficient. All right, so we're trying to go right to here. Again, always good to know what your destination is. So we want to kind of take this, run this under here. Now this is the what's known as the logistics level. So this is kind of underneath your base, right? You got your base up above, or you can do your level down below as well if you want, like me. Oof, I don't like it touching, though. Don't like it clipping. Try to avoid any clipping that I can. And then right into there. There we go. We made that happen. Now, again, you don't have to look at your logistics level because it's underneath your foundations. All right, we finally got it working. Hey, there we go. Fuse modular frame. Take some of the ones I got on me and throw those in there, too. Get that going. Now, we need 50 fused modular frames, and then we're going to unlock our level 3 extractors, and it's going to be on like Donkey Kong. Right over here, we're going to run that right in there. We're going to get our dimensional depot ready to rock and roll. We're going to go ahead and also throw that right in the dimensional depot. How many supercomputers do we have so far? 87, getting close there. There you go. It's not spaghetti, it's logistics floors. It's funny because I just said logistics floors. Well, no, this is spaghetti over here. I mean, you can call it logistic floor, but this is spaghetti. Look at that mess. Look at that mess, everybody. Now, this is what I call temporary production or offline production, where you go in and you just throw a bunch of stuff in a box because you're using it for upgrading your hub or whatever it is. But all this is temporary and this is taken out. Now, what is not temporary is my stacked modular factories over here. That is not temporary there. Those are great for, the blue is storage, orange is production, and it's working its way upwards. I could also make it work its way downwards. I find upwards easier because then you can just keep adding stuff to the top of it vertically. And especially if you're going like this one here goes into rods, then it goes to screws and et cetera, as it works its way up. And so you're not using very much horizontal space like this. See, this is using a lot of horizontal space when you're doing your fuel and you're doing your turbo fuel. Now, this is as much power as I need to finish the entire game. I've finished it multiple times, everybody, with like 20, 30,000 power because I use a server. When you use a server, you can let it run, and you can let it run for like a week. And you come back, you got 10,000 of everything. There ain't nothing that ain't done. Even if it's making 1 per minute, if it has a whole week's worth of minutes, everybody, again, you have the power of time. Now, this particular playthrough is a local playthrough, so we don't have that power. Can't just let it run, though I could let it run offline. But we're really just doing it only on stream, and we're letting it run while we're playing. So we're being much more efficient with everything that we're doing. So we're not building a bunch of stuff that we don't need to build. We're getting all of our stuff running when we need it run. Now, really impress you, everybody. See all of this? And all of this and all of that, and there's a whole bunch of other factories off to the side and things going on over here, and trains running and all sorts of things, extractors going, and so on. I work probably one of the most efficient users of power right here. Check it out. I'm using about 8,000 power for everything that you see. Everything that you see, as far as the eye can see, that's about 8,000 power, producing 21,750, and I could finish the entire game doing this even in a local playthrough. As well, because what you do is you just let it run, and when you have enough resources, you then make the next one and the next one and the next one. I've finished the game multiple times. I've also played since the game originally came out. That's right, day one. I've played every single update since, every single time, and we're playing 1.1 right now. And we're doing a mega playthrough. That's when we try to tap as many nodes as we possibly can, maybe all of them, unless I run out of build limit, which might happen. Of course, we are going in various stages. We're doing our Mark 1 blueprints and then Mark 2s. And then, of course, our larger blueprinter, which we'll get to. And then that's when we start getting fancy, right? Instead of building fancy very early, I feel like I like to earn it, everybody. I don't play creative modes either, where it just gives you an infinite amount of resources. I like to earn my resources. I like to earn my way through. And then when I get to a certain point, then it is time to do our mega build, right? Our really massive builds that are running in there. I don't make 10,000 plates unless I need 10,000 plates, everybody. I don't just make it and say, look, I made 10,000 plates. Why? That's very inefficient. And as your official Fix-It corporate trainer, everybody, I'm here at Fix-It Corporate. I'm training you guys on how to be super efficient in there. And if you get lasered from space, remember, that's not my department because you were being inefficient. I have nothing to do with that. I won't tell on you. I won't tell on you if you're being inefficient. But mine's all about being massively efficient, everybody. That's why I have all my power over here, because the power is usually the number one thing you're tinkering with. Oh, my power went off. Why did my power go off? Why did this happen? Why did that happen? Keep your power close and your enemies away from you. It's not like that. Keep your power close to you so you don't have to keep running out to your power all the time, screwing around with it, everybody. I've made that mistake too many times. I'm like, nope, I'm putting my power right where my main base is, and then I can manage it. If anything's going up with it, I can go figure it out. I don't have to travel clear across the whole zone every single time. Now, say I'm making plates, everybody. Well, plates I can put way off in the middle of nowhere. I can throw a dimensional depot in there. In fact, I have 5 dimensional depots in there, and it's running those plates in there like a boss, right? So I don't need to worry about it. Same thing when it comes to concrete right over there. It's producing a bunch of concrete right over this one here. Producing a bunch of concrete, and then it runs into 5-dimensional depots because those are the number 1 and number 2 things that I'm always looking for: concrete and plates. Because you make, it's basically in everything, everything you're building pretty much, especially foundations and things like that. You can see we have multiple trains on the same track doing multiple things at the same time. Now, I was going to have it go do this nitrogen gas, but then I realized that I don't need to do the nitrogen gas via that way, though I can come back and remake this later. I'm just going to go ahead and take this out for now because I don't like stuff that I'm not using. I don't like redundant items. We were going to run a train, but we found we don't need to run a train. We're good because we're so close. And you're like, Kismet, where are you at on the map? I'm right over here. Right over here. This is the forest area over here, and I have played through on all the different starter zones just 30, 40, 50 times, everybody. A lot of times. And I've done, you know, smaller builds, mega builds. I've done all that kind of stuff as well. We can also take, stop the highlighting first and then remove it. There we go. And now we good. Now we got that. That's just running straight down to where our sulfur is, down the side, and running right over here to where we are. And now it's going to make those fused modular frames for us, which we need to unlock our level 3 extractors. And it's not going to go fast. It's certainly not going to go fast. It's going to take its sweet time. We did upgrade our plastic production over here. What do we need? Quick wire here. So we definitely need to get our quick wire over here. And we need to get whatever else is slowing us down here. This is fine. This is aluminum casings. We could probably tap into those aluminum casings and run them over here. Almost out of computers and crystal oscillator. I think we're fine on radio control units right now anyway. We got enough of those. Really need to get our high-speed connectors, and our high-speed connectors are having trouble with quick wire. Okay. Oh, that's something we could bring up and drop off. Oh. Yeah. Ah, I could have left that train station in. It just dawned on me. We could have, let's do that again. Hold on. Sometimes you take it out and then you suddenly have an idea. Let's go like this. And then now this is going to be, freight and whatnot. So this is going to be a freight platform. We're going to stick it this way. I want to move this up. Yeah, we'll want to move this up. So now we're kind of just throwing this stuff in here right now, but don't worry, we're going to tear all this down. We're going to redo it again. Usually each stage I end up tearing it down and redoing it because it's just more efficient to do what needs to be done than it is to spend, you know, 50 hours doing a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't need to be done. Again, I don't need to make 10,000 plates, everybody. It's just completely pointless endeavor if you don't need the plates. Now, if you need the plates, hey, more power to you. Get them plates done. I'm going to have this go up over the train and end up over here where we need this quick wire, which I believe is this one right here. We get it from all the way over there. Let's see. Oh, it's a little bit too far. Well, let's go ahead and bring it down. Bring it back up. Then we'll bring it up again. Oh, that is not a merger. That is a splitter. Hit E to switch between your various different ones. That's why I only keep my splitter on my bar, because I can just hit E and switch between all the different ones. All right, this one's going to be quick wire. Even better. All right, now quick wire we do need to run from way over there. Oh, didn't quite make it. Do this, and then we'll do that. That works. Actually, we could probably do that a little straighter. Like that. Close enough. Okay, this is quick wire. Quick wire drop off. Bam, right there. Okay, and then we're going to run this back into the tracks. And again, we're going to need run that in there. Ooh, very close, very close. Don't like it. We're going to fix that for sure. Go a little bit wider. That, and then we'll come in like this, and then we need to put our block signals in. Another way. No. Thing is a little awkward when you're putting in your block signals. So awkward. All right, there we go. And then over here. Block signals are a little messed up, so we'll take these out. Some sort of problem here. Sometimes, by the way, that your stuff is correct, it just gets confused. So I go back in, I re-add in my block signals so that this stuff is on a separate line. Right now it says that it can't go because there's something going on with these block signals. I believe that I'm going to need another block signal up here. Somewhere here. It's going to bring that forward. This one here is kind of confusing it. That one's good. This says no, you can't go there. All right, good. See, I had to move that back because the way that this connects is confusing the block signals. And you got to watch out because if that stops my trainer, but that's actually my power that it's going. So we got to make sure that it can travel through there. All right, very nice. Now we need a train over here. That is going to be our train that goes and picks stuff up. All right, so this is going to be quick wire. Our train. Now, again, we'll probably rename all of these later on. So eventually it's going to end up back at the quick wire drop-off, but we don't need that right now. We're just going to leave that train there. And it's going to drop off this quick wire and run it over there for us to use. So it's going to come out of here. We need to think about its route. So it's going to route its way out here. And then it's going to go this way. And we have to get it to be able to go under and over, or over and under, or however we feel like doing. Probably over, or off and under. So this is the part coming back, and this one's going that way. This is going this way. We want it to go down here to our quick wire. So we can use this. Eventually we want this to be our coal drop-off over here. We got sidetracked onto other stuff. But our quick wire is actually down over that way. So we were going to run our coal this way. I think something like this. Yes. And then we were going to run it around the corner here, which we can use this. Redo these blueprints and pick up those blueprints. Snap it to blueprint mode. Let's bring this down a little bit. We can always add supports later, but I think smarter to go. It'd be probably a good idea that we didn't finish that, so that we could dip out like this. Pick up this quick wire. Oh. Not how I wanted to do that. Blueprints are the best. Like you'd want to go up right there. Let's back this up a little bit before we put any train stations or anything like that here. And we're going to zoop our way and see how... Oh, no, way back. Way back further. See if we can get this very, very low so it doesn't interfere with the train speed that much. We're going to get this to go up as high as we can. Very nice. does go through there. Good. Okay, do we want to put the train station here or on the low side? That's a good question. I feel like we might want a little mini train station up here. Let's see how we can fit it. Kind of feel like this rock on the side here is going to be in the way. Sure is. All right, we made a bunch of various things over here. There's like a 3x5 foundation here. We'll just do that so that we can just continue this on when we go to do our coal over that way. Yeah, we're going to bring this out across and then straight down to the coal, and then we can tap into all these nodes along the rail line. Just run them to the rail line itself. But right now we're trying to figure out the quick wire. So we can take these ones out, and we're going to back these up to here. I don't make enough ramps to really feel like it justifies me making a thing for it. Whoa, that is not lined up. Whoa, whoa, what happened there? I did the side one. I did the side one. That is not correct. Incorrectamundo. You're out of there. Well, I had to double check that. All right, very nice. Then we're going to color this all red. Train tracks. Very nice. Okay, kind of feel like I'm going to put my track down here. Take this out, or my train station down here. Then we're going to make this wider. And we're going to try to line that up. Go for a little swim. Looks good. Looks good. Really, no other lines? No other lines available? Nope. Not one line available. Oh, over here. Too long, of course it is. Just using it over here so I can float around without falling. We're going to go ahead and put a bunch of these in here. And we're going to have this train station keep going this way. Have our main line come through in the center. So let's give a little bit of room though before we put that in. Let's say right here, and we're going to be going this way. We'll want to back that up so we can turn around if we want to. Maybe more. We'll want to take this, because this train's going to come over here, get the quick wire, and then turn back around and go back the other way. So we don't want to have to make it go all the way the other direction to come back. So that's an issue if it's on the right side. This is smelters here. Oh, Ignited Foundries. All right, clear that. Take this blueprinter out. It's in the way. Okay. Make sure we can still access that node. It's going to do the coal drop off there. We're also going to have it split here. Travel its way this way. how do we get that train to go this way and then end up going back that way? Yeah, so it's got to end up on this line. This coal is going to turn around and go back. So this can be the coming through line. It's going through here. And then it's going to merge into this here. Yeah, first we're going to need to fix this elevation stuff here. They fixed that one day where they fixed they can figure out the elevation. Ugh, that's terrible. No. No. Something like this. Where is it? No. Trying to find the edge of that. All right, let's do that again. Let's try to make it nicer. Go halfway into this block, and then all the way down like that, and then we'll connect that down to there. There we go. All right, so when it's going this way, it can come back this way and then end up going there, but then it's going to come back around and need to end back up on this same track going that way. So it's going to be like a push-pull train. That's not going to work with the double line. So yeah, that's not good. So this is the outgoing line, and the other one's the incoming line. It's kind of reversed of what I've already got. And move that over and make this line here the incoming, but it would hit another train if it goes that way. So it's going to have to come under. We're going to have to move this hypertube, I can tell you that already. Got to come under and get it going. Why do some of the symbols on the map highlight yellow? It happens on mine as well as I have no idea. I've asked that question earlier too. Did you play Pong? Yes, I played the Pong, the stand-up arcade game Pong when it first came out, day one. Space Invaders, Defender, pinball machines, you name it. I played them all. Street Fighter, when you put your quarters up there, you're like, come on. Wiping you out, bro. Hadouken. All of that stuff back in the day, everybody. You're looking at the OG, someone who's played games for half a century. Yeah, me. I'm the one. I'm the few, I'm the one, I am the few. I love games from all different stuff as well. I have to raid and dash. Sorry, I would love to hang out, but I gotta cut the stream short. I love always Kismet. Hey, no problem, Fluxo, man. You take it easy, man. Thanks for coming in. Don't worry about it if you got to dip out. I know you can. You got IRL stuff to do, or you got all tired out from a long stream. No problem. No problem. All right, we got to figure out some way
Due to
run this
popular
train.
demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo-choo, mother.
Exactly. Choo-choo. All right, we'll bring this train down underneath there. Let's go. Oh, that's not enough room. That is not enough room to put that train underneath there. We might have to move a little bit of this stuff here. We might have to move this sulfur entrance here. It's okay. We'll do what we got to do. All right, train down under. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Add some more of this. All right, so we're going to offshoot the train like this and try to dip it around the corner, which is never easy because these are such awkward transitions here. If you have trouble with these transitions, everybody, you are not alone. They are pretty awkward. But I usually go halfway into a foundation and then do that, so those aren't so bad. And then that's going to be too sharp there. Might have to do something a little earlier. Something like this. And then try to bring it around. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Earlier. Earlier back. Make a junction. I'd run that junction out a bit. Let's go ahead and do this. Make our job easier. Run it back a bit. Bring that junction out. Until it turns green and it's nice and straight. There we go. Then we can just let it do the curve on its own. All right, so now we got a way of it to come out on its own and bypass all of this and to go under here. Again, we can always rework all these hypertubes, everybody. That's no big deal. Get those hypertubes out the way. And then we want some foundations here. Actually, some red ones. And we're going to go back this way. And probably about right here, we could start going right back up again. Trying not to obviously hit the thing when it's coming through. Usually you need about 2 walls down to keep the train from hitting the edges. But we do what we gotta do. And again, I feel like you always want to do the transition first. So you do this part, and then say you go all the way up here. Do this transition part first, then you connect, because then you don't get those weird things that happen with your tracks. I don't know what they were smoking when they were doing these this track generator. But it is funky as can be. And there we go. That might be just long enough. There we go to get that going. And then we can go up here. We'll go halfway up on this one. Then we got to transition over here. And this has got to be moved over. This has definitely got to be moved over. This whole entire thing's got to be moved over. Like this. Take all these tracks out. Take out that coal drop off. Over here. We're just going to do the tracks first, and then we'll put the station in. All the way down until it... just go back a little bit. Again, halfway into this one. And then transition down. Halfway into that one. And now we got a nice straight track. Let's just put it right there for now. And now we have a 2-way track, right? So we can go ahead and transition this into this now. Kind of turns a little too sharply there. Let's just make it happen, Captain. Do it ourselves. Like that. And then run this down. Same thing. Actually, we should run that out a little bit so there are like this. And we'll clean that up if we don't like it. Halfway there. Full distance there. This one will do the same thing. Halfway there. Distance there. All right, that keeps that track from lifting up too high, because quite often it'll come through and then your track's like, and it looks like really stupid when it's going over it. So you want to have that little segment. Do all the little segments first, do all the straight segments, and then do your curved segments. It is so much easier doing it that way, everybody. So much easier. Don't torture yourself. All right, so this is coming back this way, right? So this is going that way, and this is coming back. Now, when this is coming this way, it's actually going to hit the station so I can drop off all this coal that I need over here. So we'll go ahead and switch it around the other way. So we're going to go ahead and say, oh, and we need a turnaround here too. We need this to be able to go back the other way. So it's got to go that way. So this is going to curve into that. Okay, no problem. Now we have a blueprint just for that. We got a 5-wide turnaround right here, which is the blueprint. We'll turn off our blueprint mode, though. Oops, nope, didn't want to do that. Turn off our blueprint mode. Oh, okay, pressing all the wrong buttons. Where is it? Here. Toggle build mode. There we go. We want to go ahead and have this turn around and go back this way. So we're going to have this one come down and end up in the turnaround like this. We'll add some more foundations over here to accommodate this turnaround area. There we go. So this way, this train can come back, drop off the coal, turn around, and go straight back. Where the other one's going to be coming down and it's going to be going all the way up, and it's going to go ahead and drop off that quick wire, and then it's going to come back, turn around, come back this way, and then end up going back that way, so that it can go get the quick wire. We're going to go ahead and just tie that in just like that. There we go. And then this one is going to just tie in straight like this. So basically you have a whole bunch of things going on there at the same time, which is pretty awesome. All right, now is when we need our train station here. We're going to go ahead and just give it a little bit of room. We'll back it up just a little bit. That's okay. We'll just run that down there. Might be too small of a segment here. We're going to take this out, run this. Oh, okay. Or do whatever the hell you feel like. All right, let's try that again. This time snapping. There we go. All right, now we got that. Now we need one of our freight stations, and we want it to face outwards. That way. That way. Yep, that way. All right, good. Now we know what's up with what. All right, now we got this. We can just run this max distance way out here. And I like to run it down the center. It's usually a good width to run your stuff. And then this one needs to return back this way. So we're going to have this kind of curve out, turn a little bit like this, run along this edge, and end up right back over here. A little bit further out, so it doesn't clip the edge of that train station there. There we go. And now we can just run them. I usually run them in the same distance, like this. This makes it easy. Now, whenever you go into a curve, everybody, you want to back up by 2, because it makes your life so much easier. So we're going to go ahead and run this down here. Let's say right there for right now. And we can also tap this power here and run it into our train station. Actually, we can tap it from over here. We took the train station out, so the train station doesn't have any more power. There we go. That electrifies the track. So even if we get out here where we just were, and you saw I didn't have any power because I'm so far between the 2 power lines, now I do. And that's because the tracks will actually run the power as well. All right, so we're going into a turn here, everybody. Now, again, you want to think about it as this is the corner, right? And then you're going back by 2 right here. Now, you'd actually want to think about 3 when you're in the center. So this is like 1, and then you want to go back by 2. So you actually want to end up right about there. So we want to run this again. Notice I lost power because the train track wasn't there. Run this again. Again, we'll double check that right here. Back by 1, and then back by 2 more right there. And then you do the same thing on the other side. Just make it equal. Right, you're starting here. This would be 1, and that'd be 2. So really it ends up being 3. And then this. Running this way. Oh, we need some more of our stuff here. Blueprint it. So I went into blueprint mode, and then I used my middle mouse button so I could pick up that blueprint. So I can go ahead and run that. All right, try that again right here. There's 1, 1, 2. 1 and 1, 2. There we go. Put that right there. And do all your straight parts first. Notice how I've already got it lined up. And didn't quite reach it. That's okay. We'll back it up just a little bit. Make that a good segment. And then all you got to do is do this. So easy, everybody. So easy. Look how nice that was, right? Did the curve for you. Very, very nice. Now we're going to get out of this mode. We're going to add a little bit here to the corner. I like to add to the corners whenever I'm kind of going around the corners. A couple this way, a couple that way. It's just me in case I want to get off the train. Same thing here. We want to end up turning here. So 1, 2, and then count 3 back when you're in the center. Then same thing here. 1, 2, 1, 2, and 3 here. And this is going to be our return here eventually. Right there. And we're going to do this. Oh, we got some signals that are having problems. Like this. Now to fix these signal problems, I'm going to need to put down a bunch of block signals and things like that. But there's an even faster way of fixing it, everybody, is you just go over here and you take out the parts that are connected to your current thing. So your current trains are not being stopped, which are delivering coal and doing a whole bunch of stuff. You can come back and rework all this later and put in your block signals and stuff. But just take this segment out, and that'll free up that part. And then you take this segment out over here, and bam, instantly fixed. You take out the stuff that you didn't add in. Now over here, there's another signal that we need to work on. Figure out what's going on with it. I can see that my station is stopped. Let's go. Whenever you see those, everybody, you want to take care of those right away. You don't want to have those things blocking you, waiting for you. So something's wrong over here. This says this is blocked when it's not blocked. This is an output. Oh, but it's right here. Yeah. Yep. Right there. There's that little segment there because you can see that this was backlogging all the way in there, and then that train didn't know if it could go or not because that part of the track was not separated enough so that this train would stop and block that thing. So now it knows to go this way. So again, take out the segments that you're not sure you just added, and then also add a block signal back there so that it knows it can go. Now also it's got like those ones over there are blocked. Huh. It's confused big time. Huh. It's funny, I put that one in, now it's confused on that one. Yeah, so that one's gonna mess that up. Yeah, and I got problems all the way on the other side. I don't know why it would affect my signals way over there. Let's go see what's up. Oh. Bummer. What's going on here? Gotta return this on. Says there's something blocking ahead. That's weird. That should have pulled forward anyway. Probably better that it pulls forward that far anyway because, again, it should also pull forward to the next one. Take those out. This train has blocked it. Says it can't go. Just so happened that those two trains blocked each other in that moment. All right, seems like they're back to working. Oh, wrong way. The cool thing is, if you have stuff in the dimensional depot, you can just make yourself a train at any time. So yeah, it just so happens that that got confused. Don't let that go, everybody. That'll be, it's not collecting enough coal, and then all of a sudden your power go off, and everything will go down the two baroonies. So watch out for that. And your trains can get really complex, like mine. We're really adding a lot of complexity here on these two tracks here. But it tells you can do a lot of stuff on a single track if you got it going properly. This is not telling me it's got any problems over here, so I'm going to just make sure that this train is coming back this way. Yeah, see, it went to quick wire drop-off, which it shouldn't need to do. Right? Or no, it stopped here. Oh, because this one doesn't have a split here. Because this is hanging off the track, so it thinks that that this is blocking. So that's why I had to break that, and you can see now that that has a separate color going into there. So basically, because this train is hanging out of the station, it's causing the rest of this to get confused. All right, any other train issues? No, I think we're good. And it's kind of thrown off all the syncing of my trains where I had them all kind of spread out from each other. It should work good now. Now that should not go straight. It should go to the left and take that left route. Yeah, see, it's starting to run out of box right there too. They just put a good portion of that in there. Yeah, see, now it's going to go this way. Let's get onto the track. Very nice. Our coal train then coming in behind. That's because this train isn't running yet. I don't need that one when this train is running because it'll be in the station. I'm just waiting for that one to space out a bit before it starts to go. And once it reaches the next block signal and goes past that block signal, then this one will start. Wait for it. And this is on purpose so that they're not right up on top of each other. Okay? Now that one's way up ahead of it, so it's not going to be right on top of it when it's doing those transitions. And then the other train should be on its way back now. So that small train is going out there just for box ride. All right, that's good. We got to upgrade all of this anyway later on. All right, let's get back to what we're doing over here. And we'll work on this whole transition later. Right now, we just want to get it to go and get the quick wire and come back this way. All right. Now, whenever you go in and out of a station, good to just, especially if you have a small train, everybody, if nothing's hanging over the side or hanging over the back, you want to go ahead and put in your block signals. It's going to help you a lot. Whenever you go into a junction, you want to have a signal there as well to try to help out with that. And then this one where it's coming back into the turn here like this. Again, those are not coloring other colors, which is pretty discerning. And this can be better here too. I think we can make this. It's not quite lining up on that. Do something more like this. This is going back. And that's curving over there. It's going to be nicer. And then this curving down into there. Much better. All right. I don't like it to curve too often, right? Get a whole bunch of curves going, but it does need to transition its way over here. We could move that power pole, have it come straight down and then curve. I feel like this power pole's already in a bad position. It'd be better if it was here. Then we could... Yeah, where's this going? This is going that way. It's going this way, and it's doing the train station. All right, let's take it out. Connect this one, that one, this one, that one, this to the train station. Okay. Very nice. Actually, we can take these out for now because we're not going to be using this part. Take all that out, work with that later. We just want to get this part working first. Okay, and this is going to be coal drop-off. There we go. We'll call it coal drop-off number 2. And we want it to unload. There we go. Now we have a circular track here. This allows multiple trains to go down on different tracks, some coming and going. Circular tracks are very effective. And then this, where's this train station going? That way. So I need to actually back up this track because we're going to want to put in a freight platform on that side. Back this up a little bit. We'll want to take that out, see if we can reach that all the way. We can. All right, this is going to be our quick wire pickup. And while you're working on this stuff, everybody, you definitely don't want to be interfering with your other stuff, especially if you're using a lot of the same track. Just disconnect it, work on this part separately, and then come back to it as well. So this is coming in. This is going to be the return. All right, this is, oh no. This is the return. Yeah, so it's going to be going this way and going that way. So this one needs to be going this way as well. So we need to flip that. Station around. Very important. Take this out. Reconnect that. All right. So it's going to go here. Again, quick wire. Pick up. Gonna pick up the quick wire. It's gonna go down the tracks here. And then it's gonna go that way, get onto that other track, transition up there, go up there, get the quick wire, come back down underneath, along this side, merge here, run down here, and then it's gonna need to loop back into the current track we're in. So we're gonna need a loop there. So it can loop back into the track that we're currently in. Might want to push that loop out as well a little bit just to make it easier to transition. So we're going to get this again. We're going to push it way out just to make it easier. We're coming back this way. A little bit of space in there. And then over here, it's the same thing. Down here. Okie dokie. And then we'll get our train tracks. Have this go this way and line up along this edge. Yeah, maybe a little bit out. We'll transition this out this way. Maybe just make it go straight. There. Could probably make that turn earlier. Yeah, we could just do that turn earlier than we did here. So So this would be 1, 2, 3, and this would be 1, 2. Oops. And 3 here. So that when we make this turn, it'll just turn right into that. Turn right into that and go straight, go in there, be able to turn around and go back. Because this is just our quick wire train. Doing this. So this is a quick wire pickup. Now we got to run the quick wire over here. All right, we got a whole crazy ton of it running over here. Right now it says it's out of power though. I think our power got disconnected when we were doing all this crazy stuff. That's okay. We got a power line over here we can tap into. We also tap into the power of the... oh, it's already got 3 of 3. I wonder if I could do this and then... I don't think I've ever tried. I could do that and then connect the lower part of power. No, that part's fully connected too. Nice. Why is this disconnected? Let's go find out. Yeah, that has no power. None of this has any power. Must have accidentally taken out the power line. I know it was running through here. Put another one back in. Right here. Take a little shortcut. Yeah, that's the one I took out there. That one was probably connected across this way too, and I didn't put it back in. All right, we got it. We figured it out. Slide jump. Okay, quick wire back up and running. What are we doing over here? Mark 2. Okay, we got it overclocked. Nope. Time to really get busy. This all needs to be redone over here. We need to redo a whole new factory on this sucker, but we're gonna go to town on this now. We're gonna go to town. Look at that quick wire in there. Yikes, why did I make this so close? Take that splitter out of there. Mark splitter. Quick wire is one of those things that through the center on the left is going to be overflow. Quick wire is one of those things I use in the Awesome Sync the most because it just produces an insane amount of it. Did that actually go onto the belt? I don't think it did. Didn't seem like it did. And we put it there before. All right, dimensional depot out. This out. Yeah, let's make this longer. This. Make our job easier here. What the heck are you doing? All right, make our job easier here, everybody. Smart splitter. There we go. No? Not gonna let me do the smart splitter now? Can't modify it? Make my job real difficult. Okay. That's what we're doing right now. There we go. Center is any, right is overflow. Center is actually quick wire. Okay, overflow in the Awesome Sync. Nice. Okay, we got to put our dimensional depot back in. Like this. Like this. Okay, now the rest of it, we want it to go the other way. So maybe 2 smart splitters. Smart splitter this way. And then right is going to be quick wire. Then middle will be overflow. So this is going to run the bulk of it out this way, and then we're going to run it back that way. We got to revamp all of this, but I don't feel like doing it right now, so we'll do it later. We got to get this to go over there. We're going to get this. Get a little bit more spaghetti fun here. Right to there. Yikes. I don't like that belt. Kind of wonky. Let's go ahead and get it to the default. Now it's going to fill up that box and try to fill up this dimensional depot first. And once that fills up, it's going to start running that down this line. Because this will be the primary run line. And so we want to run it over here. Just run it underneath so we don't have to look at it. And we're just going to run it off to the side here. Being a little lazy, not using my my typical walls that I usually use. We're just trying to get this over here so I can start to backlog. All right, again, once it fills that box, it'll start to backlog over here, and then we'll have it load that quick wire. I did name this quick wire. Okay, so it's going to be going this way. Train's going to come down, go right here, turn back around, go this way. Now, if it's the coal train's going to actually just keep going, and then it will come back this way eventually. But right now, we don't need to put that in because we're not running our coal. But our coal is over that way. It's over that. There's the arch there, too. Coal's over that way. Which we'll eventually we'll tap into, and we'll bring it over here so we can work with our steel production. All right, so that turned out pretty well. I like that. Okay. Now we just need to get this quick wire running. Let's make sure that it is running in there before we head back to try to get the train to work. Oh yeah, there it goes. Here it comes down the thing. Very nice. So when it's filled up the dimensional depot, it's filled up this box, it's going to go ahead and run that over there. Maybe I should say like this. Maybe if this... do I really need to keep it in the box over here? Probably not. So we're going to say like this, and we're going to split that there, and then we're going to split this here. Then we'll take this and run that up here. So all of it that's in the box is going to run out of there. So this box doesn't need to be backlogged, everybody. That just needs to get over there so we can run it over there. I don't need that box there. I had that box there just in case I ran over here and needed it while I was going to the dimensional depot. But now it'll run 100% of all of the quick wire over there to the actual train station, which is awesome. And that's what we need. Now we need to do all of our block signals and all of that stuff. Let's get those going. So let's start with our block signal here where it's coming in right over here and going out. Also, I like to put a signal over here so the other train is not stuck way over there. It can make its way all the way to here and then stop here and wait for the train to exit this part. Because once it exits this, then it can come in and turn around. And that's when my other train is running, my coal train. And we can see that this is running here. Now, we got to tie both of these in such a way that it doesn't screw up all the other trains that are running on this line. And that should be pretty easy. Right here. So again, let's reconnect our connections here. Like this. And then once this train goes by, we're going to reconnect this into there and put our block signal right there. Make sure that that's a separate line. And then over here, this back in here. so we know that this is a separate line. Usually actually want it back here. So you have this. Well, that already has one back there, so that should be fine. That should be fine. Okay. We'll put one off over here, so this is a separate segment. So, should be good. Let's see if our train comes out of there. Look around for any block signals that don't look right. Feeling pretty good about it. All right, let's go ahead and test it. This is when we know if we screwed it up or not. All right, this is my quick wire train. I want it to go quick wire pickup first and then drop off. Save it, turn it on, self-driving. Away it goes. Let's see if it can navigate with the other trains. You see, look, yeah, see this one just stopped, caused that train back there to stop if there was a train. And this one right here is going to stop while the other one goes through, which I should definitely add another block signal so that it doesn't have to stop there. It can progress forward if the other trains are in the way. This one should be much further up here so that the next train can move its way up. Say to here. And then that'll allow that to come forward without spacing out like it was over there. This train should go onto the other track. Yep, there it goes. And then it should go under. Whoop! A little too close there. We'll have to fix that. And we're going to go in here. It's going to bypass all of this. Instead of going straight, it's going to turn around and come back. Pull into the quick wire station. This is how you get this stuff all set up. Hey, Boss Hog, what's up? Yeah, I still haven't figured it out. If you guys figure it out, let me know. Uh-oh, station unreachable. Uh-oh. Okay, we have some sort of station unreachable problem. Let's see. You can't go this way? Let's at least see if we can bring it forward to there. Nope. Through here. Cut this into a separate line. Cut this into a separate line. Want to go down here. Station unreachable, huh? Do I not have it connected up here? I do. Oh! Yep, something's messed up there. The line was messed up. Yeah, it connected that weird. Alright, come on, train. I believe in you, bro. Yeah, there it goes. There it goes. Okay, so the track itself was messed up. When we were doing that transition. That's okay. We got this. We got this now. Oh, take that ladder out of there. Come back here, train. Oh, it's cooking too. Now, it can be blocked by a whole bunch of my other trains, but it's a low priority train. So if it is blocked by those other trains, don't really care. See how this has its own side, so it can go separate from over here. This is when you see a lot of train depots everywhere. They're like this, little mini train stations that you can have different things dropping off different things. Now, again, I could put it all on one big train if I wanted to. But some of those are like express trains, and some of those are like cargo trains. So this is more of like an express train. Goes over there, grabs a quick wire, brings it back. Then what it's going to do is drop it in here if it's doing it properly. And then it's going to go ahead and do its thing over there. Did I set this? Did I move this forward and forget to set this to unload? Could be, because I don't see it unloading. Yep, have to unload. All right, we got to go fix this part over here, where it's transitioning under the thing here. I don't like it. So many trains. Very nice. All right, took all that out. I don't know if I like that, but we'll deal with it later. All right, so it should be going over there, getting more quick wire, and we should see it coming back the other way. Again, if you see it not unloading, you don't have it set to unload. I mean, how easy is that? That's an easy problem solving, but there we go. Dude, don't drink so much coffee, man. That it's like the problem with coffee and any other thing like soda and stuff like that is that you never get that same caffeine rush as the first time you drank it. So then you have to drink 2 of them. Then you have to drink 4, and then 10, and then 9, and whatever. You'd be better off stopping to drink it for a while and then come back to it later. And then you get a bigger caffeine rush than you get now, because now it's just diminishing returns. Now it's almost unusable because you've gotten used to it. It's doing a very bare minimum of help. All right, see, this one's unloading that train. This is good. This is good. I want to see. Oh, there's my other train there. Look at this, 3 trains running at the same time. There goes the coal train. And then this is our quartz train here, and sulfur. That's going to pull out of the station. This one will start pulling into the station while that one's going around the bend. That one's long gone, so the next one can go. Man, we got some serious complex trains going on here. There goes that one. Then it should go out like this through this train station, which there's no train there, which that makes that easy. And then this one will pull into the quick wire drop off. Watch it do its thing this time. All right, come on, drop off that quick wire. There it goes, all of it going in. Okay, that should start to run that quick wire out. That quick wire now going to go over here. It's going to start this back up again. We have plenty of cable and circuit boards in there. We're going to go ahead and get that going on. And then we're going to get our high-speed connectors. All right, nice. And our high-speed connectors are going to go in here, and then it's going to make us a bunch of supercomputers that we need. All right, so those high-speed connectors are rocking and rolling. We need more computers as well. Are we tapping our computers and just running them straight in? I don't think we are. Quick wire back here too. Oh, okay. Here's an idea. We'll just take this out and we'll just run it. Again, that's why they call it spaghetti, everybody. You're just running it willy-nilly. You're not really thinking it out. We'll get into the very advanced stuff later on, everybody. Right now, just going to run that right in there as well. Split that up. So this is getting some quick wire as well. Now we're going to have a ton of AI limiters as well, because then we need those. Then we also need computers, so we want to get those online. We've got these all online. Our AI limiters are all maxed out now. So just our computers, which we have over here somewhere, right here. We're running to the dimensional depot there. We're running in from here. What's the computers waiting on? Cable. I seriously doubt we have cable running over here. I think that's why we used up all that cable. Sure did. Throw some in there. Cable. We'll just take some out. Let it fill back up the depot. That cable, run that in there. For now. All right, and that's going to make those computers, and the computers are right now Mark IV belts. Kind of hard to put a splitter in there because that doesn't have enough room. Let's just take it directly out of the box. Run it directly into there. There we go. We're just trying to make ourselves enough to get to the next level. Yeah, look at those computers coming in. To get to the next level of phase 4, which is basically doing our level 3 extractors. We have our level 3 extractors, everybody. It is on. Because now we can triple up, or actually it's more like 4 times the amount of extraction that you normally would, because you start with 120. It's like 10 times the amount if it's a pure node. So if you're extracting, say, 120, you overclock it, and you got a level 3 extractor, that's 1200 that it's coming out of there, faster than the belts that we have. But it'll at least max out that 780 for now until we get the 1200 belts, which will get going eventually. But right now, we need a bit of fused modular frames, and we need a bit of that. And that's why we're doing all of this kind of little mishmash of stuff here. How many we got over here? How many have we done fused? Whoa, we did 90 of them already. All right, well, we got that done. How about supercomputers now? Let's go see. Oh, we got that done too. Never mind. We don't even need all that. We did it. We did all that, and it made just enough for us to use. We just need a little bit more quick wire. Nice. All right, level 3 extractors. Mission complete. Oh, no, I need 100. I have 50. Why did I take the rest of them out? Forgot to click it twice. Come on out of there. Control click. There we go. Throw that in there. Oh, level 3 extractors. Yeah, still going. I am going, Joe. Thanks for hanging out.
Top-of-the-line resource extraction potential, making it even easier to contribute to project assembly. Project part number 8, the thermal propulsion rocket, is the most complex project part of this phase as it requires turbo motors and thus requires your best. Fix it, didn't think pioneers such as you could get this far. I am glad we have both proven them wrong.
Well, there you go. Well, she should have remembered from last time when I got this far. But you didn't. Apparently my memory's been wiped. All right, so now we just got to unlock this stuff, and we got to do these things. Now, one of the ones we do have to unlock here is this nuclear power, because we actually need the magnetic field generator. Don't need the drones at all, by the way. Sometimes I don't unlock it at all into my entire playthrough. You can just leave that one out. But this one we can do. But we still got another 4 minutes till it comes back, so we're going to need 50 more of those computers, so we still do want to let those run. And then we got particle enrichment here, which where we need our nuclear pasta. But the only thing we're going to need there to add on is turbo motors and cooling systems. But now that we have our level 3 extractors, everybody, we can scale everything up to that higher potential. And just kind of build in the fact that eventually we're going to change it to 1200 belts. But for right now, instead of doing like our concrete extraction we're doing, we could scale that concrete extraction massively up. Let's go take a look. Let's go take a look. Of course, that's foreshadowing for later tonight, because we are going to be back in about 11 hours from now. Oh, there it goes. Doing some more. Now, again, I get to a certain stage, everybody, I'm just going to replace all of this because it just became obsolete. You can see right now it's doing 270 because that's the maximum that belt can do, right? Because we're using these Mark IV belts, which kind of suck. And now what we can do is just go in and say, you know what, we changed our mind because we have a bunch of... mute that. we have a bunch of miners already in the dimensional depot. So if you have them in the dimensional depot, you don't have to go make a whole bunch more of them. Now, the problem is for us to make the level 3s, we need the turbo motors. But if we do that, then we're going to be extracting. That's a pure node, everybody. We can extract that up to 1200 over there. So now we got to figure out turbo motors. Turbo motors right over here. Now, what do we not have running in there? Cooling systems is the coolant thing that we don't have running. We have all the other ones running. Motors, rubber, all that stuff we can actually tie in. And again, I don't need a lot of it. I just need enough to unlock the next thing and the next thing. And eventually you need a lot, though. I'm going to go ahead and pop this on the road over here. And we'll tie all this in. All right. Let's get in here. And now we're going to do turbo motors. So, radio control units, easy. We're doing that right over here, right? Yes, okay. We can divert this over here, and we'll bring that up because I don't like it to be in my way when I'm going across the road. Turbo motors, first one already in. Ready to go. Power right there. Then we're going to go ahead and do a thing here. And you notice I just build in the moment when I'm transitioning between phases. And I build a lot of in the moments of whatever I need to do in the moment instead of just spending thousands of hours building this big elaborate thing that I'm only going to just tear down later. But it's really easy if you're using your blueprints that you can do it. Now, when it comes to manufacturers, everybody's better just to have one manufacturer, overclock it, and then throw your multipliers in there so you're building it faster. It does use a lot of power, but it's also doubling up that, so you're actually getting the value of 2 of the manufacturers for the price of 1. And that's why you want to use your output multipliers on those. Motors and rubber, we know we're doing motors over there. How many of these do we need? Turbo motors is what we're looking at. We need how many? Turbo motors, we need 3. All right, I think we can manage to squeeze 3 out of here. So we need motors, rubber, that's what we need. All right, so some offline production here. We're just gonna go ahead and boom. And run that there. I put these back a little bit. It's a little easier to get them to go in there without running into each other. Put them back just a little bit. Okay, so motors and rubber right there. So we'll just go ahead and look up, see what we got in the dimensional depot. Right over here, we'll take all that out. Again, I can go run it over here if I wanted to. Out of my way, I can't see what I'm typing. Motors. Okay. Motors. Rubber. Bingo. All right, cooling system. What does it take to make a cooling system? I don't remember all the stuff, everybody. I don't remember by heart. That's crazy. We need water. Oh, man, we need heat sinks, too. All right. Oh, and what are we making it in? That's another good question. Making that in the blender. We can probably add some more stuff over here. Use the space right here. Foundations over here and just kind of push this off to the side. All right, blender it is. We need a blender, and we need to output over that way. All right, cooling system it is. We need heat sinks, rubber, water, nitrogen, gas. Water is not going to be an issue. How much water we need? 30 per minute, easy mode. Let's just do that right now. This happens to be I'm right above water. How convenient. Actually, I should do it like this. I gotta add a pipe to the end. Just using it as a template so I can see where I put my walls here. bring that down. Put that in there. Right up in there. This allows me to put a pump here in the front. I'm going to do this. And do that. I'll look up here in my road. Not one there. Right there. That's going to start right up. Pump that water straight up into there. Pretty sweet. Alright, we're going to need some power. Actually, probably chain our way down to that connector down there. There we go. And now we got some power. So that's going to run that up there. Also happen to have some nitrogen gas running underneath here. We're going to dip down there and just tap into what we already got going. Which is right over there. So we need to get this to here. Where? Right here. Thing. We'll tap that way. Take this out. We're going to go ahead and get our foundations. Run that out. And that's why you'll see when I play, everybody, a lot of times I feel like the bulk of everything you're doing at the beginning of the game, you can pre-think it all out if you want to, is just, you're just kind of making your way through the game to get to the stuff that's fast enough to do all the things you wanted to do. Otherwise you're just making and remaking everything that you're doing pretty much. Again, great thing about nitrogen gas is that you don't really need any pump. I hope you don't mind me speed up just a little bit here. I think you got the gist of this. And we have this right here that we're just going to split that nitrogen gas because we are making way more nitrogen gas than we need. Just in that one line. And there we go, nitrogen gas connected. We'll see it start to fill up in a bit here. Easy. So we got our water, we got our nitrogen gas. Nice. Now we need rubber and heat sinks. So now we need to back up once again and go heat sinks. What does heat sink need? It needs aluminum and copper sheets. So probably better to build that on the other side, by where the copper sheets are. Copper sheets. Run any over here? Don't think I did. I know I'm using some over this way. Maybe bring the aluminum over here. Over here. Oh, I stopped that. That's right. Over here is what we're trying to make. Yeah, we need the cooling system. Okay. Did I run out of copper sheets? Kind of look like I did. Oh yeah. No more copper sheets. Okay, actually I can take those aluminum out of there now that I'm thinking about it. There. There. Overflow aluminum there. Yeah. Better idea. You only need so many of these, everybody. To build a whole entire process of it, I feel, is very inefficient. You already have a ton of these laying around. There's no point in building a whole entire network of it. Though you will need it later on, so that does help you. Oh, listen, the wrong thing. Wrong thing here. This is looking for rubber and heat sinks. Rubber we can get over here. Get our rubber. We definitely running that around here somewhere. It's going to right there. It's going down. Going down and going that way. We need to go this way. All right, easy. Cross tying all that stuff. And then heat sinks on this one. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and just put an assembler here. Back here. Copper sheets. Now we're in this kind of gap that, again, we could build all these processes, but what we want to do is transition past that gap so we don't have to do every single process over again unnecessarily. Like right up here somewhere, there are some copper sheets. Right here. Okay, we got to get those copper sheets to go over that way. We probably have a crazy ton of them in here. We do. Let's see. Right here. Oh, they actually just make it. Well, that was lucky. All right. I've already got these spaced. Might as well utilize them. Where am I going? Oh, I already went past it. Too far. You're only making a little bit, much easier to do this. You're making a bunch, then it's much easier to put the production in more effective. But this, boom. I got boxes and boxes and boxes of that backlog. Oh, I put it in the wrong one. That's a problem. Take that out. Re-put that back in. There we go. Put these over here. But it's much easier for me to do that than to run it over here. But while I'm actually starting that up and getting that going, I can go ahead and put another one of these in here and spend some time running this aluminum sheets over here. Same thing here. What are we doing here? Probably down the center here. Let's start here. Try to bring it up when I can, so that you're at the level. Come on. So you're at the level of the upper part. So when you're running other things, you can just go down one level instead of multiple levels. And counting out to 6. 6 is the maximum distance. Nice. Matches up to this other one here, which I'm already doing at 6, so I know that I can just go like that. And running underneath all of this stuff I have running here. Now, what I want to do right about this point is try to figure out where it is at, right? Before I actually get to it, it's over there. And then run it back to that spot right there. So, we've got our aluminum sheets way up here at the top. Those are not the sheets. These are the sheets. Where are they running out? Over here. So, run those down. Like that. I just run it down so I can see where the floor hole is going to go. And then I put the floor hole in, and then I take it back out again. Makes it easier to line up, I find. Come on. There we go. I try to turn it where that thing's turned to the back so I can see it actually flowing downward. Helps a lot. And then all we gotta do, oh, that did not go properly. Start from the floor hole this time. Then we'll go up and snap it. Sometimes it's a little easier that way. And then we gotta get it from wherever it was over there, bring it over here. There we go. Those are both online now. Now we're going to have a ton of those suckers. All right. Using that logistics level. You see how quickly I can do that, everybody? Because I have this whole underground logistics level where I can run stuff where it doesn't look like this. And we'll go in and we'll fine-tune all that. We'll make it all beautiful later. But right now, what we want to do is we want to get this to output these cooling systems and stick them right into there. Oh, actually, those are motors. All right, we'll take those and we'll move the motors over here. There we go. Take these out, run this in, so the cooling systems are running in. Motors over there. And away it goes. All right, making turbo motors. Okay, messy. Now, the problem with this, everybody, is that eventually this stuff will stop. And so then you have to go and you have to grab more of the thing and run it over there. This is why you have everything in line or automated, so you don't have to keep stopping and running back and running back and running back. But I find it's actually more effective for me to take a little bit of time to run over here and grab whatever it is I need, like this, than it is for me to take all the time to run all the lines and do all the logistics and all that stuff. You got to find the balance between having it all in line, like all of this, and then just done very quickly when you only need a few. When you need a lot of them, then you definitely want to automate them. You want to automate everything in the long run, but you definitely want to automate it eventually. Again, our aluminum casings here are the thing that is stopping us. Stop us now. Unstoppable now. Now, I don't need that many radio control units, so I'm going to take that out. What I really need is a bunch of turbo motors, so I'm going to put that in. So now, instead of making 4.68 every time it makes a cooling system, it's going to make 9.375, so much more effective. What's it waiting here? Heat sinks. All right, over here, the heat sinks are going too slow. Overclock them suckers. Boom. And I think that's the thing that it's going to be waiting on. Yeah, it's going to be waiting on the heat sinks. So now we need to go over here and say, what's more important? Is my heat sinks more important than my computers right now? Oh, my circuit boards. What are my circuit boards waiting on? What the heck are my circuit boards over here? Copper sheets. Got an idea. I'd say we go over here. We got these running already. Split those. Run those down. Utilize this other one. Massively upscale our copper sheets here. What else is using copper sheets? Just this? It's using copper sheets too. So smarter to actually run that to the box. Alright, we're going to run it to the actual copper sheet box. This one, the second one over. We're going to need to run it in here. So we're going to need to do something tricky here. Let's say right there. Come up out of there. Have it run right into the box. Alright, how are we looking down under here? Alright, underneath this way. Logistics level for the win! Don't even need it. Don't even need it down there. Let's bring it up higher. Let's bring it over here. Bingo. So what it's going to do is send that to the actual box over here. Now I already have the box being distributed to a whole bunch of stuff over here. So what I want to do is go in there and just auto distribute all that stuff where it needs to go, and I don't have to micromanage it anymore, and that is coming directly from the production. So this is now all online, all of this copper production and copper use. And thus, my circuit boards aren't going to be a problem now, hopefully. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's going to make a crazy ton of circuit boards. Now we got more plastic. It's going to do a bunch of those. Going to do way more copper sheets. And then, see, circuit boards is the thing that's slowing us down. The other thing that's going to slow us down would be cable. Because we're going to run out of cable over here. In fact, I could probably take most of this stuff and put it into my sort box over here. Let's clean out my inventory a little bit here. There we go. We got 50 boxes of cable over here. At least 22. Oh yeah. Tons of cable. Now again, I could run that line, or I can just do this. So I can run the line, or I can just grab it, run it back there, and drop it off. I had a hypertube be even faster. In fact, I do have a hypertube, but it's over there. We'll solve all of these production problems as well. So all this stuff is in line. There we go. And we'll throw this in the overflow over here for later. Now it's got plenty of all of that. What else does it need? And the circuit boards. We're good. Over here. Pumping out AI limiters like nobody's business. Don't need to double up on AI limiters now. Much rather double up on heat sinks. Go for it, baby. All right, doubling that up. Now heat sinks going in here. Again, it's the thing that's limiting us right now is our cooling systems. And to keep our cooling systems, we need a lot of heat sinks. Another thing I should do also is to create a box in between in case it does fill. It will backlog those heat sinks later. Very nice. All right. These are all backlogged there too. Again, cooling system. Do I have any cooling systems? That's a great question, because you might have found some. Oh, I sure do. I might have found some when I was wandering around, and so I can just use those now. There they go. Awesome. All right, how many turbo motors we got? 19. Okay, now we should be able to go in. All that hard work. To go in, we're going to set the miner. We got everything we need. They go level 3 miner. What's the first thing I put level 3 miner on? Concrete. It's the exact first thing I always do because it is the most thing you use the absolute most in the entire game. So we're going to run over here and we're going to go level 3 concrete over here. Just to see what it does. Boom! Overclock it. Go, baby. And there it goes, 1,200 per minute. So sweet. Be nice if we had the belts, but we don't. So the maximum belt we have right now is 780. So that's what we're going to tell it to do. Go, baby. All right, now we also need to get in here. We need to get this little tiny little belt in here. And now Mark 4, now Mark 5. There we go. And then this, faster. Faster. More faster, more faster. In here. Into that box. More faster. Yeah, it's cranking in that box now. Now, see, what we need to do is revamp all of this and all this storage, because you don't want to have to go through and redo every single one of these belts, everybody. This is going to take a while to go in and redo all of this. Much smarter for you to go in and just redo these blueprints, because these are Mark 1 blueprints, and as you can see, they're 4x4. And now I can do 5x5s, and then eventually I'm going to be able to do the real big boy. We get that going, but that will help it backlog a bit more of that resource for now. But we really just want to take all this out, redo it all, and revamp that whole thing, and basically make as much concrete as we possibly can. And then that concrete will also be used elsewhere, as you can see over here. We can also start doing things like having our train come over here and just pick up resources that we need. Right, like it can come over here. We can have a separate train that comes over here with a train station that's just feeding all of these things in there, and then it goes back and just sorts all that into the boxes for us if we wanted to. What we really want to do is get it in the dimensional depot. Oh, here it goes. Oh yeah, much better. Much better. Yeah, doing its job. All right, love the complex train systems going on there. We're only getting started on them trains, everybody. We're gonna do some crazy stuff later. Here we go. All right, what time is it? Holy mackerel. Time flies by when you're playing this game. It is so incredibly fun. So super fun. Look at those things there. Do we need those to run over here anymore? What are we doing over here again? We don't need that to run over here anymore. Cutting that off. No. Get both of those running into there. Them circuit boards going that way. Also, if I was running a bunch of circuit boards here, which means there's probably a bunch backlogged in the box over here. Any computers backlogged? Let's take those computers out of it. Oh my goodness, look at all of those. All of those backlogged over there from what we were doing earlier. And this is when you need to kind of infuse some of these in here. So because it's a merger, you can go ahead and just put a box And you can also merge your offline production in there like this. And now it's just going to infuse a crazy ton of those in there. And just wow with them circuit boards. Just an absolute ton of those that were just sitting around. We could have been using those this whole time. Again, use up all your resources. If I ain't doing any good sitting in a box somewhere. Ooh, look at all that stuff there. And this one we have this kind of offline right now, waiting on computers. Are we outputting computers here? Yes. Nah, don't like it. Nope, not doing it. Clip is bad. All right, there we go. All right, so that's going to automatically run a computer in there. It needs more crystal oscillators. Get all those out of there. I ain't using those. Throw them in there. And we've got a lot of aluminum. Oh wait, it's going to run that into the aluminum one. My bad, my bad. That right through there. There we go. Okay, back to work. There it goes. Okay, computer's middle one. Throw some computers in there. Oh, we have some computers in the Dimensional Depot too. Computers. There we go. What a waste. Keeping them in there. Get them out of there. Use them here. Make that stuff. All right, what's this waiting on? Well, computers. Ah. This is why I like to have the boxes there, so I can infuse stuff in there if I want to. If I want to push forward those supercomputers. How many of those I got? Oh, 100 of them. All right, we'll take them all. All right. All right, gonna unlock our nuclear power. We need wire. And we need concrete. What's wire doing over here? Okay. Gotta have the stuff physically on you for it to work in here. Okay, concrete. Might have 2,000 laying around. Sure do. And this is heavy modular frames. See how many of those we got. Oh, 200, sweet. That's all from what we did today. Oh, I didn't get all of them. Putting more of them in there right now. And there we go. Tell us all about it, Adam.
Milestone reached. The nuclear power plant produces dangerous radioactive nuclear waste. Fix-It reminds you that any extra limbs resulting from exposure to radiation are also contracted to work on project assembly. Fix-It also reminds you that willful exposure to radiation will not result in any bonuses regardless of how many functional limbs it produces. Project part number 7, the magnetic field generator, should enter production as soon as possible. Any unnecessary delays will be noted.
Thanks for letting me know. All right, got one left. Forget the drone stuff, everybody. Bah. All right, we got this one left. We got to wait for it to come back. We need about 2,500 quick wire. We should have a massive amount of quick wire coming through here. Look at this mess. Don't worry, we'll clean it all up, everybody. We got to get to the next stage now. We're just going to try to push to the next stage now that we got that going. You saw how quickly I just went through that, everybody, and that's because you don't need big, gigantic production to make all this stuff work. You really don't. You can go in and get it all working this way. Yeah, heavy modular frames. Why are they not coming over here, as a matter of fact? Why are they not ending up in there? Throw them in there. Yeah, I need fused modular frames. Fused. Got 68 of them. All right, we're getting there. And actually, the amount of ones I just put in there should be enough to get us all we need. Yeah, 45. Yep. We already have all that stuff online. So, all right, fused them in there. But our heavy modular frames do not seem to be running. Where are they? It'll help you label all this stuff, but I'm not labeling it right now. Connectors, supercomputers. Turbo motors. What the heck am I making? Oh, up on top. Up on top I was making heavy modular frames. Why is it not running? Why don't we have more of them in there? Let's go find out. I think I might actually take the elevator this time. Let's go. Do you use the Dimensional Depot uploader? If so, what do you use it on? I use it on everything. Right now I'm using it mostly to clear my inventory. So when you're running out and about and you got something like a Mercer Sphere or a Summer Sloop, you want to instantly put that in there just in case you die or whatever and you don't feel like running back for it. Also, I put just any and everything in there. I keep all that stuff maxed out in there. Why not? Why not just keep it all in there and then you don't have your inventory filling up all the time? All right, come on, elevator. Getting way up here now. Here we are. All right, musical interlude is over. What are we waiting on over here? Probably plastic. Screws. Need more screws. What are we using our screws to produce over here? I forgot. Do we really need any of whatever it's producing? Let's go see. It is producing rotors. What I'm gonna do is send 2/3 this way and 1/3 that way. So you can make that go that way instead. But this is actually going to the Dimensional Depot. The rest of it is actually going this way. So instead of cutting it in half here, I really want to cut it in thirds. So I feel like the heavy modular frames are more valuable. So let's go like this. And then we'll go like this. Run this into here. So this will go this way. And then we'll take this out. Oh, that's running that up here too. I see. Put that back up there. Don't need this. All right, so that one line is running to both of those. And then we're going to go ahead and do this and then merger. Run it out that way. And we're going to take these other two sides and we're going to merge them up into this side. So 2/3 is going to go this way. And then we're going to take that and we're going to run that up here where we are. I'm going to put a thing here at the bottom. Put that in. So that's going to go 2/3 of that is now going to go this way. So we're going to have much more screws for our heavy modular frames and then still be going in the Dimensional Depot if we need to. But really, I don't even need screws in the Dimensional Depot. I need them in this thing over here. And I have it overclocked, so that's why it needs so many screws so fast. But I do want to have this prioritized. And what I would do is I go like this. I go screws, and I take all the screws out of the dimensional depot, and I put them right in there. Another thing you can do, again, is infuse, so you can go and find where it's going. Oh, it's going right there. Say over here, merge, run this up. And then I'm just going to infuse one of these screws into the line manually. Boom. Now all those screws are going to go down there, merge in that line, and run right into here. And now it's got a lot of screws. It's going to produce a tremendous amount of these heavy modular frames. Go to town, bro. So again, I diverted it because I need less of those rotors and more of the things. I probably have boxes and boxes and boxes of these rotors over here. Let's go see. Oh, actually I don't. Oh, I've been using those up wisely. All right, nice. I actually kind of like that. Kind of like that we've been burning those up. Yeah, those rotors have been going up here, making into motors. Yeah, motors are filled up. All right, I got plenty of motors. That's not a problem. Yeah, look at it going much faster now. Yeah, very nice. What level are these? These are 5s. 5. Oh, this is a 4. But slowing it down. I need this merger. Just slowing that down. Mark 5. Mark 5. 5, Mark 5. Make sure these are all upgraded. Stop! There it is. Bingo! Send it to him. All right, let's see how much of that we have to do again. It's almost like it's telling you you've been playing too long. That's usually what it's telling me right there. I just want to finish that one thing, but you know how it goes. Let's see when it auto-saved. Let's find out. See, the hardest thing is when it backs you up and then you have to remember what the heck you were doing because you're probably doing a ton of different things. Let's see. Ah, it saved right there. Awesome. We know that this is not a level 5 lifter. Let's go ahead and fix that. There we go. Oh, you know what we should do? I got a better idea. Let's go like this. Take all this out. Run that into there. That was just a little too far. Let's run that straight into that box. And then we can infuse it in the box if we want to, but then it just has a straight... Uh-oh. That's not good when it does that. When it does that a lot, when it just keeps crashing over and over again, you might have a problem. I might need to restart my machine, but... So you can get in a loop where you just keep crashing over and over, and it sucks when that happens, bro. Because usually that's like your save gets corrupted or whatever, and then you're screwed. Try it again. Yeah. Alright, we know what to do again. Well, that one keeps crashing. Don't need the merger. all completely unnecessary. Always find ways of optimizing your factory, everybody. Again, now 2/3 going this way, 1/3 going that way. That's another save. I'll just save it over the keeps crashing one. Maybe that's what was causing it to crash. You never know. But there we go. Much more fluid. Again, 2/3, 1/3 that way for all of this other stuff. And that should be splitting it up here, but I don't see it doing that. Oh. Here we go. Bring around the roses. Again, I think it's trying to tell me, Kismet, you've been streaming for a while. Take a break. Just try to fix this last thing. Just want to let this thing go. I find all the broken things, everybody. I find all the bugs. I'm the king of finding bugs in this game. All right. Oh yeah, now it's working. That's funny. I log out, I log back in, then it starts working. All right, won't mess with it. Now we got more screws going up here. We can infuse screws if we want to. This is kicking butt on our heavy modular frame. And we have 250 of them in the dimensional depot. Where is this sending the heavy modular frame? I don't think it's sending it anywhere. I think it's just putting it in this box and in the dimensional depot. Now that I think about it. I'm not actually sending this down here. I have to go manually put this down here. Look at all of our trains running. Too cool. Waiting on aluminum casings. Really? Did I take away all the aluminum casings? Now it doesn't have any? Could be. Man, I had a ton of those too. Yeah. Got 59. 59 of them so far. Somewhere. Oh, I did run those over here. Yeah, I ran those down underneath. I didn't even realize it. I totally forgot. Look at me go. Yeah, right here. I ran them all the way down. Some of those is not making it. We could use a ladder, or we could just use our hover pack, which is way better. All right. I'm also going to take these out of the dimensional depot. So they just run straight down there. Let's run those 50 out of there, and it's going to run straight down. Run into the box. Let's take the box out too. 100% running over there. do it manually. Fine. Whatever. Whatever. Throw them in there. Put them in the box. Put them all into production. Get out of here. There. Now it's going to infuse them down the line. There we go. That'll run that all the way to the other side. Better save that too. Fixed mod frames. There we go. So much stuff going on at the same time. It's coming back in about another minute. Now what we're trying to do is get this to make us more of these fused modular frames here. Now that we have more stuff, really aluminum casing is the thing that's slowing us down. And I know I took a bunch of this aluminum casing and I put it right over here. One of these boxes right here. Just making radio control units. Take a bunch of this out of here. One row. That ought to get it going. Shards, overclocking. Why am I not doubling that up? That's what I should be doing now. I probably have plenty of these heat sinks now. Turbo motors are doing their thing there. Cooling system. Heat sinks. Get those out. Yeah, I got a lot of those now. Got a tremendous amount of them suckers. Doubling up on these. What are these? Supercomputers, don't need it over there anymore. Right here. Boom, there we go. Now we're going to get 7.5 fused modular frame instead of just half of that. That should get that going super fast. And a bunch of those going into here. Fused 65. Nice. I have 18 on me. It's going to put us right at... Whoa, hold on. Get that back up. Where we at? 50... Yeah, we're not quite there. All right, put it back there. Not quite there yet. It's got plenty of all of that now. It should crank that out. All right, now we're talking. And then the other thing we were doing was cooling systems and turbo motors. So we need 50 turbo motors. Oh, we got 49. Let's go. We're waiting on rubber. Really? Let's go grab some. We run out, or we're not making enough now? No way. It's usually making so much. All right, let's stop screwing around here. I would have needed rubber. Oh. Those motors. Take that out. That in. This one can be motors now. There we go. Back up and running. Oh wait, I already have some on me. I've got 50 already. Now we need cooling thingies. Come over here. Heat sink there. Cooling systems. Let's put that in, so doubling that up. Let's overclock that sucker. Get that going faster. And that is making turbo motors, which we no longer need to do, so we can go ahead. And how many do we need? 200. So we can stop this. Take those cooling out. That puts us at 81. Cooling. System's done in there. Now what we need is we need this. So we want to go ahead and grab the doubling up of this into here. And now it's going to make 2 of those. And that's going to make a crazy ton of cooling units. We'll take this out. Just have it go into the box. Get it out. Go into the box. What are we at now? 91. All right, we're getting there. All right, let's go put in what we can. Again, we're just trying to finish up our next phase here, unlock all of the things. You can see I'm just fast tracking everything now. It's just so easy when you're just fast tracking everybody. It really is. What's this? Fuse modular frames. Let's go ahead and get that out. We're at 92 right now. Very nice. Get all those in there. A bunch of quick wire. Oh, we feeding that quick wire. I don't think we were feeding it to the actual box, but we have a bunch of quick wire in the box that we can use. Don't do us no good sitting in that box. Go for it. Boom. There we go. Very nice. Now we just need a bunch of fuse modular frames and cooling system. Good. Just gonna do it all day, every day. 34 already. Keep going. Fused. 19. Oh, that's enough. Oh, 3 out of 4. I don't know what this is doing, but it's in the way of my hub. Out there. About 73 more. No heavy modular frames. Ah, well. Go back and put it back in the computers. I go grab some heavy modular frames, but it's doing fused right now. Though I don't need any more fused now that I think about it. This will have this done in no time. I'm doing 30 per minute. There's 40 there. Let's get in there. Man, we're making huge strides today. We just unlocked most of this entire tier. Right over here, everybody. We just unlocked all of these. And then these. And again, I could unlock this one, I guess. But then I have to wait for it to come back. I'm not going to. All I need now is just some more cooling systems. We got this. Again, I didn't have to build any big elaborate battery, everybody. I just built what is most efficient and what does the job. Right now, we need about 40 more. Got plenty of those, so I don't need to double this up. What's the other thing? Rubber. I'm running that rubber directly over here. I sure am. Easy. This is all directly run as well. Look at it mixing it up. $43. 39. Getting close. One more round. There it is, 43. Let's go. All right. Ada's going to tell us all about what we won.
Milestone reached. Project part number 9, nuclear pasta, can be created in the particle accelerator. The accelerator has vast and fluctuating power demands, depending on the recipe, so will need careful integration with your factory. Fix-It does not waste, so nuclear waste can be refined by the particle accelerator into plutonium for reuse in the nuclear power plant. Fun fact: Fix-It psychologists suggest factory designs reflect the minds of their creators in unexpected ways. On an unrelated note, your infrastructural choices have been interesting.
I think you mean efficient, is what she's trying to say. Very efficient, as you can see. So again, everybody, just kind of skipping ahead of this part here. What we really want to do, again, is get into that phase 9 now. The reason why we want to get into that phase 9 is so that we can get those faster belts and the bigger blueprinter, right? Because we've already been using the Mark II blueprinter. We want to go ahead and use that next level, faster belts, faster all of that. Now what we need to do is we need to do our next objective into the space elevator, which is our phase 4 objective, right over here, which is our various items that we need. So let's find the first one. Where's that first item that we unlocked? Assembly Director System. So we're going there, Assembly Director System. Add that. All right, now adaptive control units and supercomputers equals this. How many we need? 500. Well, it just so happens that I do have some adaptive control units, so we're going over here. I think I might have some backlog. Do we have any backlogged over here? Let's see. If I have some of these backlogged. Doesn't look like we do. So yeah, not backlogged over there. Plus, we don't want those to run in the space elevator anymore. I want those to go right here. We'll also check our thing to see if we have any adaptive control units in there. No, man, we made exactly the right amount. That seems kind of wild. Let's go ahead and put those in there. Let's turn that production back on again. And then we're going to need to reconnect our stuff again. So we diverted those away. Those are getting backlogged. Look at that. Holy moly. Backlogged in there. That's good. We'll divert this extra. Into there. Good enough. Okay. Yeah, it needs heavily modular frames, computers, and all that. It's got automated wiring, though. Honestly, I don't remember where all that was coming from. I don't remember it, but let's make some of them. Get it going. So, what do we need? We need eventually a assembler. Like this. We need this to go into the assembler. They're powerful. There we go. And supercomputers, which we stopped doubling up over here. Computers there. Computers here. How many supercomputers do we have? Good question. 151. Okay. So we want to go ahead and take those going in there. We turn that off, or we just reduced it down. Computers is what we need problems with. Not enough computers to go around. Yeah, we might want to redistribute these computers among the things that we're doing. Probably stop running those in the dimensional depot. Run them out where they need to go. Alright, there we go. Man, I got a bunch of supercomputers on me. Put them all right there. run this just straight out of here. More spaghetti. Let's go. Why your factory looks like this, everybody. We're just running it however, whenever you need to run it. Yeah. The fun part is we're going to make a bunch of spaghetti and then we're going to get rid of it. This really triggers my chat, by the way. Makes me laugh every time. Like Kismet, please no. Too bad. Spaghetti City. Here we go. Right over here. All right, that's going to run that over there, but I got a bunch of supercomputers, so I can run that in there. This is something definitely you would want to overclock, and you would want to use your multiplier on. Let's see if we can find more stuff that we don't really need the multiplier on now. We're making over here cooling systems. We're done with that. We can take this out. And then we really want to double these up, because this way, instead of making 500 from what we have, we can go ahead and make basically 250 for the same price. So it's going to double that up, and it's going to make it faster. Adaptive control units, another one that you really want to just, make as many as you can. There's another one that's going to be starved for computers. I feel like this was what this was. Those computers were running over here. I think this one is the computer one. Yes. Oh, out of cable. All right, we might just want to run our cable over here. Yeah, so this is the computer one here. Go ahead and split this back. Hold down control. Run some of that back that way. So that will go over here, and that'll be computers. This is circuit boards. Heavy modular frames. We're not running those in there anymore. We're running those over here. Now see, when you stop needing stuff, everybody, you can just take the stuff out of that one and use it elsewhere. That's what I do. Instead of making a whole nother system for it, I just literally just take it out of there. Like, it doesn't need to do this anymore, so I can take these out and I can stop this, and I can take all these heavy modular frames out of here. Also, what I can do when I'm running the heavy modular frames in is I can run those into the dimensional depot as well, because what they're going to do is they're going to backlog down here. All right, see them down here? So instead of now running them in that machine, I can just turn it around like this, run those in the dimensional depot, or I can run them over there if I want to. But I'm going to run them in this box first. And then I always run them into a box first, and then I put them in the dimensional depot. This way they can backlog in there if they need to. But now you'll see that they'll all just run through, start uploading in there, and I can just take them out, put them in my inventory, and then put them over there. So we'll go ahead and run over here and put some heavy modular frames in here as well. There we go. And now it's going to make a bunch of that. So what we need is we need cable now. That'll finish off the rest of our massive amount of spaghetti over here. Cable's going that way as well. Yes. Left myself some room there. All right. On this cable. Going down. All right, time to get our cable. Right there. Divert this. I should divert it this way. Go around all of this. Come with me. Come with me if you want the lift. Oh, Arnold Schwarzenegger quote there. All right, cable. Boy, are we making a mess. All right, where's my cable? Over here. You my cable, you are my cable. I bet you got a whole bunch of boxes of all that cable. All right, I got to run it across here. Let's run it to the end here. We got to get it way over here. Let's walk it this way. That's a long way to go. Seriously doubt that's going to reach. Nope. No problem. We got the technology. Bingo. All right. Now we don't have to worry about that. And now you know why I built all of those, everybody. I built those so I could just tap those and make the high-end stuff without having to make big, gigantic factories that I'm only going to tear down in the next phase anyway. So why make those big factories if you don't need to? All right, let's see if this comes out of here and goes in there. Yep, there they go. All right, now we don't have to worry about our cable anymore. We definitely want to up speed these lines here. Asta. Actually, probably take this line out, make it into one nice line. There we go. Turn that into a level 5. Let's get it there fast up. That's a 5. 5 there. It's already a 5. There's a 5. Fast up, fast up, fast up. Where's this going? Oh, that's going back over here. Quick wire. What happened? Ah, there it goes. I'm just waiting on another shipment of quick wire. We're not making that quick wire fast enough. For sure. Those high-speed connectors doubling up. Alright, supercomputers. Radio control units, waiting on some more of those. Computers taking way too long. Drop those computers in there, speed that up. All right, now it's producing these. It produced 7 already. We're gonna take this out. Screw it, we're gonna run it right across the road, run it right in there. And away they go. 7 out of 500. It's gonna take a while. The biggest problem here is the heavy modular frames and the automated wiring. I don't even remember where I was making automated wiring. I don't even remember. What are we doing here? Quartz crystal. Take that out. Still got more heavy modular frames though. Making quite a bunch of those, so I can just keep pumping those in there. It's going to take a really long time. And again, this is something where if you did it on the server, you can just let that run, and it'll run and run and run and run and be just fine. All right, let's check out the next part of the process. This way. Okay, these right here, magnetic field generators. Oh, these are electric control rods and versatile framework. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We do have a bunch of those. And where's our space elevator over here? Oh, we have a bunch of these. We were just putting stuff into the dimensional depot. I forgot these were even over here. That back in there. That too. Yeah, put all that stuff in there. Gonna load that in there. That's just like random stuff I throw in there. All right, over here. Wrong way. So framework, control rods. I know I don't have any control rods because I haven't done any of those yet. We just unlocked those. But I do have a bunch of versatile framework that I threw in here from the last time we used it. And I don't think I picked up any control rods. Nope. Let's see here. Up here. I think we can make control rods. Again, AI limiters and stators. You got those? Oh, these are being produced right here, automated wiring, along with stators. This needs wire. Okay, so this one needs stators too. A bunch of stators in this box. Always just a little too far. There we go. Big mess. Oh, so I'm making control rods. Messy, but effective. Very, very messy. All right, we're making them AI limiters right here. we have any extra AI limiters? Oh my goodness, we got a whole bunch. Grab them. Grab them, throw them in there. All right, there's our control rods. Go to it. Power shards. Faster. All right, that's gonna make those. Use up what it's got. We're gonna take this out. I'm gonna dip that right into there. Now we're making the second one. I made the first one yet. Come on, get in there. There it goes. All right, we gotta make 500 of those as well. All right, we're already at 33 of the other ones. What's the other one we need to do? What do we got? Thermal propulsion rocket. We got plenty of these, man. We got a lot of modular engines. In fact, we should probably bleed that line of all those modular engines. Into this box right here. Oh yeah. Okay, turbo motor, cooling systems. Use modular frame. Heck am I making this one? Okay, now this is making the turbo motors, so it's going to run it right in there. Now I took the cooling ones out, so now I can put them back in because it probably has a bunch of them backlogged. It sure does. Awesome. Did I turn it off? It's off. All right, there we go. Gonna make some more turbo motors and run those in there. Cooling system, so I need to divert some of these cooling systems around here. This actually needs to go over. Where is it? Organization. Do this. Then we can run it through there. And we need to divert some of these. Go around. Like this. And into there. Alright, 2 out of 3. Modular engines. We have an absolute ton of those just laying around somewhere. Oh, I don't have them there. It must be in that box over there. They're in that box. Let's go find them and use them up. Yeah, now we're going full spaghetti, everybody. We're not messing around now. No messing around. Going full spaghetti mode. And loving it. Oh, look at all this. Look at all this cable here. Pumping that cable in here. Ah, look, it's backlogging now. There's so much cable. Backlogging it. More. And don't do us no good in that box. Throw it in there. More cable. More of these. More of this. What else? What else can we take out of here? I could use those frames. We could use these. We could use those. More rubber, maybe? I don't know. I feel like that rubber's probably full. More wire. These. Yeah. All right, what do we got? We got a bunch of stuff that we could probably organize. Rubber probably already full. Not full. All right, see, we take this and we tell it to sort this stuff again. Oh, wait, not those. We tell it to sort it again and put it away in its various boxes. So they can be utilized, reutilized in the system instead of sitting in these boxes over. And these were overflow. We had extra before. And now we are going to utilize those because now we need those. Cable. What else we got back here? More cable. More plastic we could use. Cable. Back here. Like that. Rubber. Here. This. Again, it's just been sitting in here for a reason. It's been over here because we're not using it right now. Something here. These. Plastic. At some point, we had too much of it all. Increase the speed of these? We did. Oh, that rubber's on overflow. Why is that rubber on overflow? Yeah, that's messed up. Rubber got screwed up. Okay, there we go. And take that back out because that should not be making it all the way to the end. I saw it was in the overflow section. So, yeah, no, that's not right. Take that out, take this back. Now we got to do it all over again. We got to get all this rubber that ended up here at the end. Okay. Now I could have awesome synced this stuff, but really unnecessary because we could definitely reutilize all of this. Okay. Let's double check our plastic as well. Let's just put that in there as well. Okay, there we go. These, not that. We could have just kept these. None of those, not that. This. Modular frames, yeah. This can go. That can go in the dimensional depot. All right. Yeah, reutilize all that, and that'll put that right back into all of this spaghetti that we made. And do its job. All right, how we doing over here? Why are we not seeing this? Oh, it's not splitting, that's merging. Why am I merging that? Yeah, I got that backwards. That is totally backwards. That should be splitting it, not merging it. Backwards. Oh wait, no, this part was right. That part goes like that. This needs to split. put some of it here. Some of it's going off to the other one. There we go. So much stuff going on at the same time. It's actually kind of fun to watch it all do its thing, but obviously you want to clean that up. We're just showing you how to push forward. If you don't want to bother to build out all the other stuff, everybody, you can just totally do it this way. That automated wiring in there. Not sure where the automated wiring's coming from. Probably down this line here. Plenty of computers and circuit boards and everything. It's just a matter of time that happens. Over here, this is waiting on what? Just going really slow. Oh, we need some power shards. Oh, we're out. No problem. I just happen to know where there's probably a whole bunch of them. Because we were doing this earlier and we were doubling them up. It's kind of like Super Saiyan, but Super Spaghetti, everybody. We made a whole bunch of them over here. Look at this. I don't think we got a shortage now. Like 300 of them suckers. Let's also take a peek at our power, everybody. This is where we are. This is where we can go to. We've been overclocking the heck out of everything. We finally reached 10,000. We have 21,000 that we can do. So we can just keep overclocking all day long and be just fine. Right in here. Let's go. There's another one we want to double up on. Where we got some more of these we can grab. Doing that one. This one is doubling, definitely. Man, where can we get one of those that we don't want to double? We want to double our computers. What are we doing here now? High-speed connectors. Oh, circuit board problem. Not enough circuit boards. There's a ton of them backlogged over here. Manually infusing these circuit boards in here? I kind of feel like we are. We sure are, right here. I can do spaghetti with the best of them, everybody. With the best. Bingo. Bingo was his name-o. All right. Oh, 200 in there. There we go. Over here and infuse some more over here. Making them high-speed connectors. Get in there. Get in there. Kind of like, you know, take a little bit here, put a little bit there. Trying to figure out what I don't need to overclock anymore. What I don't need to really use my my summer sloops on. Or I could go get some more summer sloops. Now I got 4 of them. Thermal rocket would be definitely something you'd want to do because that's the next thing we want to double up on. Did we make some? No, I don't think we made them yet because we're still waiting for our fused modular frames. That's right. So we have this going through. We have our turbo motors, and we need our fused modular frames. We turn this off. We did. Turn that back on. And we're going to turn this back around. Go in there now. Get this out. Okay, dokie. There we go. Got one in there. I probably have a bunch sitting in here. Doing me no good whatsoever. There we go. How's these doing? Waiting on motors. Alright. I know I'm making a ton of those. No problem. There you go. And I already are running rubber over here somewhere. I think I am over that way. Ton of it in there. Alright, there we go. More turbo motors. Man, we got a lot of convoluted stuff going on right now. But there we go. Getting it done. We don't need to save those in some box, everybody. These suckers need to end up right back over this way. Right in there they go. All right. Now we made some of all three of those already. Again, because it's not all online, some of the processes are going to stop and start. And you can play the game totally like this, everybody. You can play it all the way through, just throwing it wherever you need it in the moment, and then switching your production without having to build ginormous factories, you know, that 10,000 of this and 50,000 of that. Though that is fun. That's very fun to do. But I find that progressing, keeping the progression going, keeps most people's interest in the game. So if you start to get to the point where you don't feel like you're progressing, just go ahead and grab any resources you got, throw them in a box, and start producing that resource so you can progress to the next stage. Now the next one is actually pretty tough. It is the nuclear accelerator that we're going to need for our nuclear pasta. I'm going to put it right over here because we're going to need something. We're going to divert it right over here. Particle accelerator is the thing that's going to use up a lot of your power. Also, when we're doing the particle accelerator, we're going to need a bunch of these resources that we are already doing right over here. Particle accelerator. We'll just put this, put it over here in our to-do list. There we go. So we need some turbo motors. So we need some of the turbo motors that it's actually using right now. So we're going to snag some of those back. Right there. We also need some of the cooling systems, so we're going to snag some of those. All right. We can always put them back later. Fuse modular frames that are coming over here. We're going to need some of those. We're going to snag some of those as well. Man, there's a bunch of them in there. And then we need some supercomputers, which is probably being used somewhere around here. Honestly, I forget where they're being used. I know where they're being made, right over here. Right there, running across here. Snag those. Again, it'll make more. It'll make more, but now we need to get our particle accelerator on. Now, if you want one thing that really massively scales up your power, everybody, it is definitely the particle accelerator. One of the coolest things, I think, in the game. All right, right over here, we're going to hit H. We're going to let it hang off the side a little bit. All right, so the particle accelerator, we're going to do some nuclear pasta. We need copper powder, and we need pressure conversion cube. So we need to go back and say pressure conversion cube. And of course, it uses some of the stuff that we're already using. Fuse modular frames and radio control units. And it's used in the assembler. So we're just going to put that kind of over here. Like this. And then we'll use this one here. Like this, and this one over there, and then we'll connect these two together. Wow, my headphones just went for about 10 hours, man. Wow, that's pretty nice. And again, everybody, we're doing a pretty long stream here, but that's okay. We're going to try to get all of the processes going for the next stage. And then when we come back later, we're going to start working on some of these other processes and scaling them up. But what we really want to do is get to the next stage so we can unlock the faster belts. And once we get to the faster belts, we have the faster extractors. Then we can really start to mega build, and we'll tear all this down and really centralize all of these processes for sure. massively. But the smart thing to do, again, is to get these going. And I showed you how to do it the slower way, and then also showed you how to kind of fast track it in here. Let me change my headphones. We're going to get this going before we do any of that. We're going to get this right here. Okay. And what the heck were we making in here? Conversion cube, I think it was. Yes. Radio control units, fuse modular frames. So fuse modular frames we have going right over here. Yes, right there. So we're going to divert some of those. Again, it doesn't have to go really fast, everybody. It just needs to go. Because, again, if you have the power of time, you can let it run and run and run, which you can do while you're busy doing other things. You might as well get it going. In fact, I can just throw some in there. Also throw some radio control units in there. I can look in my inventory. Look at those. I got a bunch of them in there. A bunch that I don't even need right this second. This is also bringing radio control units in. We can just dip into this. Run that right over to there. GG's. That one's already full, too. Also take the ones out of my inventory. Oh, they're already in there. All right, so making pressure cubes. Again, overclock. Make a lot of them. Okay. And so this is going to make more than that's even going to use. See, when I feel like I'm going to make more than what it's going to use, everybody, even if it's massively overclocked, I always put a box in between, so if it does make extra, it'll end up with a bunch of overflow that I can use later on. So it's not wasting its time. Now watch till when I plug this thing in, all the lights are going to dim. All right, this thing's plugged in and ready to rock. We're going to see if we see any of these pressure cubes come through. This is another one that's good to, if you have summer sloops. Do I have any more? I do. I have 2. Oh, hey, let's do it. Again, this way you're making 5 of them instead of 2.5. And then when we overclock this, which is a very dangerous thing to do, everybody, very dangerous to overclock that. That is going to suck up a tremendous amount of power. All right, now we need copper powder, everybody, and it just so happens I know just where to do it. We're going to line this out like this, and then we're going to get our stuff here, and we're going to just snap those down right there. And to make copper powder, turn that down a little bit. Copper powder, what you need is you need a lot of copper ingots, and of course you need the constructors. Now it just so happens that I have a blueprint with a bunch of constructors. Actually, I could just take this out and put that blueprint down even better. I just happen to have something that does a whole lot of constructors. But the problem is a Mark II thing, which means the belts are going to be a little slower. So let me look at my blueprints and see if I happen to have something that does some things for copper. We make that in here? I would imagine we did. Yeah, copper ingot mega setup over there. We'll get back to that. But it really doesn't matter at this point. We can just make as many as we can make. And if we really were in a hurry, we could just go ahead and worry about it later. Okay. See if this is an output. Sure is. Okay, awesome. So we're going to take this output of this. I'm going to put that in here. Now, while we were doing a bunch of stuff, everybody, over here we were backlogging a ton of resources. And right now, those resources are going to pay off big time. Because inside the storage here, behind all of these smelters that have been running since a very long time ago, you can see them just cranking away, is a whole bunch of these ignits that have been backlogged in here, as you can see. I'm not even sure how many boxes deep, probably about 16, 20 boxes deep, maybe? No, oh, not, no, oh, okay. Not as many as I thought, but a good amount. And they're not doing us any good sitting in that box, everybody, but you know where they're going to do us some good? Where we're going to divert these suckers over this way. Just like this. That one's running way up there. All right, where's our other one here? Right here. So we need to get this up to about right there. We can take this and run around the side of the building. You can put it on straight, and it will just kind of dip around the side, right into there. And now it's going to use up all that excess in there. Now, one of the smart things to do if you are going to do this is to definitely upgrade all of the lifters here. So this is just lifting faster. It's coming out of here faster. Make sure you do the inside one and the outside one. So that's just splitting in here faster. So it's distributing all of that stuff faster, big time. So there's a 5 there. So now it's really going to crank that way. It's going to crank up. It's going to crank this way. Let's just go ahead and make sure that we got this kind of mixed together. And there we go. And we can see that we're also running some down that way for our aluminum, no doubt, which seems to be backlogged right now. Okay, so that's going to run that down and then run it into here. But we got to go ahead and get our factory up and running down here. And you're like, Kismet, you're supposed to smelt that. Well, it's already been smelted. That's the whole purpose. And then we're going to turn it into copper powder. So we'll copy that, and we'll go to each of these, and we'll paste it in there, just so we know everything is working good over here. Now we do got to split the input as well so that it is going to both sides, because the outside has a split input and a combined output right there. So now we know that's good, and then we just need a little bit of power. Let's find ourselves a nice place to tap the power here. Right there looks good. And we'll go ahead and just run it under here. Right to there. And just run it up. There we go. Okay, so now that factory is online. So it's going to go ahead and start feeding that in there. As you can see already, right here, it's already working on it. And then over here, we're going to need to split this so that it can also go down into this input over there. Very cool. So now it's going to split it on both. And away it goes. And we're going to see the particle accelerator start up. Oh, not yet. More copper powder. You got to make a lot of this copper powder, everybody. I mean, a massive amount. Right now it needs 100, and then after I overclock this, it's going to need 250 per minute, which this is not even anywhere close. But we have the power of time, so we can just let it run. You only got to make 100 of them as well. So it really just let it run. Let it run until it's done. And while we're waiting, we can also go over here and extend this out just a little bit, like that. And we'll run this over this way. Something cool like this. Too far. Right along the side of this other one here. I'm going to divert this one to the inner one. And this one forward. And we might as well curve that one in too if we're going to have fun doing curves. Just for funsies. Okay, there we go. Almost ready for our particle accelerator. How are we looking? 80. Five more. All right. Oh, there we go. A ton of it. Oh. It's getting there. It's getting there. Definitely want to overclock this one. This one is thermal rocket. Might even take computers off now. Once this particle accelerator starts up, everybody, you definitely want to double this one up. It's going to use an obscene amount of power, though, everybody. It really is. It's going to use an absolute crazy amount of power. Let's go look at the power right now. Right now, we are pushing around 10K. So, all right. We also got a good battery backup over here, about 5,000. What's thinking about it? Got plenty of pressure cubes, just copper powder. Now, we could have actually already started it up, by the way. We could have already started it up for sure. Oh, another thing we can do while we're waiting. Let that run. Just thought of this. Yeah, it's going 600 per minute, but it doesn't have the belt speed. Yeah, see, we could scale all those up. Oh, here it goes. All right. Did it make one? I feel like it did. Yeah, it did. Made one. Threw it in this space elevator. All right, we made a little bit of everything now. Now, the biggest problem, everybody, is time, right? Make sure that we have enough of each of the thing. That each thing is running the thing. Now, the way you test it is you go to the thing it's actually making. Right, you go here and say, okay, what's it missing? Copying powder. Is it still coming in? Yes, okay, that copper powder is still going in there. We can just let that run. Again, only needs 100. Over here, what's this waiting for? Modular engines, right? I just happen to have some on me, weirdly. But we got that going in there. So there we go. And then this is our fuse things. Why didn't I just run that to the back of that? It's kind of weird. And then this is turbo motors. I don't think I actually told it to be the thing here. Oh, I was running that out of there. Yeah, I was splitting it down there, which I didn't need to do. I could have just run it out of the box. Though it's sometimes better to split it down below. Let's just take that out, run that back over there. So we can put another box here for our modular engines. Throw those in there. Any in the thing? No. Alright, back at it. Thermal rockets. So ran out of modular engines. And honestly, I forget what modular engines take again. Motors, rubber, smart plating, etc. Now again, doing it this way, you're going to end up with a whole bunch of stuff stopping and starting and stopping and starting because it doesn't have a continuous flow of resources. Or the resources are going very, very slowly, like these computers right now. And thus everything else goes slow because it just doesn't have the speed to do the computers. And again, this requires a lot of effort from you to go back and forth, and this is why a lot of people will build out the whole entire factory so that they don't have to go back and forth. Like those are actually doing really well. Over here, versatile framework. So I got to find some more of that. All out there. Anything in my storage boxes here? Nope. All done with those. All right, versatile framework. What is it? Steel beams and modular frames. And where are we trying to feed those to? Right here? I think so. So cool when they make it all curved like that. All right, we're making a big mess, but we're having fun doing it. What the heck is my connector over here? Oop. I didn't make one power pole here? What the heck? See when it does that. There we go. All right. We need crystal framework. Larger frames, steel beams. Oh, look at this. Boom. Bunch of modular engines there. Let's go put those over here. Where are we putting those? Over here. Lots of modular engines. All right, I don't think I'm gonna have a problem making those. Again, the whole point is that I'm doubling these up too. That you're doubling these up. So say you need so many of these. Well, boom, you've got a double of them going. Oh, there goes the particle accelerator. Oh, by the way, check out the power. Look at that. It spikes through the roof. See that? Look at that. Look at how much it's actually starting to use my batteries now. So basically it spikes up to about 30,000 power. That's why you only need about 30,000 power if you're just going to let it run. And it'll just keep spiking it. Big time. As much as it needs to. Man, it's got a lot of these extra ones here. Probably can pull these out of here now. It's making plenty of those. Plenty of those. Not enough copper powder, that's for sure. I kind of feel like we might double up one of these. Which one of these is getting the most copper powder? Probably the first one in the line. Right here. All right, we'll double that one up. We'll make that one go faster. There we go. Use that more effectively. Particle accelerator doubled. This one is doubled. All right, it's got everything it needs. Okay, so this probably is going to be the one that's done first, the thermal rocket, because it has a lot of everything that it needs, and most of that is just online. So that one will probably finish first. This one right here, the nuclear pasta, takes a really, really long time. But because I doubled up that copper powder, it'll get it eventually. Now you'll see it'll go up above my power limit, and then it will come back down again, and they'll just charge itself back up again. So that's how come I'm so efficient with my power, is that I boost that power when I need it, and then I let it drop down below there, and then it just charges back up, and then it just will do that over and over and over again if you have it properly balanced. And this thing is automated wiring here with our adaptive control units. We're going to need to figure that out too. Get all of these back up and running. Over here, modular frames and steel beams. Won't do me any good in there. They do me a lot of good right here, though. There we go. And I have a bunch of steel beams over here that are just sitting here doing nothing. I don't even need them over here anymore because I am using them elsewhere. And they're automatically going in the dimensional depot. They're already being produced, putting in the dimensional depot. Don't even need them over there. So I'll just go over here and put them over here instead. And then I'll use them all up, which is awesome. What about modular frames? We probably have a bunch of those laying around. Kind of feel like we're using modular frames on our stuff over here. Are we using them anywhere? Nope. A bunch of them going in the uploader right now. Doesn't look like it's going anywhere else. So we shall take all of these modular frames that are just sitting around doing nothing and use those. All right. Great use of all of our resources that are doing diddly squat right now. Let's put that one in there. At least we'll get, 1.5 multiplier on them versatile frames. That'll get that going. Well, actually, we want it over here. Yeah, so we're getting 1.5 on our magnet field generators. That's what we really want. Really want that to be maxed. Again, now we got to go track down wherever we have all of our boosters. This one is supercomputers problem. So we're having a problem with our supercomputers. Oh, there goes one. Most likely the computers in supercomputers is having an issue. Yep. Yep. Any computers in the awesome thing? Oop. Computers. No. Yeah, these computers are slowing us down. Not that it doesn't have enough thing to do it, but they're definitely going too slow. But over time, it'll happen. We know that it'll just keep putting them supercomputers in there. And that's fine. It's got plenty over there. So we're working on all 4 things at the same time. Just with what we built right here and with about 20,000 power. I feel like that's the true cool thing. And I got a bunch of supercomputers on me. As well as I might have some in the depot. No, I don't. So let's throw them in there. Get them used. What do we got in here? Anything else in here we can use? Not really. Nothing too sexy. Nope. Okay, so we got those running over there. What was the other thing? It was something over here that I needed for something else. There's this, adaptive control units. It was this, automated wiring. All right, automated wiring. And again, I can build a whole thing that does automated wiring, stators and cable. Well, let's go ahead. And where's this coming from? Yeah, this is coming from over here where I'm actually making automated wiring. Already got it going. Right here. It just goes really, really slow. So that I already got too. So that means that all of those are pretty squared away. Yeah, pretty sweet. Trigger boards, heavy modular frames, computers. Very cool. Probably got a lot of computers over here. Or no, it doesn't. Take half a stack of this. Nah, leave them in there. Yeah, automated wiring is the thing it's waiting on. So probably could just let those other computers run in there, take these computers, and run over here where this is starving for computers over here. This is the most efficient way of doing it, everybody. It really is, time-wise. Time-wise, this is most efficient. Now, efficiency-wise, well, you could argue the fact that, hey, you put in all your stuff, you do whatever. But this is a great way to just say, you know what, let's make it happen. And again, we got this going. We're just trying to unlock the next thing. Now, if I just let this run and sit here and just kind of micromanage that stuff, this will all 4 of those will get done. Absolutely. They'll all 4 get done because I have all of the components running that I need to get running. And if there's anything else that I'd have to run a line or two, I can do that. Oh, there goes the accelerator again. I absolutely can do it. The only thing that's really slowing me down right here is copper powder. And what I could do is scale up my extraction now to 600, which I'm doing right now. Scaling it up to 600. I could even scale it up to 780. And you're like, well, how do you do that, Kismet? Well, what you can do is put in the faster miner, right? But I'd have to use some of those components I'm using over there. And then it'd be extracting at 780 and be good to go. But here's the thing. It's extracting it faster than it's actually using it up here because all of these other belts are a lot slower. What I can do is say, you know what? I want to go ahead and supplement my production over here, right over this way, with some more conversion of ignits. So I can go in here. I can say, you know what? I want to do some more smelting. Right here, it's 10 smelters. And we want to input on this side so we can output on the back side. right here. And then we can just do this. One here. This one is ironing it right now, so we're going to say copper. Copy that. Oops, okay, or not. There we go. Paste it. There we go. Here's our input here. So now we can just split this. Now we're going to have 300 going this way and 300 going the other way. That's just going to start right up. Oh, this is the output. Oh, no, we want the output there. That's right. That's right. We want the output there so that I can go out here and end up along this outer line here. Where it's going to... Actually, we just do this. Switch it into a merger. This will come out of here. Merge into there. This needs to split up here. Run that across. Oh, that's not saying it's going in. Why is that not set as an input? I don't know, but we'll run it again. There we go. And then again, same thing here. We'll split this. Oh wait, doesn't need to. That's right. This one is already diverting. So now all of this is going to start up the second we give it some power. And we're going to make this even faster. Stuff going through the side of that building. I will let it run. Okay, so now instead of having just a portion of this from up here come down here, it now has its very own production, where you can see we have a lot more of the copper ingots going in there, meaning that it's going to be able to get into these things faster and produce them faster. But we're also going to go over here, and speaking of faster, upgrade all of these belts. Again, when you get to aluminum belts, everybody, this goes way, way faster. Only level 5 belts? Yes. 5. Oh, these are 4s. This will get your production sped up, both your inputs and outputs. And now your particle accelerator is going to go off more often. Hey, look, it's at 245, so it's actually got more than what it can run. And again, it uses 20,000 power. It's really crazy to overclock it. Holy spaghetti! What do we have here? Yeah, Rylex, I went from nice, clean bases. In one day where they're all stacked and nice, and then I made a whole bunch of spaghetti just for your guys' entertainment. And then we're going to tear it all down and clean it all up, all nice, and then we're going to go into mega building, everybody. It's going to be super fun. So again, I'm just going to push until the next area. Now look how many more we have coming through now. Right? A lot more. So again, we could go in and upgrade that, but what we really want to do is just do other stuff, like go collect a bunch of Mercer spheres while this is running. And if some of it stops and we don't make enough of this, that, or the other thing, we can come back and infuse it with resources, and that should keep it going. Now we're waiting on turbo motors. Turbo motors take a really long time. Right now it says motors is what we need. We can say, you know what, screw it. Let's go more spaghetti here. I know right where a bunch of motors are. Up we go. You can see they're right here, and they're being run into here. Oh, wait, the motors are not in there. Oh, where are those motors? Those are actual rotors there, actually. Yeah, these are all rotors. Yeah, but it's getting less screws, so it's doing less of those. I think we actually put the motors over on this side. Think about it. Let's keep looking. Yeah, modular frames there. Things there. Man, where are these motors? They're around here somewhere. Down here, maybe? Nope. Plastics there. See, that's why you should label your factories, everybody. Because it starts getting complex and you're like, man, what did I do with such and such thing? Things there. Huh. Where did I make those motors? That's a good question. We were making stators. And these are running up here. Ah, right there. There's where those motors are. I bet you I have a crazy ton of them in here. I sure do. Doing me zero good up there. All right, time more spaghetti time. I know, your guys' favorite time. This is an input here. Why are those not running in there? Oh, they are. They're just waiting on rotors. Okay, no problem. But man, we got a ton of them up here. They're doing nothing. The actual output is on this side. Try to tap into this output. Right here. What do we feel like doing? Let's just run it across here. Eh. Seems fun to me. Let's go. Again, everybody, I'm going to tear all of this down. All of this will be redone because I can use my new blueprinter. I can build bigger factories. I can scale up the factories. So I feel like this is why I typically don't in the lower tiers, is I don't spend a lot of time in those tiers because you just, the whole goal of what you're doing is to get to the next tier to get the next speed thing, which helps you a lot more than sitting around making level 4 belts, which I did do in this playthrough, everybody, just to kind of show you. I mean, it's really not an effective way of doing it. And also making a pretty base, while cool, is not a very efficient way of doing a thing. A thing is taking the minimum amount of time with the maximum results. That's what makes something happen. But, you know, you also want to have it nice. You want it to be pretty and whatnot. You can do that as well. Hey, I ain't going to tell on you. I ain't going to tell Fix-It Corporate that you've been over here playing around all day long. And not actually producing the product it's asking you to produce. But that's okay. You do you. Me, I'm going to go in here. I'm going to make it happen right now. Here we go. Bring these motors right over here because I got like 15 boxes of them. We'll run them right in there and then I don't have to worry about them motors. Again, now they're all in line. And now it's going to make me a crazy ton of turbo motors. All those things are in line now. Don't have to worry about it. Off it goes. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Also, I got a crazy ton of these things on me. Why do I have those on me? Put those in there. Put those in there. Don't do me no good. Aluminum casings over here. Now, we want to make more spaghetti. Where are we? We're putting those aluminum casings somewhere. More spaghetti here. Here we go. And I do this just to trigger the chat, really. They're like, dang, Kismet, Spaghetti City, bro. Yeah, it's just fun to do, everybody. It's your game. You play it however you want. Everybody, people come in and say, you're not supposed to make spaghetti or whatever. You do whatever the hell you want. You answer to nobody. You answer to no one. You build your factory the way you want it built. That's what I do. I don't, I do whatever the heck I want. Most of the time, I do like my factory to be nice and clean, though. It triggers me, too, everybody. It doesn't just trigger you. It triggers me. Oh, right here. You already got this going right here. Put it right here. And, too steep. Fine, we'll bring it up. There we go. Now we got those suckers going that way, too. Man, we need to scale these up. We need to scale our stuff up here. Why is this going silica? What the heck? Why has that got no silica in there? You can see it right there. I think this one is messed up. Went the wrong way. Oh, I bet that's going to work a lot better. There we go. That one hasn't been working that whole time. That got messed up. All right, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Get that other one online. What's going on here? I have aluminum ingots going out. Huh. This one's not tied in. This whole side's not tied into our aluminum ingots. Man, I must have been tired, bro. I must have been really tired. That whole side's not doing nothing. What's this? Splitter? Need a merger over here. That whole side is not actually tied into the system. There we go. Yeah, it has all these Ignis backlogged. Oh, now it's going to make a bunch of stuff. I must have accidentally took that out. Probably when I was underneath. I bet you that's what I hit when I was underneath earlier. Yeah, because that's got like, 400 Ignis just sitting there doing nothing. All right, now we're getting some use out of our stuff here. That's going to make a crazy ton of those. The cool thing is, too, when this finished making aluminum sheets over here, it's just diverting the full amount in there. I'm using a lot of aluminum sheets, though. And I would imagine I probably have an absolute crazy ton of these laying around. Yes, no, maybe so. Or the aluminum sheets down here. Oh, yeah, good amount. They're not totally backlogged yet. Oh, my God, there's a ton of them, though. Not totally backlogged yet, but a bunch of them. Now, if that fills up with aluminum sheets, then all of it will then go to the production of the casings, which is what we need right now, is a bunch of those casings. Now, what I could also do here, by the way, everybody, I can just cut this off right here, and then now 100% will go to the casings, right? Or if I want it to be, say, 2/3 go to the casing, and then 1/3 go to the things, I can do this. Then I'll do a merger, where I will merge it out that way. That way? No. Merge it. Merge this way. There we go. So I'll merge this up from here. So 1/3 there. And then from the bottom, please. There we go. And then 1/3 there. And then this other one will go right here. So now, when I run this out here, up to this, input over there. Split this over there. Now, all of this will start up, and 2/3 will be going to the casings and 1/3 to aluminum sheets. 'Cause I have plenty of aluminum sheets. I don't really need more there. So that's a great way of just saying, you know what, more this way, less that way, right? Really easy. And I really prefer doing it that way than to completely cut off the production, because if that all of a sudden finishes, does all the things, fills it up, makes too many of those, backlogs it all the way in, then at least it continues to make aluminum sheets too. But we'll see a lot more of these coming out now. Look at that. Yeah, look at them flowing out of there. That's awesome. All right. Doing good. By the way, already 21 nuclear pastas. I actually find that I finish the nuclear pastas sometimes before I finish the other 3. We'll find out. We'll see how it goes. And this is a long stream we're doing today. This is a bonus stream, by the way. That's an insane factory. Thank you. The most important thing you should be impressed with this factory, everybody, is not the size of it. There are massive, massive factories that are out there. It's how efficiently I'm using my power right now. I'm actually in the final phase, or final step of phase 4, and I'm using only about 21,000 power. Now, if I had everything running simultaneously, which I don't need it all running simultaneously, because some of that stuff I don't need because I have a backlog of it, I would need 38,000. But because I'm working so efficiently, I'm really using about 10,000 on average until my particle accelerator kicks in, as you'll see it doing right there, and starts using my battery backup, but only for so long. And then it stops, and then it waits for more stuff. And while it's waiting, it charges back up my batteries, and then it will just keep doing that over and over again. So I really could finish the entire game with about 20,000 power. And that's what I'm showing you right now, everybody. And this is all turbo fuel, too, that's running the whole show here. No coal, no biofuel, no nuclear power. It's all turbo fuel sitting right over there. That's all you need. Finish the whole entire game. I know. I've done it before. I've actually finished the game many, many, many times. And again, it's not about building gigantic factories. It's about building efficient factories. So factories that use the minimum amount of resources, the minimum amount of time, which is your most precious resource, and produces the thing you need to produce. The only time you make it bigger and make more of it is when you want it to go faster, right? Faster, if you need it done right now, well, fine. But if you don't need it done right now, you just leave your computer running, walk away, come back later, bam, it's done. It'll totally be done. Like this right here, you can see that we have 50 of the pressure conversion cubes. I can tell you only need 100. We got 42 in there. So we have enough pressure cubes already. We're already done with that. That's good. Now we just need the copper powder, which is why I upscaled that. And I could upscale it again, by the way. We can go in there and do it. Now, the only problem is even if I did upload that or upgrade that to a Mark III extractor, I don't have the belts to make it go fast enough, right? I don't have the 1200 belt, which is why we're getting done with phase 4, so we can get to phase 5 and unlock those belts. And then once we unlock those belts, kiss this stuff goodbye. All of it. Boom, gone. Except for the trains. Trains might be in there, but we're going to build a whole train depot and all sorts of cool stuff. We're just getting started, everybody. This is just us kind of progressing through the game. I showed you how to do it the old school way where you're stacking it and you can just do your multiple things. There, if you didn't notice, everybody, the blue ones are storage and the orange ones are production. And so I built blueprints and I say, okay, store this raw resource. Take the raw resource and it's backlogging the raw resource in there. Okay, now convert it into this thing. Okay, store that next step. Then convert it into the next thing, store that next step. And then what I do is I end up with a huge backlog of stuff, like you can see I can use later on, like when I want to make copper powder. Like right now, I have a huge backlog of the copper ingots that I just used up, which gave me a boost to be able to produce it just that much faster. But I will deplete it eventually, but that's why it's there. It's there so I can use it up. It's not there so I can save it for a rainy day. Today is that rainy day right there. I think I actually did use it up. Look at it go. Look at it go right there. And then over here we have lots and lots of wire being used as well. Yeah, very nice, very nice. Then down here, let's check and see how much. See, look at all that. Look, it's starting to use it up. Use that up. Doing you zero good sitting in there. Zero good. But it's definitely going to burn that up over time, which is awesome. Awesome. This is another one, everybody. I could split it twice and remerge it back like this. But you know what? I want to get 2/3 of that going over there and only 1/3 going up. Now, that's going to go even faster. Even more diversion off of there. Very easy. 2/3, you're going in halves, thirds, 2/3, 1/3, that kind of thing. You can do a lot of load balancers and whatnot to help you out. That's going to go even faster now. Look at it go. See if it's actually backlogging now. You know it's backlogging when it doesn't go in there anymore. See, what you want this to do, when that hits there, you want this to be 400. But it's not going to make it. tell you already. Now the other question is my copper ignates backlogging right now? Nope. It's burning every bit of that up. Over here. Backlogging. Nope. Every bit of that is getting used up. And that's what I want. That's why all of this time since the very beginning when I started doing those copper ignates, I knew eventually I was going to use those for another purpose. In this case, copper powder. So awesome. And again, that thing just starts up, burns up that power, goes does the next thing. What are we at? We're almost halfway on, man, we are halfway on our other things over here. On some of our stuff here. This one's already halfway. We're waiting on this. Hey, man, let's throw that one in there. There we go. Ain't doing us no good there. Fused modular frames. Fused. Use them up, everybody. Again, don't keep them in your inventory. Use them up. Nice. Get that going. What do we need over here? Fused modular frames. If I see that it's going slow, that it needs something to keep going, let's go see what it needs. What's it waiting on? Aluminum casings. So those casings are going. I got a bunch on me. Psh, throw them in there. I got this going in the dimensional depot. I think I do. Take it out of the dimensional depot. We don't need it in there anymore. Try to push forward to the next level. Go right in here. Go right here. Put all those in there. It'll distribute it automatically. Aluminum casings in here. Take them all out of there. Throw them in there. Boom. It'll distribute those now to all of the things that it needs. That thing needs aluminum casings, so let's get them over there. Let's get them in there. Let's get in making some fusion things here. We had some more summer sloops. We could be doubling these up right now. But you really want to double it up at the end, everybody. Again, remember, it doubles everything for it. Everything along the entire chain of what you made, if you double it up at the end, that's the best time to double it up. The best time to overclock is at the very beginning, so that you're producing a lot more. So yeah, come on, fused modular frames, get over here. Which one is that going into? I think the middle one. Maybe we could fix this. Fix this so it's not like that. I don't like to put stuff in my roads either, but it's triggering me just a little bit. We'll go with it. All right. And we got a crazy... Oh, man, it's using those up, though. Using those up. All right, here comes another one. Yeah, get in there. Get in there and get it going. Another one on me. Get in there. Did it not go in there? How did it get on me and not go into the thing? Start coming down the line. Those fused frames take forever. There comes another one. All right. Oh, wait, it's going up, too. It's going over there. Oh, maybe it's only going up. Okay, see, that's a problem with the splitter right there. Right here is where we want to split it. Yeah, that's a problem with the box. The box is not splitting it properly. And it's just sending it all to this way and not splitting it into there. So we want it to go this way, split one that way, one this way, so this keeps going. Otherwise, this is not getting, it's just sending them all over there every time because we went out of the top of the box and the bottom of the box is not working. Don't trust these boxes, everybody. They do get all messed up. So yeah, there we go. Another thermal propulsion rocket on its way. And 5 per minute means that another 112 of those, 6 per minute, might have enough, maybe. All right, now those are working properly. This we don't even need to run over here anymore. We got enough of these cubes. We could actually cut this off. Never mind, put them all that way. Don't even need those anymore. We'll use that last one there. Because this is already at 31. It's already got 50 in there. It uses 1.25 per minute. This is 70, 30 minutes. So roughly 30 minutes if the copper powder was coming in at full speed. But yeah, now we want to put all of these over here so this thermal rocket gets done. And then when the thermal rocket gets done, if we need the other ones, we can just switch it back to the other way, right? So again, that makes that go much faster. Also, when this is not waiting on it, it stops completely, then it starts back up, stops completely, and starts back up. You don't want that. You want it just to be continuously working. And again, I have this working at its maximum speed right now. And that's what you want. You want it, by the time it's done using that, it'll actually put more of those in there, which is what we'll do there. And then again, this one will stop. We're just waiting on our copper powder. And this is just a matter of time now. This is a matter of time. We'll have all that nuclear pasta done. All right, over here, what do we got? Cooling units. We've got making a bunch of heat sinks. Kismet Love Train coming in. Who's that? King Lion with the 13 months of sub love. Show him some love in the chat. Don't forget to hit the follow button, everybody. You've been enjoying our massive amount of spaghetti we've been doing here. Oh, AI limiters. We're going to need some AI limiters in here. Let's go ahead and actually tap into our AI limiters. More spaghetti. Let's do it. Put it up real high. All right, AI limiters, where are you? Let's go find you. One of my favorite things is tearing this all down later, everybody. It really is fun to say, oh, God, so much spaghetti, and then just tear it all down. And then, and really, quick wire. Yeah, I think that's the real quick wire problem. We can just take those AI limiters out of there. And we're going to go ahead and split this. A little lower. A little lower. Or are we running that AI quick wire over there? On top of these? No, up here. This was going somewhere. What was this going to? Oh, that was going over here. For the quick wire. But I don't need that anymore. I can take that out. And look, we're reducing some of the spaghetti. Not by a lot, but a little bit. All right, AI limiters this way. And then, up on top of this one. This just makes me laugh every time, right? Believe me, this triggers me when I'm doing it. Let alone you guys going, ADHD, Kismet, ADHD. You're triggering me over here. All right, now we got that all in line. We don't have to worry about feeding that in there. But we do have some extras, so we'll feed those in there anyway. Because those control rods are slowing it down just a little bit, or not. No, actually, I think it has plenty of control rods. Yeah. They just take a long time. Yeah, I kind of feel like that one's going to get done too. Just let it run long enough. Over here, plenty of versatile frameworks. God, got a lot of that left. These motors out of here, they don't do us no good in there. Back. Then we can take that out now. Take that out in case we come back and go looking for it. Cooling systems. Those in there. What else we got? Mercer spheres we could put away. We got turbo motors. Bunch of those. Throw those in there. Just waiting on again. Use modular frames. What else? This in the dimensional depot. These basics. Throw some of them basics in there. Definitely put these things in there. All right. We diverted, we ran a bunch of cables, and we turned this into a giant spaghetti mess. Very fun, though. Very efficient. Not very good looking, but it does its job. And it's doing its job well right now. Massively. Making them stators. Really go around and get all those summer sloops. We'll be doubling all this up. But really, again, everybody, the final product you want to double up. Now, eventually what's going to happen is this is going to finish doing these assembly directors, or one of these are going to finish, right? Say your nuclear pasta finishes first, which usually it does. But we'll see which one finishes first. And then whatever one finishes first, I go ahead and turn that one off, and I'll grab the summer sloops out of there, and then I'll feed them into the ones that don't have them, right? And so those ones will be doubled up, and those will go, 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 right? Like this one has 1/2, right, of these. Which one would I rather double up? On this one over here, which is the assembly directors, or would I rather double up on these over here? But it doesn't matter, because when one done, I just put it in the other one. Or I could go find more. Either way. I could definitely do all of that. So again, it's a matter of time. Now, we can just sit here and let the game run. Let it run. Double check. Make sure everything's working. Or it goes. Yeah. Now, what's going to happen, though, over here, it's going to slow down. And the reason why it's going to slow down is eventually that backlog of copper ignits that we had will be depleted. And so now it'll just be a matter of time. It's got to take all the raw resources and convert them and use them. And, of course, it's also going to convert them over there and still split them over here. So we're actually getting a huge portion of it just dedicated to this. Now, I can go in and, again, upgrade down here, which I could probably do right now since I put all these as level 5s. And upgrade this to... make sure that when you do it, everybody, that you upgrade the one right here. That's vitally important. Just dawned on me right there. I got to upgrade that one because that's slowing it down. Yeah, so now it's cranking out of there at 600. That actually just increased the speed of that massively. But that was a level 4 in there. Yeah, there we go. Just thought of it. And then we'll say, you know what? We want to go ahead and convert this one into the faster extractor. Right over here. So we got to go scalp a bunch of this stuff off of the production that we have going that we're trying to make other things from. So let's go over here and scalp a bunch of this. Turbo motors, fusion modular frames. And what you can do is when you're running stuff in, I'm going to leave that in there, is just take out the line here. So it'll backlog some of those for you. Supercomputers from over here. Oh, not that one. Right here. Grab it right off the belt. Only need 5. Take that off of there and make it run right into there. Yeah, aluminum casings. Slowing us down. Still got a lot of radio control units, though. These turbo motors just don't go fast enough. All right, there's another one. Let's help this out. Now, whenever you go AFK, everybody, I think you should make a whole inventory full of stuff, and then start making that stuff. Like right here, we need a bunch of circuit boards, right? So, is it the fact that the computers are not going because it just can't do it fast enough? If that's the case, everybody, like I can take these circuit boards out of here, and if it's not going fast enough, I can just take all the resources out. It'll start to reload. And I can make it myself faster than sometimes it can make it. So if I go in here, I can make 32 of them. And so go make 32. Go AFK, make yourself a sandwich, do whatever you got to do. Come back to it later. Yeah, so you used to watch my Fallout 4 streams where you can watch it this this Wednesday and Thursday. We're doing a mega playthrough, the ultimate modded playthrough, The Rise of the Tycoon Empire. We'll come back Thursday 10 p.m. and Wednesday 10 p.m. Yeah, we're going to play a whole bunch. We're going to play some 7 Days to Die over the weekend as well, and some more Satisfactory later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, if I ever get done with this part. And again, just trying to get these all squared away. Again, great way of just kind of supercharging a bit of this if you're waiting on some of this. Boom, there we go. So now, by the way, I have it overclocked too, so it's hard for it to keep up because this is so overclocked, whatnot. But I do need a bunch of these. I need just like 5 of them. And so we'll go ahead and just make some of those ourselves. We'll let those craft those over here. We're waiting for this. We're now at 3. We need 10. Holy mackerel. Also, we can go over here and say fused. I don't think we can make these ourselves. Yeah, we can't make those ourselves. Have to make them over here in the blender. What are we waiting on? Aluminum thingies. Yeah, look, it used up all the ignits now, too. What's going on back here? This is all good. Speed that up a little bit. Not making enough aluminum scrap fast enough. Go. Back here. Now this you don't want to do because it's going to make a bunch of extra silica, and that's going to be a problem. I feel like it's got plenty of solution. Again, this is going to be a problem because of the water. The packaging of the water. Yeah, it's going to have trouble doing that, but you'll have a boost of it. And that should boost your output a little bit. And then you're going to have water problems, for sure. Too much water. Now, you can, if it has water, you just go in and you just flush the system, everybody. It's a great trick, like right here. If there's too much water in the pipe, your full network, flush it all. And then it doesn't have to package it. It doesn't have to manage it. You got it completely flushed out of there. So the byproduct you just throw away. I say I just pump it right down into the ocean because that's what I would do. You see, that's what you need in here. Instead of having it where you have to package it or use that byproduct, you just turn it so it goes down into the ocean. You just get rid of that water, or you can recycle it back into the system and set your whole thing up. I'm not a big fan of recycling the system. I feel like it doesn't always work out. Now look at how fast this is going. We're gonna have to speed this up. We're gonna have to speed this up. I'm gonna speed this output up. So this is distributing that faster. There we go. Definitely, and then the lifter faster. Faster. There we go. And more faster here. So again, same thing when you're doing like acid and things like that. If it does backlog, you can just flush the whole system. Silica over here faster. Lifter. Probably has a massive backlog. It sure does. Now instead of going at 480, it's going at 780. That's a huge difference, everybody. That's a massive difference for sure. Now it's really cranking. Oh yeah. Chugging out those ignits like crazy. Now we're chugging out those casings faster. They're all all Mark 5s in here. Yep. So it's getting these a bit faster as well. It's funny because I had like a whole box full of casings. I have a massive amount of those as well. And we used them up. All right, let's see if we've got 10 of these over here. Over here. We got 3. 4 more. About supercomputers. Let's see how many of those we made. 4 more. We're at 5. All right, that's how many we need. Supercomputers, good. Send them that way now. Again, this is computers, man. You really need to double up our computers because they are going way too slow. And they're being distributed to multiple things at the same time. We can put these back in there. The circuit board's back in there. Yeah, look, almost halfway on our nuclear pasta. Now at 45. All right, come on. 3 more. I think this is where we infused a bunch of them in there. Also, I'm going to cut this off so it stops diverting it that way. So we can get this done a little faster. Come on, put them all in there. Put them all in there. There's some right there we can grab out. Can I put some of those aluminum magnets in here? Yeah, a little bit. Now let's use them. Oh. And that's why I have that, so I can infuse ones that I have backlog right into the system. Again, I can just take these out now. Let it all go up here. This is what I need most right here. Just wait till we scale all this up, everybody. It'll be insane. Insane amount of scaling up we're going to be doing. All right, come on. 2 more. Oh, 1 more. 1 more, and we can put this all back together and let it run. One more. All right, nice. Let's go back over here and send these things the other way, so the other one will get done too, like this. All right, man, we're crushing this. How are we doing on those retweets? We're at 7 retweets, everybody. Go ahead and follow that link right there. Hit that like button, hit that retweet button. Helps the stream tremendously. All right, now what we're going to do is upgrade the extraction of our copper, which means it's going to have more raw ignits so that it can make more copper ignits and make more copper powder. You get the idea. So now we're going to go in and we're going to go ahead and get this baby popping off. And there we go. And again, we did change this. We did. Taking a minute to get back up to speed. We're going to go ahead and massively overclock it. It's going to be 1200, but no reason to do 1200. We'll do 780 because that's the maximum speed the belt can go. So we're going to leave those in there, though, because eventually we are going to do those. Now, it's making 180 extra now. And because the belt speed is so fast, it is going to run those out of there at 780. So again, giving us more, and of course 2/3 of it is going to go this way. Some of it is going to go up into here so it can keep doing a bunch of my copper production. But as you can see, everybody, this is cranking down here now. Oh, hold on. What was that level 4 thing? I saw level 4 something over there. Probably those belts there. All right, make sure don't we have anything slowing us down here. Oh yeah, these things are cranking out as fast as they possibly can. This one over here. Maxed out all the way down. You know what that means? That means we need another one of those. That means we need a second one of those. We're going to go ahead and cut this off. Cut this off over here. We're going to do this. We're going to bring this up. Again, this is what's so cool about modular building, everybody. When you make modular blueprints, that you can just say, you know what? I need a second one of those. So you go in, you get your blueprint. You say, hey, I need, not that. I need 10 more smelters. Right, that's what we're smelting. Yes, smelting. I need 10 more smelters. Let's do it. And by the way, when this is done, in about 50 more of these, I won't even need this anymore. That's the cool part. Now, we're going to go ahead and have this go down to this one like this, so we can split this like this, run this down to the bottom one, and then, oops, not quite perfect there. Let's go like this. There we go. This out. Now we just run this over here like we did before. Where did it go? Like this. Okay. Now we got to go in here. We got to do all the power stuff. Find where our little power things are. Oh, in the middle. This one. Run this down. There we go. Now we need to tell these to be copper. And we're going to copy. And we're going to get all of these running now. So cool. We got enough for both of them now. Let's do it. And then this is going to come out of here, and we want to go ahead and merge these together. We got that one coming out. Oh, this is right where this other thing is. Right where that's coming up. Might have to do a little bit of work on that. Yeah. Maybe make it go down. Turn it this way, away from that thing. How about that for tricky, everybody? How about that for a little tricky deal there? And then we can go ahead and rerun this. Yeah, we'll just run it there. Run it to there. There we go. Do your thing. Don't need this support here. Take that out so it's not clipping through my thing. Oh, God. Oh, God. Squirrel. Yeah, I didn't forget. All right. That made me jump, man. All right, we got this coming out. We got this merging into there. We want to do the same thing up here. You see me jump? I totally jumped on that. And then this right into there. All right, now we got even more of those go down. Look at them going in there now. Nice. Now, this is not max. See, this is not max. You can see that there is, these are using these up as fast as they possibly can. Down here, we don't even need the doubler anymore. We don't need this. We just need this to produce a lot of copper ingots. Yeah, so we just really scaled those copper ingots up. And that's going to produce more copper powder faster, which means this is going to run more often. But watch out, because again, if it's going above your power, you can very easily, I don't know why I keep sliding to the left, very easily run out of power. It can overwhelm my power where it's not charging up faster than it's getting used up. But right now, it's a roller coaster ride of zip and zip and that's what it's doing. All right, this is super fun, bro. This is super fun. Keep making them turbo thingies. What are we doing over here? Yeah, little by little. Getting it done. Fuse modular frames. Oh, I gotta reconnect those. My bad. Oh, there's like 8 of them in there now, too. Cool. Do your thing. I'll take this other summer sloop and bring it over here. Put it right in there. Now it's going to be doubling those up. Sweet. Hey, you don't have to build a big old factory, everybody. Use the resources you already got, right? These are already resources I already got. Once I build all of those, that's it. That's all I need. Boom. And then I can just run it all down into here, overclock that stuff, double it up with summer sloops, and you get that stuff done. But again, we'll build it out fancy later, everybody, again, when we get to the next stage. That's what we're trying to do, and we're going to get there. It's guaranteed now. It's unlocked. Absolutely unlocked. Nothing else I need to do. No other nodes I need to tap. No other factories I need to build. That's 100% unlocked. It's just a matter of time. All right. It's time to go ahead and head on out of here, everybody, because we're going to be back later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, having some fun. Yeah, I'm at 11 hours and 26 minutes there, Unforgiven. I have been watching it, but I appreciate you reminding me. I appreciate you having my back in the chat. So we'll go ahead and let that run, and then again, we're just going to skip this, and then we're going to open up Phase 9, hopefully later tonight. But we're going to go get some more Mercer Spheres and Summer Sloops and a whole bunch of other stuff while we let that production run. And again, you want to be multitasking. So it's going to be doing all of the things that it's doing right now while I'm busy exploring. That's what you really wanted to do. And by the time we're done exploring, we'll get to a certain point, we'll look up, some of those will be done. We'll say, okay, come back, throw those summer sloops in the process that we need. It's going to double up that whole entire process, and it'll make the other processes go faster as well. And so it's like momentum, everybody. Okay, I got this one done. Okay, take that off the list, get the Mercer Spheres, or get the summer sloops and put them elsewhere. And then I can put it in the whole process if I want. Then I'm doubling and doubling and doubling and doubling again. Which of course make that process go faster, and so on and so forth. That's where the summer sloops really come into play, is when you don't have to build a big factory. You don't have to take all that time to build it all out and run all the resources and tap new nodes. I don't really have that many nodes going on, everybody. The one with the check marks are the nodes that I have going on. So I have these nodes over here, the oil nodes. I have these pure nodes over here. This one here, another pure node. Couple over here, which are doing plates, copper there. SAM over here, which I'm not really using all that much. And then, of course, a bunch of coal over here, which is weirdly not showing up. Do I not? Oh, I don't think I have... do I not have a tower over there anymore? Where's my... Oh, up here. Here's my coal. Up there. Yeah, that's not right. No, coal should be right over here. Yeah, weird. My coal nodes are not showing. Maybe it showed and then I moved it? That is weird. Yeah, I just realized these coal nodes are not showing up. Might have to put another one there, because I think I might have put a radar station down and then moved it. Yeah, I might have to put one right there in the center. I'm probably missing a bunch there. Wow, I should make myself a note. Over here. Can't see coal nodes. Yeah, I'm gonna forget if I don't write that down. There we go. All right, we got to put a radar tower in there again, because that does not look like it's doing this. I probably put one down temporarily, and for whatever reason, I took it up and didn't put it back. We definitely want to go in and check that out. Like, yeah. Yeah, I can see that it's no longer... See, it's doing just the bottom part. But I explored there because I went there, but it's not actually hitting that internal part there. I'll probably just put one right by that train station, and we'll get that whole part, and then we'll see those nodes. All right. Or should I just do it now? Just do it now. If I have the ability to make it. That's the real question. Let's pop out of here just in case I don't have the ability. I'm going to run all the way over there. Let's see. I want to make a radar tower. Yeah, we don't have enough computers and stuff. All right, well, we won't do that. Back the other way. We won't do that. We'll deal with that later. Right now, we want to get all this producing a bunch of stuff. All right, so what I'm going to do again, everybody, is I'm going to go ahead and go right there. Let's call it pushing to phase 5. Close enough. We're going to call it right there. All right, Kismet Love Train. Let's roll out of here. Oh, man, that's too fun. But you get all wrapped up. You just want to do one more thing, one more thing, one more thing. We did a whole lot of one more things. I hope you noticed that. And, of course, here's my schedule right over here. Everybody, we'll be back tonight. Again, this was a bonus stream. This is Monday, actually, night into Tuesday. And then Tuesday night later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be doing some more Satisfactory to push us into that last phase. Try to get those faster belts. Try to get all that stuff unlocked in the last phase. And then we're going to scale everything up for some serious mega building. And then on Wednesday, Thursday, we're going to be playing the Rise of the Tycoon Empire and Fallout 4, the Ultimate Modded Playthrough. Then on Saturday, back with my crew, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as well for some 7 Days to Die. And then also on Sunday, some solo play as well. All right? So now you guys know. Remember, that's all on all my social media right over here, everybody. You can go ahead and follow those links. You're going to see in the chat. Jump on over to youtube.com/Kismet. Hit that subscribe button, the like button, and leave a comment. If you're already on YouTube, even easier, it's right down there. Look at it. See it down there? Yeah, there's a little button. You press it. Awesome. Helps the stream tremendously. Then you go to twitter.com/KismetBP, and you can also hit the follow button over there. The more you do that, the more giveaways and other cool stuff I can do. As well as I got to do a bunch of giveaways. I got to send you guys a bunch of giveaways. I'm going to try to get that done. Probably not today because I'm probably not going to have enough sleep. Or enough time in between sleeping and then getting up and then doing the stream again. But maybe later this week. We'll see. And then discord.gg/Kismet. You can check out my Discord. You can check out the website, kismet.gg, as well as you can become a patron and support not only videos, but guides, highlights, all the other stuff that I do here on the stream. And get exclusive content over at patreon.com/Kismet. Appreciate all of you that do. So again, follow those links, show some love. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a bunch of love right now by giving you a bunch of Kids Caps for hanging out all the way to the end of the stream. That was quite the epic bonus stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And I will see you guys again later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.